Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Tet TV audiobook channel, Chapter 651, A New Beginning. Time went by in the blink of an eye, and 1 month went by. Alice and Reynolds were still not back yet, while Blake accompanied Delia to her family. A change could be felt across the entire continent, and even the normal citizens could sense it as well. They were entering a new time, and today was the start of it. This was the day the new emperor of the entire Azure Continent was going to be crowned. And it was none other than the second Prince Old Man Gerald, brought over to see Chris the day after the great battle. Old Man Gerald was a decisive person, so after getting approval from Chris, he immediately started to arrange for the coronation of the second prince. He traveled to the Azure, Stellar, and Blue Wind empires to speak with the princes there. Even though he could forcibly unify the entire continent, he didn't want to do it that way. The second prince accompanied him on the journey to speak with the other princes. Initially, the second prince brought the idea that in each generation, an emperor would be chosen from one of the royal families of the four empires. But Old Man Gerald rebutted the idea. The reason was simple: it would cause conflict. They might agree to it now, and things might go smoothly, but there is bound to be conflict in the future between the families. Power is an intoxicating thing. Once one gets the feeling of it, they wouldn't want to lose it. Old Man Gerald placed all the princes from the other empires in a council. Each of the crown prince would be in charge of governing their empire, just like before, but the Keelan Empire was the ruler and reports must be given to them. Since it was a new beginning, the name of the continent was changed. It was no longer called the Azure Continent. Instead, it was called the Novus Continent. The name was taken from the leading empire, which had changed names from the Keelan Empire to Novus Empire, which meant new. Chris and the others were all invited to the special occasion. Chris originally rejected the invitation, but Oliver was adamant they went there because they were the reasons the other empires weren't fighting against the second prince and peacefully letting him ascend the throne. Especially Chris, since he was publicly recognized as the strongest person on the continent. Blake and Delia would be coming there as well. Then there's also Alice and her family. Reynolds said he might be coming with his family as well. When they got to the arena at the Capitol, it was already jam-packed, but the second they were recognized, they attracted all the attention in the arena to themselves. They were all famous individuals, so it was natural that they were easily recognized. Klaus wore a lofty expression betraying the indifferent look the others wore. Old Man Gerald welcomed them, directing them to their special seats. After a few minutes, the event started. The families of Alice, Reynolds, and even Delia were specially recognized. They were given positions at the top, and even the new emperor had to respect them. Alice's family was big, so even though they were overwhelmed by their new status, they managed to control it. Reynolds' family, which consisted of only 3 individuals, were shaken. This was their first time coming to the capital, yet they were treated with such respect. When the event ended, Old Man Gerald announced that he was officially the new leader of the Lens organization. He was part of the family, so being given the position of leader was not a surprise. It was as if being friends with Chris and Gray was starting to bring its benefits. Reynolds moved his family to the capital, so he spent a little longer before he returned to the group. Alice's family didn't move since they were already used to living in Frost City. The same went for Delia's family as well. Chris had been teaching Gray all he knew, increasing Gray's knowledge of arrays. His inscriptions were upgraded to a new form. Now, he could place an attack inside a talisman. It was like getting an already prepared attack. Chris gave tons of stored attacks to Klaus. He knew his nephew's personality, and he would definitely need this. The thought of visiting the Aurora continent came to him, but he couldn't leave Oliver in this state. The old man was the most powerful person he had seen, and he was certain that if anyone could help his friend, it was none other than the old man. Blake and Delia would be coming with him as well, only Gray and his friends would be going to the Aurora continent on their own. Since Gray had gone there before, he knew how to survive there. Klaus had broken through to the 6th stage of the Overlord plane while they had been in the valley. The same as Gray, he broke through a week earlier than Gray did. Reynolds had broken through to the 3rd stage of the Overlord plane, while Alice had gotten to the 3rd stage, on her way to breaking through to the 4th stage. Reynolds was the one with the weakest cultivation stage individually, but they all knew other than Gray. None of the others could fight against him because of his elemental warrior. On this particular day, Gray and Klaus were sparring under the watch of Chris and the others. Klaus's abilities with ice had gone to another level. Even Gray had to be watchful of it. Their battle was intense, but Gray was victorious in the end. Seeing Gray use the space element, Chris squinted his eyes. So this is his secret. I wonder how his friends would react if they found out. He must have told them by now, he thought to himself. There was no way he didn't understand what was happening. When Gray took the first test, he was present. And now, Gray suddenly got 2 more elements. Of course, he knew it must be the result of a rare treasure. Chapter 652, Too Peaceful. I'm bored, Klaus said while sitting on the throne, void stole and swinging his legs around. He even wore one of the crowns as well. Gray was by the side, busy writing down some things he had learned from the time he had been with his teacher on a piece of paper. He raised his head to look at Klaus before focusing on what he was doing again. Me too, let's go out, Void said, laying on the armrest of the throne. Even if we go out, I'm already too famous. I don't want to be disturbed by my fans, Klaus said with a sigh. Gray snickered when he heard this. He didn't believe with Klaus's personality he would want to stay hidden if he were famous. Klaus would go around flaunting himself. He might even take an announcer with him that would announce his arrival before he got to any place. Isn't there a place we can visit? Void asked with a secret smile to Klaus, before Klaus could reply. You two are not going out to steal anything. The principal has already warned you two after the last time. If you even take a step out, I'll ask Alice to beat you up, Gray warned. Some days before the coronation, Klaus and Void vanished from the valley. Gray was training, so he didn't take note of their disappearance. They went out to have fun, and on the way, a young man offended Klaus. This person was from a family that can't really be regarded as a top family. But since they had 6 Overlord Plane elementalists, they were respected around the area. Klaus was naturally irritated by him, and he went with Void to borrow the family's greatest treasure and flaunted it in front of the young man while standing at the gate to the young man's family compound. The young man accused Klaus of theft and called for the guards to take him down. Who knew the guards were only in the early stages of the origin plane? Klaus went easy on them, only freezing them. He didn't kill them, but the scene sent a chill down the spines of the young man and the other guards. Those watching were excited because this particular young man had been oppressing a few people due to his status. Klaus mocked the young man and he went ahead to call the big guns. When Klaus saw the people he called out, he laughed out loud, almost falling to the ground. The strongest person in this family was actually in the 4th stage of the Overlord plane. At the time Klaus was in the 2nd stage of the Overlord plane, he could take on someone in the 4th stage, much less now that he was in the 5th stage. He smacked the old man straight back into the compound, shocking the entire family. It was at this moment that they knew they messed up and they couldn't help but glare daggers at the young man. Klaus went a little further by leisurely walking into the family compound and summoning the elders of the family to give them some advice. While he was in the middle of punishing the young man, Blake, who went to the city to get something for Chris, heard the news and rushed there immediately. On seeing the state of the compound, he glared at Klaus, who chuckled awkwardly. Even though he knew Klaus wasn't at fault since the young man was the one who instigated the matter, he felt Klaus went a tad too far. He apologized to the elders of the family before dragging Klaus with him. On their way out, he recalled that Klaus took something from the family and forced him to return it. What he found amusing was that these people didn't even dare to ask for it when they were leaving. Had he not remembered it, they would have lost it forever. He reported the matter to the principal and Chris when he returned. Klaus and Void were reprimanded strongly. However, Gray felt the story must be missing a few vital details. First of all, given how their faces were on countless posters across the Empire for a long time. There was basically almost no one who didn't know about them. How the hell did this particular young man didn't recognize Klaus? Besides, this was Lunar City, the place he had been living for a long time before they left just over a year ago. Klaus snorted at Gray's words before picking up a blade of grass from the ground. He flicked the blade of grass in Gray's direction, and Gray set up a defensive wall in front of him. However, he was stunned when the blade of grass cleanly passed through his earthen wall. One has to know that the defensive ability of this wall had gotten to another level. Yet this simple blade of grass Klaus threw his way passed through it so easily. He stretched out his hand quickly, and after enforcing his hands with all 7 elements, he caught the blade of grass. The blade of grass had turned into a piece of solid thin ice that had terrifying penetrative power. Gray was a little taken aback by how powerful Klaus's ice abilities were. If he were to fight against him using only the ice ability of the water element, then Klaus would definitely have the advantage. When are we leaving? Klaus asked, still swinging his legs around. I have no idea. We'll have to wait till teacher and the principal are about to leave, Gray replied while breaking the blade of grass that had turned to ice. I miss the days we were being chased. Klaus's statement stunned Gray. Who would miss something like that? Alice walked in when Klaus said this and almost had the urge to beat him up. Why don't we spare since you're so bored? She asked with a warm smile. No, I still have burn marks from the last time. Go find someone else you want to beat up. Klaus immediately rejected the idea. Gray laughed when he recalled Klaus's pitiful appearance after his sparring session with Alice. Although if it was a true battle he would defeat her, since they were only trying out the mastery of their elements, she managed to strike him twice with lightning. Klaus's hair stood straight for almost the entire day. Chapter 653 Food Delivery Gray was the one who later agreed to spar with Alice. He wanted to try out a new method of his inscriptions, and it would be best while battling Buzz. Crash! A lightning bolt struck in Gray's direction, but he didn't even glance at it. Just as the lightning bolt was about to touch, a black inscription lit up in front of him, and the lightning bolt disappeared into it. Bang! Alice was lucky she moved away from the spot hastily, else she would have been struck with her own attack. Alice wanted to complain, but she was just short of words. Since Gray just sent her attack back at her, and the distance between when the attack came was so close that if Gray hadn't told her of this before they started the sparring session, she would have been caught off guard by it. This is just like Void's ability. Unfortunately, it also has its limitations. If the person attacking was around Blake's level, then he would have difficulties returning the attack. At most, he can use it to reduce the strength of the attack, but the inscription would fall apart soon after. Klaus, who was by the side, complained about the overwhelming advantage of the space element. Why is there even such an element? He complained while looking at Gray and Void. He has never faced a space elementalist, and after watching what Gray and Void were doing to their enemies, he didn't want to. The space element was like the king of all elements. At first, he thought it was only for escaping and dodging attacks, but when he saw what Void did with it against that peak Overlord Plane elementalist, he had a change of heart. He had already concluded that if he were fighting against a space elementalist, he would immediately surrender. If it were a life-and-death battle, he would negotiate with the person. Alice continued helping Gray out, and after being unlucky and being struck by her attack, she gave up. Klaus burst out laughing when he saw Alice's appearance was almost exactly the same as his own. Alice smiled irritatedly before looking at Gray with a mischievous smile. She sent a lightning bolt at Gray, and it disappeared. Bang! Ah, damn you, Gray! Klaus yelled after being struck by the lightning Alice sent out. How could he not know that this was to get back at him for laughing at Alice? The group continued hanging out leisurely in the valley as they enjoyed their rare moment of peace. Klaus was keeping the group entertained with his stories. Gray was the group's chef, understandably. Chris was taking advantage of the times he hadn't been able to eat anything. He was chunking down whatever Gray brought his way. And seeing this, Gray didn't know between his teacher and Void who ate more of the entire group. Void was the only one who seemed to come close to his teacher when it came to eating. One day, Chris walked up to Gray. I just had a brilliant idea. If this works, I wouldn't need to worry about food again in that hellish place. Chris chuckled in pleasure. Oh, what's that, teacher? Gray inquired. We'll make something like a small-scale teleportation array, but it will be used only for bringing food to me. Give me that paper you used in making the teleportation array, Chris said. A tinge of excitement could be heard in his voice. Gray did as ordered, and after Chris went through it multiple times, he brought out a plaque. He drew a few lines on it before working with Gray to infuse the space element into it. Although he was the one making the array, without a space elementalist's help, there was no way he could get access to the space element. Without the space element, the array was useless. After he completed it, he brought out another plaque, and they did the same thing. They immediately tried it, and it was just as Chris said. Gray could teleport food to anywhere the other plaque was located. He truly is my teacher, Gray thought internally. The fact that all it took was a single try for Chris to make the teleportation array shocked him. He knew his knowledge of arrays wasn't on the same level as his teacher, but this showed how far apart they were. They concluded with that, and time went by. A week later, Reynolds arrived after settling his parents down in the capital city. Old man Gerald promised to take extra care of them, so he wasn't too worried about them. With the influence old man Gerald had amassed thanks to Chris, he didn't have anything to fear about. The new emperor of the continent was also taking care of his family as well, and this was more than what he asked for. He couldn't help but think about the time he thought of actually working for the Empire. It seemed like a long time ago, but it hasn't even been up to 2 years, and now the Emperor of the continent was taking special care of his family, that without him, the others couldn't even be considered as elementalists. With everyone complete, it was finally time for them to go their separate ways. Chris still had to take Oliver to get help from the old man training him, while Blake opted to stay by Oliver's side. Delia naturally did the same, so he would be taking them with him as well. They followed the group to the edge of the magical beast's forest. I made a few more talismans for you. Chris gave Klaus over 50 talismans that contained one all-out attack each from him. He even made one that was filled with the light element to help boost his speed so he could escape. I'll come search for you all after some time, he said to Gray before turning around with his group. Gray's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything. His teacher didn't even give him any form of protection, giving everything to Klaus. Who was his student again? Come on, let's go. Gray led the group into the forest. Chapter 654, A Familiar Tactic. We should explore the place before leaving. This is my first time here, and from what I've heard, there are treasures here, Klaus suggested. Gray looked at the others to see if they approved of it, seeing that no one objected to it, and he agreed as well. But he didn't forget to warn, this place is not as easy as it seems. Even teacher wouldn't carelessly go too deep inside. The others nodded. He was the only one who had come this deep, so they knew he had some sort of knowledge about the place. With everyone's approval, they walked into the forest. They restrained their stages, and it was difficult for those in a lower stage to know their level. On the way, they saw some people, but they didn't cross each other's paths, each taking a different road. And here, everyone was afraid of being attacked for treasures. Gray and his friends were probably the only group who were taking this like a stroll. Before long, they got to a place that was a little familiar to Gray, and he was a little taken aback when he saw someone standing outside the cave. His lips curved into a smile. It's just like before, tricking people in and then killing them, he said to himself while looking at a young man that was standing outside trying to get into a group that wanted to get into the cave. This was the same cave that he entered when he was trying to search for a cure for void. When an old man was using people for sacrifices, using them to improve his cultivation. Gray was only in the origin plane at that time, and the old man was in the overlord plane. He was lucky to escape thanks to the space element. Now, it seemed like the old man was trying to swindle people again. Restrain your cultivation to the origin plane. We'll head in there as a group, Gray said to the others. They nodded their heads and reduced their levels. The people here weren't stronger than any of them, so it was impossible for them to figure out that they weren't in the origin plane. Outside the cave, there were 4 groups, and 2 of them had an overlord plane elementalist. When they saw Gray's group coming in their direction, one of them smirked when he realized they were only in the mid-stages of the overlord plane. Kids trying to get themselves killed, a scrawny middle-aged man said while licking his lips as he saw Alice. Alice stared at him and grunted coldly. Her reaction made the man and his group all laugh out loud. They could already see these kids losing their lives in the cave, just like before the cave was sealed, and they were all waiting for it to open up. Gray and his friends sat some distance away from the cave. The others were curious as to why Gray said they should come here. He didn't tell them his reason for telling them to come here, but they could tell that he knew something they didn't. The scrawny middle-aged man approached them with a lewd smile. "Little girl, why don't you come with us? Those kids can't protect you," he said while looking at Gray and the boys with contempt. Alice didn't even look at the man. She pretended as if the man didn't exist. Klaus, on the other hand, smiled before replying, "Protect yourself first. I don't think you." Gray placed his hand on Klaus's leg and tapped him. He knew Klaus was about to start cussing at the man. Gray didn't want the old man to find out their strength. If the old man knew that they were powerful, he might run away. "Looks like one of you is sensible. Little girl, I'll leave you with them for now, but once we get into that cave, you will come begging for our protection." The man laughed before going back to where his group was standing. "Why didn't you let me teach him a thing or two?" Klaus asked. "We're hiding our strength, remember? There's an evil person here that I want dead. He almost killed me the last time I came here, and he's using a vile method to improve his strength. I might not be a saint, but this man in particular, I don't like him." Gray whispered to the others. He remembered how he had to run. If not for sensibly using the time the man was killing the others to enter the fusion state, then even with the space element, he would have been in a perilous predicament. Klaus and the others finally understood what was happening. So you wanted revenge? Why didn't you say so? Klaus slapped Gray on the shoulder lightly. No, I want to remove a vile person from the world. Gray shook his head. I understand. Since we accidentally encountered this man again, you recalled your previous defeat. I like that. Run while you're weak, then come back when you're stronger and shove it in the face of the person who bullied you, Klaus said. Gray's lips twitched. He truly didn't come here for revenge. However, he knew there was no way he could explain it to the others. No matter how he tried to explain, Klaus and Reynolds said he was a vengeful person. After a few minutes, he finally gave up and let them think whatever they wanted to. Alice and Void laughed at his plight. They knew Klaus and Reynolds were purposely doing this to irk off Gray. 3 hours went by before the seal on the door gradually weakened at this time. 2 more groups had arrived as well. By the time the seal broke, 2 people arrived. Altogether, there were around 48 people. The 2 groups with the Overlord Plane Elementalists were the first to go inside. Before the group the scrawny middle-aged belonged to entered, he turned to wink at Alice. Can I beat him up later? Alice asked with a smile. Sure, but you'll have to pray he survives till our destination, Gray said with a smile before walking in with the others. Chapter 655, Omni Familiar Tactic LL, Chapter 655, Omni Familiar Tactic LL. They entered the cave, and after walking inside, they soon got to an intersection. This was all too familiar, and followed the path 5 more groups followed. They didn't walk far before they heard the scream of a person. It was clear that he was suffering from unimaginable pain. Gray shook his head before spreading out his spiritual senses. He noticed the array in the cave easily, unlike the last time. After looking at it, he realized that he could tamper with it and the old man wouldn't even be able to realize it. He decided to slightly delay the activation of the traps. This way, the people would get to figure out that an attack was coming. He didn't want people to die when he could easily kill the old man. Naturally, people would die anyway, but he wanted to reduce it as much as possible. After all, everyone here had a family. Even those who didn't might have someone waiting for them. After tampering with the array, he didn't bother with this group any longer and picked a path randomly. They walked ahead, and he was the one who was leading them. He would occasionally activate an array, but he would easily destroy the attack. Before long, they had almost gotten to the end of the cave. Due to the delay in the attacks, over 70% of the people present made it to the end. This shocked the old man greatly. He couldn't help but look around in a confusing manner. If the people he followed got here, he could attribute it to the Overlord Plane Elementalists in their ranks. But even Gray and his friends who were in the mid-stages of the origin plane still managed to get there unscathed. He snorted coldly before a sly grin appeared on his face. To him, either way, all of them would die. It didn't change a thing. The 2 Overlord Plane Elementalists stared at each other and acted at the same time, each trying to first the other collect the floating orb. Gray sat down to watch the show. The scrawny man rushed towards them when he found out they managed to get here successfully. I'm impressed you 4 got here successfully. Now hand over the treasures you acquired on the way. He stretched out his hand in a demanding way. Gray raised both hands to show that he had nothing with him. The others did the same. The few things they saw when coming didn't really interest them, but they couldn't let free things go to waste. They cleaned the place, keeping everything in their spatial ring. Since these people knew nothing of the space element, there was nothing they could do to them. I forgot, since you all made it here, then you were all trying to survive, how could you get the time to take anything? The man mocked. Hey, Klaus called to draw the attention of the man. The man naturally turned to look at him. Klaus put on a questioning look before asking, aren't you a little too old for all this? I mean, you should be around 80 or even 90, yet you're here fooling yourself. You. Keep quiet, I'm not done talking yet. Look at you, if you were my son, I'd send you back to hell where you came from the second I see your face. Then what's with that face? If I didn't know, I would have thought you were a monkey masquerading as a person. But calling you in the same breath as a monkey seems like an insult. Klaus went on, and the man had his mouth wide open, unable to retort. Klaus's words were like a knife that dug deep into the heart of the man. The man wanted to speak, but nothing came out of his mouth. Now, that right there is a violation, Reynolds said before bursting into laughter. Gray chuckled to his words. Alice covered her mouth, while Klaus also burst out laughing. The man stood there, his expression despondent. You can go back now, your mom is calling, Klaus said when the man couldn't speak. To their greatest surprise, the man actually turned around, and truthfully someone was calling him, but it was a man. His face contorted in anger before he angrily turned around. He was just about to attack when a change occurred in the cave. The two Overlord plane elementalists who were fighting suddenly started to struggle as if they were held by an invisible hand. When everyone looked below them, they saw the man who looked harmless merging with the orb. Hee, I have a bountiful harvest this time. I'll finally be able to break through to the Sage plane. He laughed evilly as he completely merged with the orb. His cultivation shot up to the peak of the Overlord plane. But Gray and the others knew his strength was well above those at the peak of the Overlord plane. Gray studied the man before nodding his head. It was just as he thought. The man changed. His body blinked occasionally before turning corporal. And this was the reason Gray didn't try to kill him when he saw them outside. There was something strange about what he did, so the body outside couldn't really be said to be his true body. Gray didn't understand how it worked, but he felt slightly intrigued by it. The two Overlord plane elementalists' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. "You tricked us?" one of them said angrily. Keep quiet and die." The man chuckled coldly. The two Overlord plane elementalists naturally wouldn't give up that easily. They managed to break free from what was holding them and attacked. "Futile effort," the man said before waving his hands, and blood-red water appeared, blocking the attacks. "Are there still special types of water?" Reynolds asked curiously. "I don't know." Gray and the others shook their heads. "Is that the person you want to kill?" Alice asked. "Yes. He'll use a technique to drain the life of everyone here. But he'll want to deal with those two first." Gray nodded. "Should we save them?" Alice asked. "Not yet. Let's watch for now." Gray smiled. When the scrawny man overheard their conversation, he rolled his eyes. Chapter 656, The Deeper We Go, the Stronger They Get. Chapter 656, The Deeper We Go, the Stronger They Get. The two Overlord plane elementalists were unable to put up much of a fight against the old man. At this rate, they would die in a short time. Gray looked at it and felt it was time for them to step in. "Void, he's all yours," he said to Void. Void was the only one at the peak of the Overlord plane amongst them, so he naturally had to be the one who would take out this old man. Gray might be able to defeat him, but he didn't feel 100% confident without using the fusion state. After all, he was still in the 6th stage of the Overlord plane, and this man in particular seems to be above the regular peak Overlord plane elementalists. Void nodded and disappeared. This man wasn't a big deal for him to handle. He appeared beside the man, and before the man even realized what was happening, he sensed a deadly attack coming from all angles. He tried to escape, but to his dismay, he was unable to move an inch. The scrawny man who was standing beside Gray and his friends was taken aback when he saw this. He overheard Gray telling Void to take care of this, so seeing that the man had a panicky expression, he could tell that he was in trouble. They are only in the origin plane. How can they deal with this man? He questioned himself. Unfortunately, he was unable to get an answer. He saw something that scared the living daylight out of him. The man who they thought would kill all of them started to disintegrate. It was a fast process, and within 30 seconds, a complete human disappeared from the world. It was so simple that they didn't even understand what happened. All they knew was that the man disappeared piece by piece, as if something was destroying him. The scrawny man looked at Gray and his friends, and cold sweat ran down his spine. He wasn't stupid, so he knew this was as a result of them. How did he summon the courage to mock these people? The truth was, if not for Alice, he wouldn't even give them a glance. But when he saw her, he wanted to take her for himself, so he approached them. Now, he had offended people he shouldn't. Without even thinking, he fell to his knees. When the others in the place saw him, they were surprised that he would kneel in front of these little kids. Is he that desperate? A lady from the group the scrawny man belonged to asked, staring at the man with disdain. He dropped his head to the ground in front of Alice and instantly started apologizing. Seeing this, Alice furrowed her brows. "You've ruined all the fun. Get out of my sight," she said, annoyed. Since the man apologized this quickly, beating him up wouldn't be any fun. It would feel like she was only bullying him, and unlike Klaus and Reynolds, she wasn't that shameless. Gray smiled when he saw this. He knew from the second the man got on his knees, Alice would let him go. He squinted his eyes and looked at the man. After a thought, he shook his head. He couldn't kill the man. Of course, it's not that it was hard, but it's because there were countless people like him. Should he go around killing all of them? The main reason he let the man go was because he didn't try to attack them from the start, only demanding their treasure. It was unknown if the man would have tried to use force if not for what happened. But since they didn't know, there was no use in bothering about it. Other than the scrawny man, no one else knew that the death of the man was as a result of Gray and his friends. The two Overlord plane elementalists looked around, trying to find who killed the man, but they were unable to. They each returned to their group and hurriedly left the cave, since they almost lost their lives. So although they had calmed down, they didn't want to stay here any longer. Gray and his friends left as well. Since the man was dead, there was nothing left to do there. After coming out, they went deeper into the magical beast's forest. Gray was unable to head this deep the last time because he was too weak at that time. But now, as long as he didn't encounter a rank 6 magical beast, he had nothing to fear. He suddenly recalled the state Ellis was in when he tried to find the liquid he wanted to use to heal Void. Ellis was already in the Sage Plane at that time, but he too found it difficult to move freely here. What secrets does this place hold? He asked himself. If even with Ellis's strength he couldn't move freely and he even went as far as to warn Gray, this meant there are most likely beasts in the 7th rank here. Just the thought of it sent goosebumps across his entire body. That was equivalent to an elemental sovereign. He couldn't even contest against a Sage Plane elementalist yet, much less an elemental sovereign that's above the Sage Plane. I heard there are dragons deep in the magical beast's forest. Reynolds suddenly brought up the topic of dragons. Yeah, so I heard. The others nodded. Is there a chance we can run into one? Reynolds asked curiously. It's best we don't. From what I know, the deeper we go into this forest, the stronger the magical beasts. Don't think you'll encounter rank 4 beasts there. Very soon you'll start meeting rank 5 beasts, and if we're unlucky, we might even meet a rank 6 beast in this area. The last thing on Gray's head right now is meeting a rank 6 beast. There was no way he could fight against it. He didn't even have the slightest bit of hope in going up against it, so it was for the best that they didn't encounter one. Minch Chapter 657. Such an overpowered element shouldn't exist. Chapter 657. Such an overpowered element shouldn't exist. The group wandered further into the magical beast's forest, and just as they predicted, the beasts they encountered started getting stronger. Now, they only encountered rank 5 beasts. Since most of the beasts were still in the early stages, it was extremely easy for the group to deal with them. Alice was the main figure fighting against them. Since she had the weakest power amongst them, she sorted to fight more. Reynolds also joined her since he didn't want to solely rely on his elemental warrior. His personal strength was not bad when compared to others in the same stage. If he was even placed in the Azure Continent, he wouldn't be below most of the people in his stage. His elemental warrior made people forget he was still in the early stages of the Overlord plane. They've also gotten some things on the way. This was the magical beast's forest after all, a place littered with treasures. As long as one had a little bit of luck and sufficient strength, then they would certainly take back a treasure or two. After spending almost a day in the forest, they had gotten to the part where the beasts were in the mid-stages of the 5th rank. The battles got a little more difficult, but Alice enjoyed it even more due to the pressure she was facing. Of course, she wasn't really in any danger since Gray and Klaus were there. Even Void was there as well, so there was nothing to worry about. She fought ferociously, but also made sure she didn't sustain any injuries. She might be aware that Gray and the others could save her, but it didn't mean she should forget defending. Reynolds was also having a difficult time with his opponents, but he didn't back down. Just like Alice, he fought violently. If people were to see them fighting, they would be confused as to who was the beast and who was the human. They fought like savage beasts, even though they were under pressure. They didn't back down. Gray and Klaus were watching the battles as they munched on the piece of meat on their hand. Nice move, now kick it in the head, Klaus exclaimed. After talking, he used his mouth to hold on to the piece of meat before he started clapping. If Reynolds wasn't fighting a serious battle, he would have left the beast and attacked Klaus. The battle was long, but Alice and Reynolds won in the end. It was expected given they were more calculative than the beasts. All they did was bait the beast, and when it thought it had the advantage, they unleashed a ferocious counter. The beasts seemed to be a couple, so their cooperation was quite high. But Alice and Reynolds had better cooperation, and since the beasts were wary of Gray and Klaus, they didn't use their full strength. Such a nice battle. But Reynolds, I feel you're a little lacking. You should have kicked the head of the beast when I told you to. That would have sent it running. Klaus gave his analysis of the battle with his hands behind his back. Alice and Reynolds were still panting from the fight, so they didn't attack him immediately. However, after they recovered, Klaus ran away. They were unable to catch up to him, so all they could do was grit their teeth and wait for his turn to battle. Their journey here could also be said to be a form of training. Going to a new place, the others felt a little pressured. Gray had told them how those in the Overlord plane were around 18, and most of them were more powerful than their counterparts in the Azure Continent. Hence, the group wanted to boost their strength as much as they could before going there, especially Alice. Unlike Reynolds, she didn't have an elemental warrior, so surprisingly, from being the strongest in the group while they were still at the Arcane Plane, she had fallen to the weakest. She was already close to the 4th stage of the Overlord plane, and she felt it would be for the best if she managed to attain it before they left. They camped in the woods since it was already dark. Thence the next day soon came, and they started their training once again. Alice tried to fight against a beast that was already on the verge of breaking through to the late stages of the 5th rank, and when ultimately lost, the battle was hard fought, but the beast had the advantage from the start. The group encouraged her. After all, it wasn't an easy feat. She was still in the early stages of the Overlord plane, yet she wanted to go against a beast almost in the late stages. Months after that battle, the beasts they encountered were either in the late stages or were about to enter. Klaus finally started his training. His use of the water element had reached a frightening stage that Gray was sure he hadn't seen anyone that had a better mastery than Klaus in the same stage. The group walked deeper, and the beasts got stronger. Klaus fought against a beast that should be around the 8th stage of the Overlord plane, and won. One has to know that he was in the 6th stage. Once a beast or an elementalist breaks through to the late stages, their strength increases. It's not like the increase from one stage to another, but a different one entirely. For Klaus to still win when 2 stages below showed his competence. Gray had also joined in on the battle, but due to the space element, his own couldn't really be called a battle, more like a one-sided fight. Before the beast could figure out what was happening, they were already dead. Klaus couldn't help but look at Gray's disappearing and appearing silhouettes in envy. He naturally didn't feel it in a bad way, more like, if only I had this as well. Or better still, such an overpowered element shouldn't exist in the first place. Chapter 658, Goodbye Azure Continent, Hello Aurora Continent, Chapter 658, Goodbye Azure Continent, Hello Aurora Continent. The group continued their journey deeper into the magical beast's forest, and before long, the beasts they encountered were almost at the peak of rank 5. They naturally didn't dare to go any further since it would mean that they would soon leave the region for rank 5 beasts and enter the one for rank 6 beasts. Even in this place, there is the possibility of encountering a rank 6 beast since it isn't that far. One thing that made the group less worried is that even the rank 5 beasts rarely come out from their caves. They all preferred staying inside. Other than the appearance of a treasure, most of them might not come out for months or even years. The group stayed in the magical beast's forest for over a week before they decided it was time to head to where the teleportation array resided. Alice had broken through to the 4th stage of the Overlord plane before they were leaving. So their journey wasn't wasted. When the group got to the building, they were quite surprised, not expecting such a building to be in this place. Who would have the time to build a mansion in the magical beast's forest? The teleportation array is inside, Gray said to the group while they were still staring at the building. They nodded before following Gray into the building. Klaus and Reynolds looked around curiously, trying to see if they could find anything that might be of importance. Unfortunately, there was nothing in that building, not even chairs. Is this the only way to get to the Aurora Continent? Alice asked. This is the only one I know of. Since this one is here, there's a high chance that there is another one somewhere. Gray replied after giving it some thoughts. Alice nodded in understanding. And they didn't waste any more time, all standing in the teleportation array. Gray set the essence stones in their positions and the array soon lit up. Goodbye, Azure Continent. Klaus waved as if there was someone there sending them off, somewhere in the previous Azure Empire, deep in a forest. Some figures could be seen in a compound, rushing towards a small room. They soon got into the room, staring at the figure sitting behind the table. What is it? The figure sitting behind the table in the room asked. The boy is no longer within range. One of the figures said, Does that mean he has gone to an independent space? The figure asked. I don't think so, Supreme One. You should also know of the main continent. If he were to go there, then there's no way we can track him there. The figure replied with heads bowed. There are powerful necromancers there. They will certainly sense the mark. Unlike before, I made sure to place a new mark on his body while we forced them out of the spatial tunnel. The figure regarded as the Supreme One said. Compared to human necromancers, these guys didn't need to use their lives in exchange for placing a mark. They could easily use it. The person marked wouldn't even know they were marked. With this mark, as long as Gray was in the Aurora Continent, he was bound to attract the attacks of necromancers all around. What should we do now, Supreme One? One of the figures asked. Hide. This is the best thing to do. Our tracks have already been exposed, and sooner or later more people from the main continent will come searching for us. We still haven't recovered completely, and it will still take some time before the seal weakens. The figure regarded as the Supreme One said. The others exchanged glances before nodding. They left soon after. Meanwhile, in the Aurora Continent, Gray and his friends appeared in a place not too far from a small town. The moment Klaus and the others appeared here, they could feel the difference in the elemental essence here. It was easily 5 times better than the Azure Continent. Klaus took a deep breath before saying, Hello, Aurora Continent. Gray looked at him, a little short of words. They decided to head to the town. First of all, he didn't know where they were, and although he had been here before, he was only familiar with some places. Hey, so there's a ranking system here. It's called the Genius Rankings. Each plane has its rankings, while the early, mid, and late stages also have their levels as well. Gray went on to tell them about the ranking system. That's nice, then I don't mind going for those in the early stages. Reynolds replied straightforwardly. Without his elemental warrior, he was still in the early stages of the Overlord plane. I'll go for those in the mid stages then. It'll be nice if I can become famous, Klaus said with a grin. Heh, not while I'm here, Gray scoffed. Have you participated in this ranking event before? Alice asked. I not only participated, but in 3 or 4 counties, I was the number 1 in the Origin plane. I even went as far as defeating a few people in the Overlord plane. I'm in the top 20 of those in the early stages of the Overlord plane, Gray declared proudly. Damn, now I want to take on the challenge real bad, Klaus said. Don't worry, you'll get your chance soon, but I want to ask, what's the plan? Are we staying independent, or are we joining a faction? Gray asked the most important question. For now, let's watch and see. We can't hastily join a faction, Alice replied. I know, but in a place like this, we naturally need backings. Adjustments? There are powerful forces here that you cannot even begin to imagine. With Klaus here, I'm certain we will offend someone with a powerful background, and that might be the end of us, Gray explained. Alice thought of it, and thinking about Klaus's personality, she couldn't say that Gray was wrong. Klaus was bound to offend someone sooner or later. Without sufficient backing, they would be toast. Chapter 659 Trapped. Chapter 659 Trapped. What do you mean by that? Klaus questioned coldly. You offend way too many people, Alice replied. Well, it's because I can't stand stupid people, Klaus said. While they were talking, they got to the town close to where they appeared. After getting inside the town, they noticed strange gazes from the townspeople. Gray pleaded with Klaus not to say anything before he asked someone where they were. The Aurora Continent was divided into 5, and the last time he came, he appeared in the Eastern Continent, heading to the Southern Continent to meet up with Ellis. It would be best he was in either of them since he already knew his way around them. He was more familiar with the Eastern Continent, so he would very much prefer they appeared there. However, this wasn't the case. The Western Continent, Gray muttered, as he returned to where his friends were. He knew nothing of the Western Continent. Neither did he have a map. After asking a townsman where the nearest city was, they left the town. The strongest person in the town was surprisingly in the mid-stages of the Origin plane. In the Azure Continent, a town like this one wouldn't even have someone in the Arcane plane, much less the Origin plane. Did you find something strange about those people? Alice asked the others. Yeah. They were staring at us in a strange way. The others nodded. They too could sense the gazes they were getting. But since there was no one who could threaten them, none of them took it too seriously. They walked for over 3 hours before the silhouette of a building came to view. However, it was not a city, but a single building. Are you sure this is the direction they pointed at? Reynolds asked confusedly. Yes, I should not be wrong. Gray replied as they walked closer to the building. The building was almost like a castle, but not exactly on the same level as a castle. When they got to the gate of the building, they couldn't sense anyone inside. Come on, let's keep going. Gray had no interest in checking out the place. It wasn't like this was where he wanted to go in the first place. The others nodded, but just as they were about to leave, they heard a cackling laugh from inside the building. "Since you're here, why leave?" The voice laughed, and the gates to the building opened. "Sorry, but we'll pass," Klaus replied. Do you think it's that easy?" The voice chuckled. Yes, I do," Klaus replied, and the group continued walking once again. "Fine, come in, and you might stand the chance to gain a rare treasure." The voice tried to entice them. Klaus's voice came from afar. "Keep your treasure, freak." Silence reigned for some time. The person didn't think Gray or his friends wouldn't even sit by for a few minutes. They left the second they got there. They didn't even have an ounce of curiosity. This is my forest. If you think you can leave so easily, it would really be a blemish on my name. But those townspeople really sent a group of strange people over. I'll teach them a lesson when next I pay them a visit." The voice laughed. Gray and his friends didn't hear these words. They didn't have the time to wait to hear what the person wanted to say. Since they decided they weren't going in from the start, then there was no use in showing any form of interest. 30 minutes later. Haven't we passed the place before?" Klaus wore a confused expression. "Twice, actually," Alice stated. "A maze?" Gray asked as he looked around. Although the place looked like a normal forest, this was the only thing that could come to mind. "Wait, why can't we fly?" Klaus suddenly asked. He hasn't tried it since they came, but now that he wanted to, he found out that he was unable to. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you all. Only those in the Sage Plane can fly, with the exception of Void, that is," Gray said. He too had tried it, but he found out that he couldn't as well, so he left it at that. "Void, fly up to see if we're in a maze or something like that." Gray turned to Void. Void nodded before flying into the sky. After almost a minute, Void came down with a confused expression. "I can't really say it's a maze. It's more like a really, really foresty forest," Void said. "Wait, what?" Klaus asked, clearly confused by Void's explanation. "There are tons of trees, and each of them are tightly connected to one another. It's almost impossible to even get to accurate location of where you guys were located. Had I not been connected to Gray, then I would have been lost," Void explained. "This means there's something actually disrupting our senses," Gray said. "Yep, that's it," Void replied. "Do you think it has something to do with that house?" Alice asked. "Most likely. That's the only place before this forest," Gray said. "Come on, we just got here, and we're already facing a difficult time already. Really?" Klaus turned around, as if questioning the world. "Let's leave things to mark the places we go through. This way, we will know where we've passed," Gray suggested. The group nodded and once again started their journey. 1 hour later. "We're lost," Gray said with a dark face. "This isn't too good for us," Alice said. Presently, a fog had appeared in the forest, making things more difficult for them. "Can't we teleport out of here?" Reynolds asked. "There's no other teleportation array I can use as a destination, and the space here is extremely tough, so doing a normal teleportation is way harder than usual," Gray replied. "So what now?" Reynolds asked. "Let's see if we can go back to where we came from," Alice suggested. "All right," the others agreed. It wasn't like they were going forward anyway. Chapter 660, Natural Formation. Chapter 660, Natural Formation. That's it. Come back to me. Without my help, there's no way you people can go through, even if you're in the Sage Plane," a voice said after the group started walking back. Surprisingly, they walked back out of the forest with so much ease that they started to doubt if they were truly out. "The building is there, and we all can't be seeing the same thing, right?" Reynolds pointed at the building as he asked. He wanted to confirm if what he was seeing was accurate or an illusion caused by their extended stay in the forest. "The building is there," the others nodded, which came as a relief to Reynolds. They walked in the direction of the building, and just as they got there, the gates to the compound opened up. The group exchanged glances, and with a cautious expression, they walked past the building, not going inside. What's going on?" A confused voice came from inside the building. Gray and his friends walked past the building and headed back towards the town. What was the use of going into the building when they could easily take another route? First of all, they had zero knowledge of what was inside. From how the voice spoke, it was accurate to say that this wasn't the first time he was encountering people. And once people got lost in the forest, they would come into the building and speak with whoever it was. But Gray and his friends didn't have such interests. They could easily use another road. It wasn't like this was the only way. Where are you going?" A panicked voice came from inside the building. None of them replied, simply walking past without any thoughts of turning around. Wait, wait, once you go past here, you'll get to the nearest city. All you have to do is bargain with me. The voice called out from inside. Oh, bargaining? Gray asked curiously. Yes, all you have to do is give me a passing fee and you're free to pass, the voice replied. Gray looked at the others, trying to see if they approve of the idea of giving this mysterious person a payment, or if they should go ahead with their original plan, which was passing another road. We might as well try. It will reduce the time needed to get to where we want to. Alice suggested. Gray looked at the others, and they nodded their heads as well. After the group came to a concession, they turned around and headed toward the building. The gate was still wide open, and it closed shut after they went in. Gray, on the other hand, didn't carelessly come in here. He had calculated everything, and with Void's help had been able to predict that whoever the mysterious person was, he was only at the peak of the Overlord plane. They could still handle him if he tried to attack. Getting to the door of the building, it opened on its own and the group walked in. On getting into the building, they froze at the sight of what stood before them. It was a boar, standing on its hind legs. It was over 2 meters tall. Although it was a boar, they could see slight signs of it being human. For instance, instead of hooves, it had hands, but its hind legs were hooves. Visitors, I rarely get them these days. The boar opened its mouth to speak. Klaus rubbed his eyes to confirm if he was seeing properly. Reynolds did the same as well. Gray had a much calmer expression, but he was shocked deep down since this was the first time he was seeing something like this. Alice had a stunned expression, unable to utter a word. What's with the faces? Haven't you seen a handsome boar before? The boar said when he saw how the group remained silent. In your dreams? Klaus asked with an odd expression. He didn't even know where to start. What's with all the staring? You're making me shy, the boar said. Klaus almost spat on the floor when he heard this. Luckily, he didn't. Alice was a little amused by the way the boar spoke. Gray didn't think much of it. You said you can help us get through the forest, correct? Gray asked. Correct. All you have to do is drop something nice, the boar said while licking his lips. Aren't you afraid we might rob you? Gray asked curiously. You humans are too weak for that, the boar grunted. What's with the forest? Gray asked. He didn't speak on his previous topic any longer. The only reason he said that was to see the reaction of the boar, and from how confident he was sure that he wasn't relying on himself alone. There's most likely something that gives him so much confidence. It's best if we don't see it, Gray thought to himself. The boar was already at the peak of the Overlord plane, so it meant what he was relying on must be above the Overlord plane. A single Sage plane elementalist could easily take out all of them. Their only hope of surviving was the talismans given to Klaus. The boar looked at Gray, and after a while he spoke up. There's a natural formation in there. According to what I know, it was made thousands of years ago. You can try if you want, but I know for a fact that an elemental sovereign came here once and was unable to get past it. Even flying above it is almost impossible. Listening to the boar's words, Gray was amazed. An elemental sovereign was unable to get past it. Then how could they, who were only in the Overlord plane, get past it? A natural formation. Gray fell deep in thoughts. He had read about this from one of the books he read back in the Lunar Academy. There were some natural formations in the Azure Continent as well. One thing he also knew was that wherever there's a natural formation, there's definitely something treasure. In some cases, it will be a rare treasure, while in others, a powerful beast. Chapter 661, Marsh Rats. Chapter 661, Marsh Rats. How are you possible? Klaus blurted out while Gray and the boar were speaking about the formation. What? The boar turned around. How's that possible? Klaus quickly changed what he said. Even though he was dying of curiosity as to how the boar was in this current state, he felt asking in that manner may offend the boar. Of course he didn't really care they offended him, but just like Gray, he had presumed the boar had something backing him. You don't know about natural formations? The boar asked, shocked by Klaus's lack of knowledge. No, I do not, Klaus replied. The others, however, heard what he asked the first time, likewise the boar. But since everyone acted like the question was never asked, it was all for the better. Gray explained how natural formations formed. They come in different ways. Some are made in the sea, some in the desert, some in swamps. Even mountains make up natural formations. These formations can form almost anywhere, as long as there is nature there. So how did you manage to know the way of going through? Reynolds asked. That's my secret now. What do you have to offer? The boar asked while rubbing both hands together. Essence stones? Gray asked. Not acceptable. I have way too many essence stones in my possession. Rather, I want something good. The boar shook his head. I have an elemental weapon here. Do you want that? Gray asked. The boar shook his head again. What do you want then? Klaus asked, when the boar was agreeing to anything Gray was offering. Give me that cat. The boar pointed at Void. Gray's eyes immediately went cold the moment the boar pointed at Void. On seeing Gray's cold eyes. A chill ran down the spine of the boar, and he took a step back. I was only joking. Essence stones and some elemental weapons would do. Gray took out 2 mid-grade elemental weapons before taking out almost 20 high-grade essence stones. The boar's eyes glittered when he saw this, and he said, It's not enough. He had already kept these ones before he said this. This way, Gray and his friends wouldn't step back. Do you believe that you'll be dead before whatever you have your hopes on would come? Gray asked coldly, his disposition one that showed that he wasn't joking. Calm down, but I'm only stating the truth. These are not enough. The boar said, Since they aren't, return them. Gray was decisive in his decision-making. He knew the boar was only trying to take advantage of them since it saw how easily he brought out the items. From how the boar acted, he knew he must have done this to countless people. You do not understand what I'm trying to say. The boar tried to explain. However, he was cut short by Gray. Void, Gray said a single statement. The boar, who still felt like he had the upper hand, felt his scalp go numb, and the cat that was on Gray's shoulder was no longer there. Instead, he was on his shoulder, staring at him playfully. It was like he could kill him any time. What is the meaning of this? The boar stammered. Return them or tell me how to pass through the forest? Gray's voice was as cold as ice. The boar looked at Void, and he knew that this cat could easily kill him, which freaked him out. When Gray and his friends came in here, Void hadn't said a word, lying carelessly on Gray's shoulder. Here, it'll take you to the other side of the forest. It knows the way. The boar waved his hand and a small cage appeared. Inside the cat was a small rat. The rat was barely over 6 inches. This thing can help us get through? Klaus asked as he picked up the cage. He didn't believe what the boar was saying. Yes, but you'll have to let it go after you've crossed so it can come back to me. The boar replied, How can it take us there? Gray asked. This is a marsh rat. It's incredibly difficult to capture, but once you get the right tools, you can easily keep one of them. The boar said. There's a female on the other side? Gray asked. You know about this as well? The boar asked, amazed by Gray's knowledge of things. These types of magical beasts are the least popular type, because they have almost 0 fighting abilities. They could almost be counted as regular beasts. They are extremely agile and adept at hiding, so catching one was difficult. However, all male marsh rats have a fatal flaw, and that is, they will go to where there's a female marsh rat. If one isn't close by, then they don't mind traveling thousands of kilometers to find one. This was the method the boar used in crossing this forest. It might be odd, but it's very effective. These guys don't rely mainly on their senses when going after their female counterparts, so the formation was useless against them. Gray smiled before nodding to Void, who disappeared from the boar's shoulder and appeared on his own. See you next time. He turned around and left. When the group got to the entrance of the forest, Gray set up a teleportation array there. In case things didn't go as planned, they could easily come back here. When they entered the place, they let the rat go, and it immediately started running in a particular direction. Gray placed a leash on it so it wouldn't go too far away from where they were. Before long, they had gone past where they were stuck the last time. While they were going, Gray suddenly sensed some that made him stop moving. The sensation was coming from deep in the forest. What's wrong? Reynolds asked when he saw him stopping. Let's take a quick stop. I feel like there's something here. Gray said to the others. They nodded and followed behind Gray. Chapter 662, Strange River. So what are we looking at here? Klaus asked as they ventured into the forest. They had been walking for almost 1 hour now, and Gray still hadn't found what he was searching for. If not for the fact that he could see the marsh rat with his eyes, he might have fallen into depression when he had to think of how they would leave here once again. I don't know, it's a strange feeling I'm getting. Gray replied with uncertainty, but he didn't want to give up on this. The last time something like this happened was when he was in the trial land, when he felt something like a calling from a rock which sent him to another space. The feeling was almost identical to that one, so he was a bit hopeful he would get something good. Klaus sighed, but still followed behind him. It wasn't like there was anything he could do. If this was a normal forest, then they could just wait and let Gray go on his adventure on his own. After another hour, Klaus froze and hastily turned to look in one direction. Sense something? Gray asked. He could feel that whatever he was sensing should be around this area, and if Klaus was feeling it as well, it would make things easier. I think so, Klaus replied, a little uncertain. Well then, lead the way, Gray said. He couldn't sense it properly, and since Klaus suddenly started sensing it as well, it might be the same thing. And from Klaus's expression, what he sensed was close by. Klaus didn't say anything and took the lead, heading in the direction he was staring at. Gray followed closely behind as he looked in all directions. After a while, they started to hear the sound of running water. The sound was something they hadn't heard of before. Without a doubt, it was the sound of water, but it felt as if a mountain was moving through it. The sound was louder and seemed very powerful. The group soon caught sight of an unbelievable scene. The running water they could clearly hear from over 100 meters away was so small they blinked repeatedly. The width of where the water was flowing through wasn't more than an inch. However, they were unable to determine its length. Okay, this is just weird, Reynolds said. How could something so small create such a loud sound? I almost thought it was an ocean. Alice spoke what was on her mind when she saw the tiny river. They thought maybe they were being deceived and a larger river was around somewhere, but unfortunately for them, they didn't find any. There's something strange about this water. Gray squinted his eyes. Klaus also furrowed his brows as he stared at the running river. Without a thought, he placed a finger into it. It was at this moment he knew this was by no means a normal river. He hastily retreated, but when he turned around, he realized within 2 seconds of placing his finger in the water, it dragged him along with the flow of the river. Presently, he was almost 3 meters away from the others. Gray had a stunned expression when he was what just happened. Klaus's feet were dragged along the ground by the powerful force. Stay away from the river, he said to the others. When he turned around, he noticed he was the only one standing close to the river. They didn't even call me along, he complained internally. Even Klaus was nowhere near the water, giving it a considerable distance. He was still trying to analyze what happened a few seconds ago, but staying away from the water for now was the best thing. Put your hand, you have a tougher body, Klaus suggested, while looking from almost 30 meters away. Gray didn't reply. He focused his gaze on Klaus's finger, and from how Klaus was holding it, he was sure it didn't break, but the bone might have cracked. Just what is this water? He questioned curiously before creating an earth wall, trying to block the path of the water. Crack! He heard a cracking sound and the path of the river opened up. The wall didn't even form any sort of resistance. It was breached the second the water came in contact with it. Gray was shocked beyond words. He had seen how the water easily moved Klaus, but the earth wall he made a few seconds ago was stronger than Klaus physically, so it would have been able to form at least some sort of resistance. Gray created another rock, but stronger this time, and he placed it in the water just like before. The water passed through it, quite easily even. This is the strongest defensive rock I can make. Does this mean that this water can easily break my defense? Gray was shaken by the thought of this. Gray brought out one of the elemental items he had with him. Surprisingly, he managed to obtain a specially crafted chalice. Well, Void did, but it doesn't matter. It's with him now. The chalice was extremely tough. Gray had been criticizing the person who created it since he obtained it. Who would make a chalice this tough? It was something that was made for drinking, yet a psychopath turned it into a strange item. Gray had zero knowledge of what it was used for. When Gray brought out the chalice, Void's eyes bulged out. I thought you said you lost it? He questioned. I did, Gray replied with a blank expression. Then what's on your hand? Void asked while staring at Gray. This was a precious chalice that had jewels embedded on the side. It was made from silver, an amazing and shiny item. Void was the one who found it, but Gray took it when he saw how strange it was. I made a new one from that one's remains. Gray walked closer to the river as he replied. Void's lips twitched repeatedly, and his whiskers were moving in all directions. He almost wanted to strangle Gray at this moment. Gray paid no heed to his expression as he bent down to place the chalice on the river. Chapter 663, Comprehension Clang. The second the tip of the chalice entered the small river, it made a clunking sound as if it was hit by another metal. Gray, hastily tried to remove the chalice after what seemed like a single drop of water entered. However, his expression changed when he realized he was unable to drag the chalice up. With much difficulty and reinforcement from all his elements, he only managed to raise the top a few inches away before he dropped it on the ground, beside the river. The stop he placed, the chalice sank down from the heaviness. How's this possible? Gray's brain went into overdrive, trying to think of what could make just a single drop of water possess such heaviness. Klaus and the others saw how difficult it was for Gray to raise the chalice, and they couldn't help but look at the river in awe. They were first astounded by it when it moved Klaus so easily, but Gray had the toughest body here, and he still couldn't carry a cup full of water. When they took a closer look at the chalice, they felt as if their world was turning around. Initially, they thought it was a cup full of water who knew it was nothing more than a drop. A tiny drop of water, and Gray raised it with so much difficulty. They saw how the ground caved at the moment the chalice was placed on it, so they knew whatever was in the chalice was heavy beyond words. A drop of water. Reynolds was stunned. He tried to raise the chalice, however he almost detached himself from his hands after trying too hard. How could you be trying to raise it? Gray, who has the physique of a magical beast, had such a difficult time just moving it, and you think you could? Klaus asked mockingly before turning to Gray. No offense, bud. Gray stared at Klaus, calming the urge to punch him in the face. You could just say I was stronger physically. What the hell is having the physique of a magical beast? He complained inside. Unfortunately, since Klaus had somewhat apologized, he couldn't beat him up. I'll think of a way to get back at him. Do you think this is like a variant of water? Klaus asked. I heard the pressure at the bottom of the ocean is unbearable for most. This might be something like that, Alice said. Gray nodded. He had also read about this. If this was true, then it was a mystery as to how this water was flowing on the surface. One thing about this river was that they didn't know how deep it was. If the surface is already this heavy, how heavy would it be if they go deeper? Klaus moved closer to the water. Since he was a water elementalist, he had a close connection with water. Compared to Gray, who had multiple elements, his connection with the water element was stronger. He stared at it for some time before sitting down cross-legged close to the river, closing his eyes. His strange behavior surprised the group, but they didn't disturb him. Gray knew what Klaus was attempting to do, and he couldn't help but think of the possibility of having something like this in your arsenal. It would be the end of all defenses. He sat down cross-legged a few meters away from Klaus and closed his eyes as well. Klaus was already attempting it, so why not? Alice and Reynolds looked at each other at a loss. Void was laying on Gray's head, sound asleep. The duo was forced to sit on the side and cultivate as well. Time went by, and the day became night. The usual foggy forest was crystal clear at the night. The sounds of beasts were coming from all sides, but Gray and Klaus still had their eyes shut. Alice and Reynolds were already on full alert, prepared to attack. They couldn't leave the area where the river was located due to the fear of getting lost, but they could ensure that no one got close to the duo training. During that night, 4 magical beasts attacked. The one that was the most difficult to deal with was a death owl. It's called this because it had what looked like a skull on its back. It also mainly uses the darkness element for attacks. Silent hunters were the most difficult to deal with, especially those that were coming from the sky. It might only be in the early stages of the 5th rank, but it's a bird so it naturally could fly. It pestered the duo longer than any of the other beasts they battled. After almost 1 hour, it left, but its prolonged absence sent the duo into full alertness. They felt maybe it was biding its time. It was only after another hour passed did they finally calm down, knowing it was gone. By dawn, Gray and Klaus still had their eyes closed. There weren't even any signs of them opening their eyes. However, there's a change in Klaus's situation. Around him, there were faint water elemental particles. They could tell this was a sign of progress in whatever he was gaining an understanding of. Time went on, and the day turned to night again. Void woke up this time. He went into Gray's storage ring to bring out the roasted meat that was kept there. He ate it with Alice and Reynolds and helped them fend off the beasts that attacked. The same death owl came again. Unfortunately for it, Void was around, and unlike the other beasts that managed to escape, it was caught. Reynolds told Void to make sure he caught it alive. He still felt irritated by the previous night they didn't rest peacefully because of this owl. On seeing the grin on Reynolds' face as he approached it, the owl struggled. Unfortunately, it can't really escape from Void's clutches. Reynolds didn't kill it, but he continued speaking of how they would eat it after it was dead. The owl naturally understood human language, so hearing this, it was shaking from fear. Mince Chapter 664, Celebratory Owl Soup, in the blink of an eye. 5 days went by in a flash. Gray and Klaus were still seated at the side of the small river. Initially, Klaus was the first one to have a reaction while they were both trying to comprehend the mystery behind the heavy water. But due to Gray not being a noob to things like this, he quickly caught up. Nevertheless, Klaus was still the one with the most elemental particles around him. Mince within a 1-meter radius. Everything around him felt extremely heavy. Klaus's comprehensive ability was no joke. In a matter of 5 days, he had gotten a good chunk of what was needed. He could even exit cultivation now, but he wanted to ensure he got the best out of it. Gray had never been one with the best comprehensive ability, but his persistence and determination have always been his helping hand. In these 5 days, he's gotten a lot from it. Hence, if things continued in this fashion, he was sure that he would be able to create water that even a drop would be heavier than an elephant. 5 more days went by, and finally there was a large commotion on Klaus's end. Water moved around him, and one could feel like elephants were stampeding on the ground from the small particles that were touching the ground. Gray was forced to exit his cultivation when he felt this. Looking at Klaus, he smiled before retreating from the area. Mince, Alice, and Reynolds walked up to him but didn't ask any questions. A few minutes went by before the commotion died down. Klaus, whose eyes had been shut all this while, finally opened it. A glint flashed through, and he sucked in a deep breath. "How long have I been cultivating?" he asked the others, unsure of the time he used. Actually, he felt he hadn't been there for more than 3 days. 10 days, Alice and Reynolds replied simultaneously. 10. Gray and Klaus were a little taken aback. Mince Gray felt they must have been cultivating for at most 5 days. He didn't think it was double that figure. He looked at Klaus and couldn't help but shake his head. Klaus's luck could be said to be the best in the group. He almost always finds a treasure which makes his cultivation advance faster than the others. After he gained enlightenment on this water, Klaus broke through to the 7th stage of the Overlord Plane. Of the group. He was the only one who had gotten to the late stages of the Overlord Plane, with Gray not too far behind. Alice just broke through to the 4th stage, so she still had a lot of catching up to do. Reynolds was the only one in the early stages of the Overlord Plane. However, if his elemental warrior is brought into the picture, then it was a completely different story. "You've broken through again," Gray said with a smile. "Yeah, just a small reward compared to the real gain," Klaus said with a smile before a ball of water formed above his hand. The bluish ball of water above Klaus's hand was the same as the small river flowing on the ground. However, his own was weaker in comparison to that one. At this stage, it couldn't even be said to be 20% as powerful as the river, but it was a powerful ability to have, and over time, the strength will naturally improve. Mince, just as Klaus was about to show off, he saw Gray opening his palm with a smile on his face. His expression was one of incredulity when he realized Gray made the same water ball as him, only slightly weaker. It was only now he recalled Gray had the water element as well, and just like him, he tried seeking enlightenment from the river. Although in the end he was the biggest winner, the fact that Gray managed to do this as well showed how powerful his comprehension ability was. There are water elementalists that might be elemental sovereigns, yet it does not guarantee that they will be able to understand the secret of this river. Luck and fate played a key role in this. Gray's situation was his monstrous abilities. The orb in his body might play a part in him getting the water element, but comprehending this was his personal achievement. "When I thought I could finally show off," Klaus sighed in dejection. "Don't feel too sad." Reynolds consoled him. "I'm not. He's just too monstrous." Klaus shook his head. Gray smiled, flashing his shiny teeth before playfully hitting Klaus's on his shoulder. "Oh, Gray, I caught us a celebratory food." Reynolds suddenly remembered the death owl and brought it out. The poor thing had been frightened almost to death. Reynolds' words had been taunting it since it was caught. The second it appeared, it saw 2 people staring at it savagely, and it panicked. "Haha, let it go. I still have some meat left in my—" Gray paused when he was unable to see any of the leftover meat he kept. "About that, Void brought it out, and we ate it," Reynolds said, a bit embarrassed by the situation. "If that's the case, owl it is." Gray couldn't nag them for meat, especially when there's free meat staring at him. The death owl's emotions went from sadness to delight, and then to despair. When it first heard Gray say they should let it go, it almost couldn't contain its joy. But that joy soon came crashing down when he heard what Gray said. It couldn't help but look at Void spitefully. This cat was the one who caught it, and now, because of this very cat once again, it was about to meet a cruel end. The worst thing was knowing after its death, it would become food for these humans and one cat. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak out, or else it would protest against the decision. Before long, a fire was set up and a large pot was well positioned in it. The owl was already killed and cut into small pieces. Gray could be seen adding the final ingredients to complete the soup he was making. "This is nice. We should open an inn," Klaus said while gulping down the rest of his soup. "Oh, really? Who's going to be there?" Gray scoffed. "You, of course. Who else can cook among us?" Klaus asked. "Well, I can." Alice raised her hand. "Yes, but we're talking about being on Gray's level, or at least close to it." Klaus's reply was like cold water. Alice wanted to refute, but she couldn't. Yes, she could cook, better than the boys, but being on Gray's level was something else. Even being close to it meant that you must be a great cook. Gray was just that good of a cook. Alice pouted but looked away. "Bud, come on, what do you say?" Klaus asked. "I'll be too busy training. After I have no one who can defeat me. Maybe then I'll open an inn." Gray replied. "All right, remember to tell me I'll be your manager." Klaus didn't doubt Gray's words. He was that confident in his friend's ability. But the truth was, who wouldn't? For someone who can not only comprehend new elements but also improve their grade, there was no way he wouldn't get to the top someday. "And I'll be your accountant. I'll be in charge of anything concerning money." Reynolds raised his hand to join in on the plan. "I'll be the one to test all the foods to ensure they're safe," Void said. Alice laughed when she heard their replies before she said, "I'll be the owner of the inn." The others froze before bursting out laughing. Of course, they knew they were only joking. If Gray truly did open an inn later in the future, then he would be the one to employ people. They would be too busy to cater for an inn. "We should get going," Gray suggested after they finished laughing. The others nodded. They've been here for 10 days now, and it was time for them to leave. Since coming to the Azure Continent, surprisingly, they haven't been able to go anywhere because of this. "I still have a lot to do before getting to the 7th stage. The higher my cultivation, the harder it is to improve. I think I'll need to focus on the light element for now. Luckily, I saw a teacher using it during the battle. But that wouldn't be enough." Gray was deep in thoughts as they followed the marsh rat out of the forest. On the way, he suddenly recalled something. "Klaus, can you lend me one of the talismans teacher gave you?" Gray turned to Klaus. "Uncle's talismans, sure." Klaus took out one of the talismans and gave it to Gray. Gray took it and sent his spiritual senses into it, sensing the raging fire inside. He retracted his senses and gave it back to Klaus. "One that boosts your speed." "Oh, okay." Klaus said before taking out another talisman. Gray took it and sent his spiritual senses inside. The second his spiritual senses entered, he was blinded by a white light. "Yes, this should help," he said to himself. Watching his teacher using the light element alone wouldn't be able to help him out with his comprehension of the light element. Coming in close contact frequently with it will help. This talisman was all he needed. It was just like in the case of the darkness and space elements. He came in frequent contact with them thanks to Void, which accelerated the comprehension process. While they were going out of the forest, he focused mainly on the light element. If he could comprehend it, added with the small gains he made from getting enlightenment from the river, even if he doesn't break through to the 7th stage like Klaus, he wouldn't be far from it. However, unlike the water element, he was starting from scratch. The chances of him breaking through from normal cultivation was way higher than breaking through after comprehending the light element. Even with the talisman, it would be difficult. The light element was a tad rarer than the darkness element, so comprehending it was naturally harder than the other. They walked for almost 2 hours before they finally left the forest. When Reynolds saw that they were out of the forest, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "We're finally out of that hellish place. The city should be straight ahead, right?" Gray nodded before staring at the marsh rat. Honestly, he almost didn't want to let it go, but in the end, he had to deal with the boar, so he naturally let it go. Besides, he already placed an array on the other side so he could go whenever he wanted to. Before the group left, he also created a teleportation array on this side of the forest as well. "If only we can stay here, then we'll make a fortune," Klaus said when Gray was making the teleportation array. This was no joke. All they needed to do was charge lesser than the boar, and since theirs was quicker, they would attract all the customers, sending the boar out of business. We can't. This place is too local for us. Means I plan to either join the biggest faction here, or we head to the middle continent. That place has the strongest powers, Gray said. I know, I just thought we'd make quick money here. It wouldn't be bad sending an underling here later in the future, though. Klaus replied. Gray nodded before they continued their journey. He recalled something before saying to the others, Oh, I forgot to tell you guys there are factions that focus only on one element. Mince. Most of the ones I've seen do that, but I don't know if that's how all the factions are. When he saw their reactions, he added, There are dual elementalists in the factions, so we shouldn't really have a problem. By the time he got to this point, he froze before looking at Klaus. Of the four, only Klaus didn't have the lightning element, which meant there was no certainty that he would be able to join the same faction as the others. I'll join a separate faction then. If you're in the same faction as me, you'll steal all the glory, Klaus said calmly. He's not being envious or greedy, but there's almost no way people will take note of him if there's a freak like Gray around. Alice and Reynolds looked at each other and nodded in agreement. We'll all join separate factions. This will be better for our growth, Alice said. Seeing Gray's reaction, she added, If we're together, we'll rely too much on each other. Well, mostly on you, which isn't good for us. Gray thought about what they said and nodded. They were right about that, although they didn't really show it, but when they were together, since he was the strongest, they naturally relied on his and Void's strength. This is one of the reasons they could get into a fight without any fears. All right, we'll join different factions. But we should at least try out the Geniuses rankings before joining. This will not only make a name for us, but we'll get the needed status before joining any faction, since we wouldn't be nobodies. Gray suggested, the others nodded. They soon got to the city while speaking. It was a relatively small town, so there wasn't really anything that caught their attention. They strolled around the market, but there was nothing of interest. After getting a map, they decided to head to the main city of the current region they were in. There are over 20 regions in the Western Continent, and only 5 of them were of a high level. The regions could basically be divided into 3, low, mid, and high. Gray visited mid and high-leveled regions when he was in the Eastern Continent, so he didn't even take a glance at the low-leveled regions on the map of the Western region he got. According to the map, they were in a low-leveled region. The others felt it wouldn't be bad to test out the strength of the Geniuses on the same plane and stage. They traveled for almost a week before getting to where the first person in the early stages of the Overlord Plane Geniuses rankings was located. Reynolds was the only one still in the early stages of the Overlord Plane, so he was the one who challenged the person. He won with so much ease that the others gave up on the thought of even trying to fight those in their stages. First of all, the person in the early stages of the Overlord Plane was well over 25. This discovery stunned Gray when he thought of those in other regions, especially when he recalled the youth who attacked him with a single attack. He couldn't help but shake his head. He guessed the youth should be at the peak of the Overlord Plane at that time. If his guess was true, then the youth must have broken through to the Sage Plane a long time ago. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. He hated being stepped on by others. There was no way he would let it go. People might call him vengeful, but he didn't care about it, as long as he got back at the person who embarrassed him. The group decided to head over to at least a mid-level region before they would start challenging those on the Geniuses rankings. 1 month went by in the flash of an eye. The group was still traveling, but they've all made significant progress. Although none of them had broken through to the next stage, yet they had honed their skills from multiple battles and sparring against each other. The heavy water Klaus could create now was superior when compared to what he made the first time. It would take a while before he could become an expert on it, but for now he could use it to surprise others. In a battle, a single change can alter the previous flow of the battle. Hence, if Klaus's heavy water was to be splashed on someone, the result might be terrifying. The person will not die, but the shift in weight will put them off balance. Gray had been practicing that, as well as the gravitational force the old man from the Azure Empire used to attack the principal when they were fighting. At the time he saw it, it piqued his interest and he naturally wanted to learn it. There's also the light element he was trying to comprehend from the talisman. He got so much on right now that, unlike the others, he couldn't afford to give himself any spare time. His chance of revenge was only less than 2 years away. There's no way he could allow himself to be disgraced again. On seeing Gray pushing himself so much, the others were sort of motivated by him and followed suit. It didn't take long and they got to the first mid-level region. Dixon region finally. We'll get a true challenge. Alice was itching for a fight. Since she came to the Aurora continent, she hadn't fought against a genius yet. They encountered some unfortunate bandits, but they couldn't be compared to young geniuses. Don't get your hopes up, you might be disappointed, Gray said calmly as they headed into the first city on their list. This city was called Skyland City. To be honest, I'll be disappointed if this city isn't flying. Klaus said when he heard the name of the city. Me too, Reynolds said. The duo almost always agree on the same thing, so the others weren't surprised when they heard this. Klaus and Reynolds started bantering each other as the group walked around. Gray would be dragged in sometimes, and he usually suffers from the duo's hand. He wasn't as sharp-tongued as them, so he always lost. Alice and Void watched from the side, laughing at Gray's plight. On the way, the plaque, Chris made an array on Blink twice. Gray always keeps it close to him so he will be notified as soon as his teacher wants something. This wasn't the first time since they left the Azure Continent. His teacher requests for food at least once a week. Gray had been doing a lot of cooking lately because of the group. He would keep some so whenever his teacher wanted something, he could send him one. A shame, Klaus stood in front of a large city gate as he stared at the city. Huh. Gray and Alice were taken aback by his comment. They hadn't even gotten into the city yet, but they could feel its vibrant aura already. Why would Klaus suddenly say a shame? It's on the ground, like every other city. Klaus pointed at the name of the city boldly written above the city gate. Honestly, you really thought it would have been floating in the air? Gray looked at Klaus oddly. Not exactly, but I was a little hopeful. This is a new place with powerful people, so why can't they just make a floating city? Klaus replied calmly. The group walked into the city, and they were stunned by the number of people moving around. It was already past noon. Is this place usually this active? Reynolds asked. This is my first time here, but I don't think it should. The other cities I've been to are not like this. Maybe something important is taking place. Gray surmised. Klaus stopped a youth walking by and asked if anything was going on. They were surprised when they found out that the annual Geniuses rankings was taking place today. Is it over? Gray asked hurriedly. Not yet, but it will be soon. They've already finished the battles for those in the Origin Plane and the early stages Overlord Plane. Rankings have been decided already. Likewise, the mid-stages. All that's left is the late stages rankings, the youth replied. Gray thanked the youth and prepared to leave. However, Alice held on to them before asking the youth nicely, "Where is it taking place?" The youth told them the direction of the place and they left. Gray and the others felt it was held in the arena, which was normal, but surprisingly, it wasn't. Other than that arena, there was a special place for fighting competitions in Skyland City. When the group got there, their mouths opened wide in awe. Even Gray, who rarely had reactions to things, was blown away by what he was seeing. It surely deserves the name, Skyland City, he remarked while looking at the floating land in front of them. Below the land was nothing but water. They couldn't help but wonder how this place was formed. I'm impressed, Klaus said with a nod. Reynolds and Alice nodded while they were marveling at the view. 3 figures were rushing behind them. Get out of the way, I'm late, the voice said hurriedly. Klaus turned around to get a view of the person who just spoke, and his eyes trailed longer on the figure in the middle. It was a young lady who looked to be around 18 years old, with an almost porcelain-like skin. The sun could almost be said to be radiating off her skin. Her face was a sight to behold. With an hourglass figure and long black hair, she looked like an angel who fell from the sky. Gray looked at the young lady as well, but his gaze didn't last long on her body. His focus was on the old man standing by her side. He couldn't sense anything from him, and judging from how he was standing beside the young lady, he knew he was protecting her, the daughter of a powerful family. He thought to himself before moving to the side. Reynolds and Alice also moved to the side, leaving Klaus alone, who seemed to be frozen, moved. The young lady said, slightly irritated by Klaus blocking her path. Klaus came back to his senses soon enough and replied, slightly embarrassed, "Oh, sorry, I blanked out for a moment." He moved to the side and allowed the group to pass. When the group got to the edge of the water, what looked like a stairway appeared, and they ascended it to the floating land. That's the way to go up, huh? How innovative, Gray said before tapping Klaus on the shoulder. He was still too busy looking at the back view of the young lady that he almost forgot about his friends. We should go too. We're already late. Gray smiled before ascending the stairs as well. Each stair felt like they were made of thin ice. They could see through it. Klaus was lost in thoughts as they ascended the stairs. They soon got to the peak, and the view before them was massive. A large crowd was gathered, and people could be seen fighting on different platforms. The place was like an open field, but there were buildings around indicating someone was staying there. I want something like this, Klaus said. The group approached the platforms, staring at the ongoing battles. Those on each platform were in the late stages of the Overlord plane, and all of them were between 20 to 25. Klaus was the only one among the group that was in the late stage of the Overlord plane. But it didn't mean that he was the only one with the strength of someone in the late stages of the Overlord plane. About 3 platforms were empty, but Gray told them to wait and see how things were going. Klaus took them to sit in one of the places. Surprisingly, the young lady who passed them not too long ago was sitting in the same area, not too far away from them. Don't do anything, please, Gray pleaded with Klaus when he saw his gaze. This wasn't the Azure Continent. They had to be extra careful here. Naturally, he could speak with the young lady if he wanted to, but he had to make sure he didn't offend her and cause trouble for the group. If they were in the Southern Continent, Gray could use the influence of the O'Brien family to save them, but here he had nothing. Relax, I'm not that stupid, Klaus said coolly. I trust you. Gray focused on the battles once again. 10 people were currently battling, and all of them were around the 7th and 9th stage of the Overlord plane. Any of them in the 7th stage could beat any of the peak Overlord plane elementalists from the Azure Continent. The difference in attack power was massive. Chapter 668, Klaus taking the stage. This was the first time Alice and the others were seeing geniuses from the Aurora Continent fight. Well, real geniuses, that is. From the small battles they were watching, they knew these guys were more powerful than the first one Reynolds fought against. They were all pumped up, thinking about how they would fare against these geniuses. In the Azure Continent, they could easily fight across stages. Here, they hoped to replicate the same thing. Can we still challenge those in the same stages as us? Alice asked. I think so, but it'll be after the battle for those in the late stages is complete. Gray answered. He didn't really know much about these things, but since they could challenge whoever was in the rankings, he was sure they might be able to challenge them here if the people were present. These people would definitely want to watch more battles anyway. It's a shame we were late. Reynolds shook his head. Gray smiled while looking at the platforms. He didn't think each region had a different time for their annual Geniuses rankings, but thinking about it now, he realized there was no way all the regions will host their regional rankings at the same time. Presently, this was currently the stage where they challenged those in the top 50. Who would you be challenging? Gray asked curiously. This is my first time fighting against them. I don't want to overdo it. I'll challenge the person ranked 45th. Klaus said calmly. All right. There should be some people in the mid-stages that are in these rankings, so you might encounter some, Gray said. What about you? Klaus asked. I'm going for the 30th person. I can naturally go higher, but I don't want too much attention. I'll slowly fight into the top 20, then stop there. There's a reward for those in the top 20, Gray said. Void, don't you want to try? Reynolds asked. I'll defeat all of them with nothing but a shake of my paws. There's no use trying, Void stated proudly. His voice was small, but those sitting around the group heard him clearly. The funny part was that they didn't think that the cat was the one who spoke, rather, they felt it was the words of one of them. Some people scoffed at them, irritated by their baseless boasting. The young lady the group encountered on the way here also turned to look behind her to see the cause of the small disturbance in the area. She saw Klaus and Gray talking with calm expressions before turning around. 10 minutes later, the battles on the platform ended, and it was time for others to step forward and challenge whoever they wanted. I'll be going first. Klaus stood up before jumping toward the stage. He wasn't the only one who was moving toward the stage. More people were headed towards the platforms. And surprisingly, the particular platform he picked had 3 people vying to get on it all. Still midair, they attacked. Whoever manages to step foot on the platform first wins. This was something they all knew. They also knew that they could easily retreat and wait for the next battles. But they've already stepped forward, and going back now without even testing the strength of the other party was a show of weakness. Well, so they thought. The duo sent attacks at Klaus simultaneously. Klaus didn't panic on seeing the attacks. He wrapped himself with water, shielding himself from every attack coming his way. The attack delayed him, giving the other two the edge. However, just as they were about to set foot on the platform, they sensed a deadly attack coming their way. It was a thin ice arrow. The arrows were only around 10 inches, but the duo could sense a life-threatening aura from them. Without even thinking, they focused their entire being on it. Klaus scoffed before gently landing on the platform with a smile. Even Gray couldn't block it. You two think you can? He thought internally. His ice ability was currently on another level. Gray had a powerful defensive element, and with the increase in his strength, he had been able to create a powerful earth that would take a few attacks before it was penetrated. But a single one of Klaus's attacks easily sneaked through. The duo stared at the ice-thin arrows that were in front of their necks. A few more inches, and it would penetrate their necks. Cold sweat ran down their backs. Even with their rushed defenses, these arrows passed through so easily. Their small bout attracted the attention of the people around. The fact that only Klaus managed to defeat the duo and step on the platform after being attacked by both showed his strength. Just like him, the duo were still in the 7th stage. And this was not a life or death battle, but he had already shown he was stronger. "Thank you for letting me fight first," Klaus said, with a soft smile before turning around. Gray has already told him the usual process taken, and even without him, he could learn from those on the other platforms. Those on the other platforms challenged their opponents, with one challenging the person ranked 50th. I should have challenged that person first, Klaus thought jokingly. And when the man in charge of the platform he was on asked who he was challenging, he told him his opponent. "I'm sorry, but that person just went through a battle and would need at least a 30 minutes break before fighting again." The man said, "Oh, then whoever is 40, then," Klaus said. The man nodded before turning around. He called out for the person ranked 40th, and a young man walked out from the crowd, stepping onto the platform. A battle of water elementalists. Who do you think would win? A conversation broke out in the stands when they saw this young man. Klaus had showcased a bit of his power, so everyone knew he was a water elementalist, or at least has the water element. This young man was a water elementalist as well. We'll find out soon enough. Chapter 669, First Victory. "Hello," Klaus waved at the young man as he stepped onto the platform. The young man stared at Klaus calmly. He was in the 8th stage of the Overlord plane and felt Klaus wasn't his opponent. Of course, he knew not to underestimate his opponent, but as elementalists grew, the ability to cross stages in battle was lower. He too felt like he could fight against someone in a higher stage. After all, he was in the geniuses rankings, so he had the right to be confident. Hey. The young man nodded at Klaus after studying his opponent carefully. The man in charge asked if both participants were ready, and when he got confirmation from them, he gave them the go-ahead to start the battle. The water element wasn't the most explosive, so a fight between two water elementalists wouldn't be as flashy as those of lightning and fire elementalists. This didn't take away its strength, though. All elements had their advantages, so everyone knew not to play down the water element. Klaus was the first to attack, sending out a stream of water in the direction of his opponent. The young man didn't panic. With a slow wave of his hand, a large water body appeared in front of him, blocking the water coming his way. After he blocked it, he attacked Klaus as well, sending out 3 water snakes at him. All 3 moved independently, attacking Klaus from different angles. Klaus was even calmer than him, with a smile. He was covered with a water dome that was able to perfectly block all the attacks of his opponent. This was only them testing out each other's strengths. The young man continued his offensive, attacking from all angles. The water element was the most flexible element, classy yet destructive. Klaus continued his defensive stance, taking from one attack to another. The young man was by no means weak, so Klaus was fully focused on the battle, making sure he didn't give his opponent any chance to attack him. At the place he was standing, he had sealed the ground with ice. This way, no attack could come from below him. The battle slowly built up pace, with powerful attacks slowly coming forth. Klaus didn't stay on the defensive, attacking whenever he could. However, it was easy to see that his opponent was slightly stronger than him in terms of elemental power. The strength of his attacks was more powerful than that of Klaus. "His opponent isn't weak," Alice stated while watching the fight. "I know, but he should win," Gray said confidently. If this wasn't a competition, Klaus could have easily displaced the mindset of his opponent with his words. But here, although it wasn't against the rules, it would attract way too many enemies. If they had a strong background to rely on, then they would have been fine. But now, they had to tread carefully. He still hasn't used his ice. That would be the deciding factor in this battle, Reynolds said. There's still a second option for him. Gray looked at the battle with a blank expression. The others recalled the ability Klaus and Gray comprehended when they were crossing that forest. During the few times they sparred, defending against the heavy water was extremely hard. Its weight made it hard to block, and Klaus was an ingenious individual who sought out the best time to use it. If used immediately, it would be easy for them to defend against it, but he always waited for the time they least expect it before using it. Even Gray, who could still use it, had a difficult time defending against it. While the trio were discussing, the battle was getting heated. Klaus and his opponent were showing their cards. When Klaus started using his ice, the young man in front of him immediately fell on the defensive, which surprised the people watching. They expected, since he was stronger than Klaus, he should have a higher mastery in terms of ice abilities as well, but Klaus was clearly the one on top. Bang, bam! Klaus's ice spears were blocked by the ice wall the young man placed in front of him. The wall cracked the moment the second spear impaled it. The young man retreated, and the spear hit the place he was previously standing. While he was retreating, ice shards sprang out from the ground, rushing toward him. The young man panicked for an instant, and Klaus didn't let the opportunity slide. He pressed on with the ice shards while sending ice spears at the young man. The young man scrambled to defend against the ice spears and the ice shards chasing after him. While this was happening, Klaus was preparing his signature move. A thin ice was sent toward the young man. Before the young man could even detect it, it was already at the place between his eyes. He froze while looking at the hovering tiny ice. If this was a life or death battle, he would have been dead without even knowing how he died. With a sigh, he shook his head in dejection. "I give up," he said to the man in charge of their platform. The man announced the result of the battle to the crowd before waiting for both individuals to leave the stage. The young man nodded his head at Klaus before leaving the platform. Klaus replied to the gesture with a nod as well and stepped off the platform. The battle lasted almost 10 minutes, but it ended because of a small mistake by the young man. In a case where the difference in strength between both parties wasn't large, a mistake or a better strategy was what usually determines the winner or loser. Klaus got back to his seat, staring at the large stone in the sky that had his name placed in the 40th place. "Interesting. Such a strange item," he said, while taking his seat. "How does it feel to be the person ranked 40th in the entire Dixon region?" Reynolds questioned. "Not good. Apparently, I can only get a reward when I get to the top 20. Klaus shrugged. His aim for this competition was higher. Even if he couldn't get into the top 20, he shouldn't be too far off. Chapter 670, Gray's First Battle. "I'm up next. Wish me luck," Gray said as he stood up. He didn't have his mask on since he didn't feel the need to anymore. Klaus was handsome, so he naturally attracted the gazes of some of the young ladies in the stands. When they saw the stunningly handsome Gray sitting next to him, they almost wanted to rush towards them. Seeing Gray stand up, they felt excited for some reason, as if they could already see him win against whoever he was fighting against. Gray had a blank expression, walking towards the platform with steady steps. He didn't jump onto the platform as others did. While he was walking, there was a strange rhythm with the way he walked that made it seem as if he wasn't moving, whereas he covered a couple of meters with a single step. It was strange, yet appalling. He got to the platform he picked, and unlike Klaus, he didn't have any opponent vying for the same platform. Standing on the platform, he looked at the man in charge of the platform. "The person ranked 30th, Gray stated calmly. The man nodded before calling out for the person ranked 30th. The person was a young lady who was in the 7th stage of the Overlord plane. Although she was in the 7th stage doesn't mean she was weak. One has to remember that the person Klaus fought was in the 8th stage and he ranked 40th. This meant this young lady was stronger than he was while being a stage lower. Gray nodded at his opponent before preparing himself for battle. The young lady nodded back as well. The man asked if both participants were ready, and after getting confirmation, he announced the start of the battle. Gray didn't immediately attack, waiting for his opponent to make the first move. The young lady didn't stand on ceremony. Since Gray wanted her to attack first, she didn't hold back. Boom! Raging flames exploded out, shooting in Gray's direction. Gray blocked the attack in a cool and collected manner. With a wave of his hand, an earth wall rose in front of him, easily blocking the attack. The earth wall stood firm after the attack, but more attacks followed suit, and the wall soon broke down. Gray still had the same expression as before, blocking all the attacks coming his way. Just when people were about to complain that all he did was defend, he suddenly attacked. With a stamp of his feet, he bolted straight at his opponent. Covered entirely in red lightning, he was like a fast red light. His sudden change took his opponent by surprise, but the young lady quickly adjusted herself before creating a sea of flames around her to block the incoming Gray. Gray's figure shot past the flames, but was met by a powerful fire attack. Boom! His figure shook twice after blocking the attack before he continued his charge. Swoosh! Buzz! Bang! He attacked ruthlessly and ferociously. The young lady blocked his first attack, but small bits of lightning touched her hands, making them go numb. Vince Gray brought out a sword from his storage ring. With its help, he continued his assault, sending out lightning strikes. The young lady blocked the attacks before attacking as well. Since Gray's lightning was red, it made red light dots dance around the entire platform. The young lady didn't stand back and let Gray assault her without moving. She also fought back valiantly. However, only Gray and his friends knew he wasn't even putting much of an effort. Meant, if he were to use his fire element, which had the highest mastery, his attack power would go up by a notch added to his space element. He could defeat this young lady in a minute or two. The battle continued for almost 5 minutes, and Gray's momentum continued to rise. The second he started attacking, the young lady found it hard to keep up with his relentless attacks, blocking what she could. She tried to attack as well, but Gray effortlessly dodged most of her attacks that she almost gave up hope. Losing this easily wasn't something she wanted, hence she fought on. But after 5 minutes, she was starting to feel numb all over her body. The bits of lightning that had touched her were by no means small, and those who were observant could tell that Gray was purposely leaving behind tiny lightning across the stage so they could affect his opponent. She managed to hang on for 2 more minutes before she gave up. At this moment, she could barely stand, and people could see her visibly shaking from the electrocution of the lightning. There were slight burn marks on her body from some attacks she unfortunately took after being unable to dodge or block them. Gray was very lenient with his attacks even though he was attacking aggressively. The young lady left the platform after admitting defeat. Gray did the same. His expression still the same, devoid of any emotions. Initially, some people felt he was proud, but seeing that even when he sat down with his friends he still had the same expression, they knew that was how he was. His blank expression didn't take away the beauty of his face though. Why did you take so long? Alice asked. It's not nice to show all your cards this early, don't you think? Gray replied with a question of his own. You're right. Alice nodded before staring at the other platforms where battles were still taking place. Just like Klaus's case, the stone in the sky appeared again, and Gray's name was placed in the 30th position. Klaus's name was pushed down to the 41st place, which irked him. What the hell? He complained when he noticed it. Oh, once a new name is on the rankings, it pushes those below it down by 1, Gray explained to Klaus. So, after all my hard work, someone can just push me down by getting a better ranking and not being on the rankings before. Klaus didn't like how the rankings worked. Well, yeah, you don't expect them to be lower than you, right? Besides, you pushed the person ranked 50th out of the top 50 when you entered as well. Gray said, mince up like a barbarian. Chapter 671, you beat people up like a barbarian. The ongoing battles on the platform continued for a while before a new set of fighters stepped onto the platform. Someone challenged the person ranked first on the rankings, and surprisingly, the challenger was only in the 7th stage of the Overlord plane. This made people quite excited as they wanted to see the first person's strength. A figure stood up from the crowd and calmly walked towards the platform. The figure was a young man with white hair. Everyone turned to look at the youth as he gently stepped onto the stage. He looked to be around 22 years or so, but was already at the peak of the Overlord plane. Gray wasn't surprised that the person at the top was at the peak of the Overlord plane. It was naturally even. If he wasn't challenged by someone from one of those high-leveled regions, then he should have very few opponents in this region, and all of them must be in the same stage as he was. Alice shook her head when he recalled the strength of those in the Azure Continent. Her family, which was regarded as a big family in the entire Keelan Empire, at that time only had about 3 peak Overlord plane elementalists or so, yet they were treated so highly. Here, any youth below 25 could trounce her family's strongest individuals by themselves. It was depressing just thinking of it. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. The young man ranked first was a light elementalist, fast and dangerous. It didn't take him long for him to dispatch his opponent. What was worth taking note of was that even though he knew his opponent was weaker, he didn't go easy on him, attacking with his full strength from the get-go. What are your chances of defeating him? Reynolds asked Gray curiously. In my current state, 0. But all out I think 1,000, Gray replied. He wasn't bragging or anything, but if he enters the fusion state and boosts his strength to the peak of the Overlord plane, he was 100% confident in defeating anyone. even those from high-leveled regions. "Will you challenge him?" Alice asked. "Nope, I can't carelessly show my hand here," Gray said. They weren't trying to join any faction here, so there was no use in showing his full strength. All he could do was show part of it. When they've gone to a better region, he would think of going all out. Then, the appeal of joining a faction that could protect him was something that he found extremely attractive. The battles continued and others challenged people in the top 20 while the group was watching. The young lady who Klaus and the others encountered when coming here stepped forward. Her target was none other than the young man ranked first. She was in the 9th stage of the Overlord plane, so she definitely had a change against him. The young man walked into the stage as calmly as ever, and after getting the go-ahead from both participants, the man in charge of that platform called for the start of the battle. When the fight started, it was explosive. First of all, the young man was a light elementalist, while the first element the young lady showed was the space element. However, she used the fire element soon after. The battle didn't go on for long before she displayed a third and fourth element. This came as a surprise to many. Klaus and the others had never met anyone with more than 3 elements before other than Gray, so seeing this young lady's display, they were amazed. While the others were focused on the young lady. Gray's attention, however, has never left the body of the young man. This was the only element he knew he was missing. He had already started trying to comprehend it, so seeing it physically would mean a whole lot. I should have challenged him. That would have given me a better chance in experiencing the light element. He thought while putting his full attention on him. Luckily, the battle didn't end quickly like the first one the young man had. Since the young lady was strong, not in any way weaker than the young man, the battle lasted for a while. Swoosh, boom, bang. The battle had lasted for over 15 minutes, with no clear winner yet. If not for the young man being a light elementalist, he would have lost a long time ago to the young lady's endless assault, but his speed gave him an edge when it came to dodging those attacks. "Wow, she's aggressive, almost on Alice's level of aggressiveness," Klaus commented. "What do you mean?" Alice raised a brow. "No offense, but you beat people up like a barbarian." Klaus moved from his seat before he made this remark. He knew Alice might attack him once he was done speaking. Reynolds and Gray stifled a laugh when they heard this, but they couldn't refute it since it was true. Alice did beat people up like a savage, and this was them not being able to find a word stronger than this. Even when sparring, she didn't go easy on them. Gray was the one who had it better generally because he was not only stronger, but had the space element to help him out of difficult positions. Klaus and Reynolds were the two who suffered the most, especially Klaus because of his mouth. Alice smiled sweetly at him, and Klaus couldn't help but shiver. He concluded for the next month or two he would refrain from sparring with her. If she managed to get her hands on him, he was toast, literally. Gray and Reynolds ceased their laughter when they saw this and focused on the battle once again. No one wanted to be on her bad side. The most frustrating thing was that they couldn't really beat her up. They had no qualms with beating up ladies that were enemies. But once the lady was a friend of theirs, then it was out of the picture. Chapter 672, getting a higher rank. Chapter 672, getting a higher rank. The battle between the young lady and the young man continued for another 10 minutes before a winner was finally decided. It was unsurprisingly the young lady. Most people expected after she showed her 4 elements. Defeating a space elementalist on the same level was something that was almost impossible to do, much less when said space elementalist has 3 more elements in their arsenal. With the young lady's victory, she cemented herself as the #1 figure in the Dixon region's Overlord plane elementalists. The young lady was already in the 9th stage of the Overlord plane, so it was only a matter of time before she broke through to the Sage plane. For someone like her, it wasn't a matter of if she could, but when. She walked off the platform calmly before going back to her seat. "Can we leave now?" she asked the middle-aged man accompanying her. "You'll have to wait to see if there are any people who want to challenge you." The middle-aged man explained gently. "All right." The young lady nodded before sitting peacefully. Gray and his friends observed everything that happened. "Looks like she's not from this place," Gray thought to himself. He had heard of geniuses from high-level regions coming to lower-leveled regions to test their strength. When he first came to the Azure Continent and challenged the geniuses, they thought he was from one of those high-leveled regions due to how powerful he was even with his low plane. After the young lady and the young man's battle ended, the other battles in the platform soon ended as well, and it was time for others to challenge who they wanted. Gray stepped forward again, challenging the person ranked 20th. He wanted a better rank so he could at least get a reward. Even though the reward wasn't really something he was too interested in, it was still better than nothing. His opponent was a young lady who looked to be younger than he was. He, however, didn't have too many problems with defeating her. She was a dual elementalist, wielding the earth and lightning element. Gray finally used his space element in the battle, not taking any chances with his opponent. The battle lasted around 5 minutes or so before he defeated her. When the others saw him using the space element, they knew he was someone they should take seriously. From how he fought, they knew this wasn't his full strength. One has to know that the young lady was in the 9th stage of the Overlord plane, while Gray was only in the 6th stage. Crossing 3 stages and trouncing his opponent was even more amazing than what the young lady did. Gray walked back to his seat with his usual nonchalant expression. However, the only thing in his head was how to leave this place and start trying to see what he had gotten in the light element. Watching the fight between the young lady and young man had been beneficial to him. It was just like when he watched his teacher fight, but unfortunately, he didn't get to watch the battle properly. With Gray defeating his opponent, it was Klaus's turn. He didn't want to be the one left out, after all. Gray had already brought too much attention to them. He couldn't challenge someone ranked 25th, he complained as he walked up the stage. The higher the rank, the stronger they are. Even though he had fought against someone in the 8th stage, if his present opponent were to be in the 8th stage as well, they would be stronger than his previous opponent since their rank was higher. Klaus challenged the person ranked 25th. He knew he wasn't as powerful as Gray, but he couldn't really be that weak when compared to these geniuses. His opponent was also a young lady, and just like Gray's opponent, she was a dual elementalist wielding both the fire and water elements. When the battle started, she unleashed the fire element immediately. It was known for its explosive power, so she naturally used it instead of the water element. Klaus didn't panic, using the water element to block the attacks coming his way. Any attack that came close to him was swallowed by the water he conjured. However, he was on the back foot almost all through the battle. His opponent was in the 8th stage, but she was clearly stronger than the young man he fought against. Klaus was forced to stay on the defensive from when the battle started, but with his patience, he didn't feel overwhelmed by her. After facing Gray and Alice multiple times, it was almost impossible for him to be pressured by others. Alice was aggressive while Gray was unpredictable because of the space element. Thanks to Gray, the group could fight against the space elementalist without too much pressure because he had somewhat assaulted them too much. Void was even worse. The first day Klaus tried sparring with Void, he almost wanted to give up on life in general. But as time went on, things became a little easier. Of course they were still beaten black and blue, but it wasn't that bad. Even Gray wasn't an exception from Void's hand if they sparred. So that was a consolation to the others. Unexpectedly, Alice sparred with Void frequently compared to the others, so she stood a better chance when fighting against space elementalists. The boys preferred fighting against Gray since he was at least a bit lenient with them. Swoosh bang! The young lady attacked Klaus once again, but he was unfazed by it. With a wave of his hand, he blocked it easily. Are you only going to hide like a tortoise? The young lady asked, a little annoyed since she was unable to break his defense. Not necessarily. I'm testing out a new defensive skill, Klaus replied with a smile. The young lady's expression was a little irritated by his reply. Fine, I'll destroy you in your defense, the young lady said with a snort. Klaus, of course, didn't care about how she felt. Chapter 673, Getting a Higher Rank II, Chapter 673, Getting a Higher Rank 2 Boom. A large raging flame exploded out from the lady's direction, heading towards Klaus. Klaus had a casual expression on his face as he defended against the young lady's attack once again. He didn't feel embarrassed that he was defending all through. He defended patiently, waiting for the best time to counterattack. Even though he was on the defensive, it didn't mean he wasn't attacking. Unfortunately, the young lady was more powerful than he was, so he had to fight with his head. With his current strength. His chances of becoming one of the top 20 was not that large, but he could enter if he used his head. All that needed to happen was for Gray to move higher in rank, then he could fight freely without fear against the person ranked 20th. The young lady soon lost patience with Klaus's way of battle and started attacking aggressively. Seeing her way of attacking, Klaus smiled with a shake of his head. He could already see that she had lost. Even some of the old people in the place shook their heads. In this battle, Klaus won just by his wits. He might be slightly weaker than his opponent, but overall, he was the one who had the advantage because of his brain. When the opportunity presented itself before Klaus, he didn't let it go. With a wave of his hand, he used the water element to send out what looked like a vine, holding onto the leg of the young lady and sending her airborne. When she was airborne, he started attacking with ice shards, almost ending the young lady midair. If not for the fact that it was only a competition, he wouldn't have a problem with killing her since she was almost defenseless after letting down her guard. The man in charge of their battle stepped forward before declaring Klaus as the winner. The young lady looked at Klaus in annoyance, angered by the way she lost. Klaus didn't say a word, smiling as he left the platform. When walked past the young lady who was presently ranked first and glanced at her a little longer before walking over to where the others were seated. Gray and the others congratulated him while he sat down next to them. "Bud, all you have to do now is go higher, then I'll have a chance of entering the top 20. I still haven't used my full strength," Klaus said to Gray the second he sat down. Gray smiled before nodding. Getting into the top 10 was easy for him. Even becoming number 1 wasn't a problem for him. But this wasn't the place to go all out. After waiting for this round of battles to end, Gray stepped out once again. This time, his target was the person ranked 7th. His reason for this was so that anyone higher was challenged later on. It wouldn't really affect him. His opponent was a young man in the 9th stage of the Overlord plane. Looking at the 6th stage Overlord plane elementalist standing in front of him, he couldn't help but scoff. He saw Gray's previous battles, but he wasn't really too impressed by him. To him, those were people he could also beat. Gray didn't feel angry being looked down on by this young man. He was bigger than that. The young man was a wind elementalist, and he displayed his speed the moment the battle started. Gray didn't feel pressured by him. Using the space element to dodge most of the attacks that he used, with the help of the lightning and the space element, the young man found it extremely difficult to attack him because he was almost untouchable. Boom, bang! The young man attacked with a large tornado, but Gray blocked with the fire element, causing a large stream of blue flames to spread in the sky. The crowd looked at the blue flames in awe. They've already seen him use red lightning, which was a special type of the lightning element. Using a special element in the space element as well made the others stunned. For one person to have one was already regarded as rare, but having two was something almost unheard of. If there were people who had 2 special types of elements present in the Azure Continent, they could be counted on one hand. Bang, buzz, boom. Gray attacked after dodging the Wind Elementalist's attack. The Wind Elementalist dodged the attack and countered. The battle was thrilling and the crowd couldn't get their eyes away from it. Other than the battle to decide the first position, this was the most captivating battle yet. Gray and the young man were putting on a show for everyone to see. Gray's colorful elements, as well as the young man's nimbleness because of the wind element, made them almost on equal footing. In terms of cultivation stage, the young man had the advantage, and when attacks were measured, his were stronger than that of Gray's. But since Gray didn't have a single element, it meant he could cover for it. He displayed 4 elements when fighting against the young man. The crowd thought they had seen something special when the young lady appeared, since a multi-elementalist with 4 elements was rare to see. But in a single day, they saw 2. It was mind-blowing. Gray and the young man's battle went on for over 15 minutes, with Gray slightly getting the advantage over his opponent. The crowd were kept on the edge as they saw the battle getting more intense. Gray wasn't holding back as he attacked furiously. Although he wasn't using all his elements, he made sure to use his elements to the best of their abilities. Boom, bang. The battle's intensity was getting higher, and the young man was slowly starting to show frustration. Being overpowered by someone in a lower stage was infuriating, especially given how Gray hadn't even gotten to the late stages of the Overlord plane yet. Chapter 604, he's different. Chapter 604, he's different. Swoosh, boom, an explosive attack spread out from Gray's fire element. The young man blocked it with a wind that was circulating around him. Gray's attack didn't stop there. After his first attack, he sent out a bolt of lightning that crashed from above, hitting the rotating wind around the young man. The lightning was added to the wind, just like the fire before it was dissipated. The young man sent out wind blades that shot at Gray, while raising a tornado from below him to throw him off balance. The tornado took Gray by surprise, so he was lifted into the air, directly in the path of the wind blades. He didn't panic. With a wave of his hand, he created a large firebird that flew towards the wind blades, blocking them and moving in the direction of the young man as well. While he was still mid-air, he used the skill Meteor Descent. Since he had used the earth element, he was able to use the skill to its fullest, combining the earth and fire element to their fullest. The young man who was busy defending against the firebird was taken aback when he saw the meteors falling in his direction. The range of the attack was too wide, so there was no way to dodge it. Either he took it head-on, or he stood there and awaited his fate. There was no way he was going with the latter. The former was his only option. He looked at the shy defiantly before charging into the sky with the aid of the wind element. A large wind blade was sent out, and it cleanly cut one of the meteors into two. With that, he started blasting all the meteors, moving from one place to another. Gray looked at him with squinted eyes, and his lips curved into a smile. He spread. The young man was already in a difficult spot, blocking the attack from Gray's previous attacks. When he saw the inscriptions in the sky as well, he almost gave up instantly. Fighting against a multi-elementalist was already difficult to begin with. Being an inscriber made Gray all the more dangerous. In fact, if Gray were to be in the same stage as the young man, he would have admitted defeat already. But because of his pride as a genius, he couldn't give up this easily, especially to someone at a lower stage. With a loud roar, a powerful windstorm started across the entire platform, with powerful gales spreading out in all directions. The meteors were soon blasted apart, while the attacks from Gray's inscriptions were not only stopped, but 3 out of the 5 inscriptions broke apart. It's not going to be that easy, huh? Gray thought to himself as he stared at the windstorm. His body merged into the wind. He had a certain level of understanding of the wind element, since it was also one of his elements. So he wasn't really too bothered by it. He just didn't want to show his wind element, hence he kept it hidden. Moving nimbly with the aid of the space and lightning element, he closed the gap between himself and his opponent. The closer he got to him, the stronger the gale. And if not for Gray's powerful physique, he would have been sent flying by now. Boom. Bang. Gray managed to get close and attacked with the fire element. He couldn't get too close to the young man since he might harm himself in the process, so he stayed at the place where he felt he couldn't go any further. His attack rattled the young man, shaking him to his core. A large lightning bolt fell from the sky as well, striking the point where the gale was at its strongest. Buzz, crash, and the powerful gale was spread apart, and the young man's figure came into view once again. Gray and his opponent stood opposite each other, both breathing heavily from the intense battle. After only a few seconds of silence, the young man brought out an elemental weapon, a long spear, and attacked. With the aid of the spear, his elemental attack power improved significantly. Gray couldn't be left behind. He also took out dual blades. The blades were shorter than a sword, but longer than a knife. Holding both, he reminisced about the time he started fighting after breaking through to the arcane plane. His choice of weapon then was a dual blade, but since he got to the origin plane, he barely used weapons. Even when he was in the arcane plane, he rarely used them as well. Each blade was crafted to wield one element. Since his lightning and fire element were his major attack elements, he picked these specific blades out from the rest. Boom, bang, buzz. The crowd was watching excitedly, all discussing animatedly who would win. Some people wanted the young man to win, while a few new fangirls Gray had unknowingly gained wanted him to win. However, one thing was certain for all to see, and that was if Gray were to be in the same stage as the young man, then they wouldn't even be opponents. Gray would beat him up within 2 minutes max. What do you think of him? The middle-aged man who was sitting next to the young lady who was currently ranked first asked her. Him? He's different, the young lady replied. If I were to fight against him, who do you think would win? She asked after making the first remark. Currently you would, but if you were in the same stage as he is, then the outcome is unpredictable. I wonder which faction or family was able to create such a genius. The middle-aged man sighed in amazement. A genius of Gray's caliber was something they rarely saw. The young lady was by no means any weaker than Gray in the same stage, in his opinion. However, when he added the fact that Gray was an inscriber, he knew in the same stage Gray would have the upper hand over her. Chapter 675, Teacher and Student. Chapter 675, Teacher and Student. Boom. Another explosion sounded off on the platform, and this time, even the other battles had ended. The battle between the young lady and the young man previously ranked first, surprisingly, wasn't as intense as this one. If people weren't aware, they would mistake this for the battle for the number 1 rank. Gray's attacks were precise and deadly. The young man's defense was solid while his counterattack was dangerous. The battle almost didn't look like a competition, rather, it felt like a life-and-death battle to some. The old powerhouses in the place were all watching the battles with great interest. Some even had the thoughts of recruiting Gray. But when they thought of the possibility of him coming from one of those high-leveled regions, they could only shake their heads in defeat. Having someone like Gray in a faction like theirs could take them to the top of the continent once he fully matures. Gray's talent was already laid bare for all to see. With his multiple elements and inscriptions, he wouldn't have too many difficulties with fighting against multiple opponents. This meant that he could almost be regarded as a one-man army. While the crowd were talking about Gray's potential and talent, the battle got to the peak. This was one of the longest fights Gray had fought with a single opponent. It was already over 15 minutes already, closing in on 20 minutes. And his opponent was no pushover, and Gray was using him to train himself to the max. He wasn't using his full strength, so it could be said that he was holding back. But with the few elements he was using, he was fighting excitedly. He rarely got to fight to his heart's content. This was a good opportunity for him. They continued their battle, and as soon as they went past 20 minutes, a great opportunity presented itself for Gray, one he would never shy away from. Without delay, he closed in on his opponent who had left a space for him to get close. Just as he was about to attack, the young man turned to him with a smile. He attacked without giving Gray the chance to dodge. His original plan was to give Gray an opportunity to close in on him, then release a powerful attack that would defeat Gray once and for all. His attack came from below, with powerful wind blades slicing into the body of Gray. The wind blades passed through the body of Gray without much resistance. The crowd were shocked when they saw this, thinking that Gray was dead. Most of the experienced people in the stands realized that the young man tricked Gray into coming close before unleashing his ambush. The twist in the situation stunned them. At first, they felt Gray had won the battle, but all of a sudden he not only lost, but seemed to be in danger. A shame he fell for his trick. The young lady said to the middle-aged man by her side. The old man smiled but didn't reply. Just when everyone was thinking that Gray was dead, something stunning happened. Gray's figure started to fade, and the eyes of the young man he was fighting against bulged out, almost popping out of his head. He wasn't the only one with this reaction. Everyone in the stands, with the exception of Gray's friends and the old powerhouses in the crowd. An afterimage, someone exclaimed from the crowd. Afterimages formed due to extreme speed, so there was no way it could be replicated with the space element, since the space element didn't really rely on speed. This was to say Gray dodged an almost certain death attack with his speed alone. It was mind-boggling. Gray's figure materialized at the back of the young man, with one of his blades placed on his neck. "I win," he said with a smile on his face. The young man wanted to make a move, but Gray pressed the blade on his neck, blood slightly coming out from it. When he felt the pain, he knew any movement from him, and he would be dead. "I admit defeat," he said begrudgingly. This was a battle he felt he would win from the start. When he saw Gray's strength, he later devised a plan, only to fail at the very end. He didn't know of Gray's speed once he put his legs into it. Since Gray had explosive speed because of his superior physique, so when he added the lightning element to it, it was unimaginable. If not for the fact that he didn't want to use his wind element as well, then his speed would have been even more frightening. The man in charge of the platform announced the winner, and Gray walked back to his seat with a nonchalant expression. The previous excited expression he wore when fighting was gone, and it was like he was another person. "Nice fight, next time. You should punch him in the head," Klaus commented as soon as Gray sat down, giving him a few pointers. Alice and Reynolds felt like beating him up as they overheard what he was saying to Gray. "All right, teacher, your student will follow your instructions next time," Gray said playfully before looking at the stone in the sky. "Good boy. Now, help me fight my battle. I'm still tired from the previous one," Klaus said shamelessly. "Unfortunately, that isn't allowed," Gray replied. The others laughed as they congratulated Gray. "Wouldn't you go for a higher rank?" Reynolds asked. "Nope, this is enough. I still have some moves hidden. I don't think I want to show them all here. This region isn't our goal," Gray said calmly. The others nodded before looking away. The other battles in the remaining platforms continued after Gray's battle ended. They couldn't be blamed since Gray's battle took all the attention, even theirs as well. Missing such a battle was something they couldn't stand. 10 more minutes went by before all the battles rounded up. Now, it was time for one more round of challenges before the end of the competition. Chapter 676, Cheated. Chapter 676, Cheated. "Klaus, you're up next." Reynolds tapped Klaus on the shoulder as the next round of battles was about to start. "Don't worry, I'll be in the top 20. Klaus said confidently as he stood up. Gray and the others nodded. Reynolds called out while he was on the way there. "Oh, and ask if we can challenge those in the lower stages here." "Got it," Klaus, before walking to the stage. This was the last battle. so he planned to challenge the person currently ranked 20th. If he could win, then he would be part of the top 20 for now. Of course, he knew he would lose the rank soon if someone came to challenge anyone higher than him, but he didn't really care. All that mattered now was that he was in it and got the reward. Gray had brought too much attention to their group, so when the crowd saw Klaus standing up, they all spoke animatedly, waiting for who he would challenge. From their previous battles, they knew he was not as powerful as Gray, and unlike Gray, he relied heavily on his head to win his battles. From his last battle, they could tell that even if his opponent was stronger than he was, it didn't necessarily mean they would win because Klaus was a calculative individual. He soon stepped onto the platform, and different from when he first fought, people weren't rushing to the platforms anymore. The man in charge walked up to him to ask who he would like to challenge. His reply was well within the expectations of most of the people here. He only wants to step into the top 20. This was the only thing going through the heads of everyone around. The current person ranked 20th had a higher rank before the challenges started. He was ranked 15th at that time, but due to people challenging those higher than him and defeating them, he was slowly pushed down. He was already at the peak of the Overlord plane and looked to be around 22 years old with brown hair and eyes. He was taller than Klaus, standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall. Looking at the opponent in front of him, he didn't feel pressured. He saw Klaus's last battle and knew that he wasn't that powerful. "This will be over soon enough," he said coldly. Klaus smiled without replying. He had been waiting patiently for his last battle. Here, he would use his ultimate move to defeat his opponent swiftly. The man asked if both participants were prepared. After getting confirmation from them, he called for the start of the battle. The young man was an earth elementalist with a quick movement. He sent multiple large boulders toward Klaus. Klaus created an ice wall to block the attack before countering with an attack of his own, sending out a jet stream of water toward his opponent. The water moved rapidly. The young man didn't panic, raising an earth wall in front of him. He prepared to counterattack once he had stopped the attack. However, his expression changed drastically when the water made contact with the earth wall. There was not even a bit of resistance as the water crashed through it, slamming into the young man. Before he could react, he had been sent flying out of the platform. The entire crowd stood up, stunned by how fast the battle ended. Overall, the battle only took around 1 minute or so, yet the victor had been decided so quickly. It was shocking. Klaus stood on the platform with a grin on his face. Most people still didn't understand what happened a few seconds ago. How the hell did Klaus's water pass through the water so easily? Some people even felt it was all staged, but when they saw the condition of the young man, they had second thoughts. Someone in his current condition will not agree to stage something like this, especially since he too was a genius in his own right. His clothes were destroyed, and his hair was messy with blood coming from the side of his mouth. He still had a look of disbelief as he stared at the platform that was almost 20 meters away from him. The only question in his head right now was, what happened? "You impossible!" he exclaimed from the side, unable to believe that he lost so easily. "What are you pointing at? You've already lost, now step aside." Klaus replied with a mocking smile. If the young man accepted his defeat, he wouldn't want to rub it in on him, but seeing his present reaction, he felt annoyed by him. "You've lost already, what's all the fuss?" he thought inside. "You cheated, sir. I can assure you that he cheated. Let's have the battle again." The young man turned to the man in charge of the platform. "You've lost this battle. He didn't cheat, he only used a skill you're unaware of. Even most of the seniors here don't know of it, but he was the one who used it," the man explained, before turning to Klaus. "However, to confirm if you didn't cheat, I'd like you to do exactly this same attack while he set up the same defensive wall." Klaus stared at the man before nodding. "I'll show everyone that you're a cheater," the young man snorted coldly. "Stop barking, you're even more annoying than a hungry dog." Klaus mocked before unleashing the same attack once again. The young man was incensed by Klaus's words before setting up his defensive wall. This time, he put his all into it, making sure it was sturdier than the previous one. To be honest, he didn't put much into the last defensive wall thinking it would be able to block the attack easily. It was only after it was breached did he know that he made a mistake. Now that he knew the strength of Klaus's attack, he increased the defensive power of the wall. Chapter 677, Monstrous Group of Friends. Klaus smirked when he saw this. The man in charge of the platform also noticed this, but didn't do anything to stop the young man. He was a little curious about the strength of Klaus's attack. This was a strange attack that was hard to understand. Klaus had kept it hidden till the very last battle. This showed how cunning he was now. He was starting to doubt if the strength Klaus showed all this while was his true strength. Rumble. When the jet stream came in contact with the earth wall compared to the first time, there was a bit of resistance. When the young man saw this, he smiled in glee, feeling happy that he had been able to show everyone the scam Klaus was. His smile froze when he realized after the first bit of resistance, the water passed through once again, sending him flying for the second time. Crash! Bang! His figure was shot off the platform once again. And this time, the force he used in crashing into the ground was even more powerful than the first time. Just like the young man, Klaus evilly increased the strength of the attack at the last minute. This way, the impact on that young man would be even more terrifying. Gray and the others shook their heads in pity when they saw the condition of the young man. The young man looked like he had lost a tooth or two, although it wasn't really much since it would grow back in at most a month. It was still kind of embarrassing. Haha, I knocked the teeth out of him. Klaus laughed when he saw that young man. His words made those in the crowd burst out laughing, making the young man more embarrassed. The old figures sitting in the special area all stared at Klaus in amazement. The skill he just displayed was something that they had only heard of. For someone to be able to do this meant their mastery of the water element was on another level entirely. Klaus might just be the best water elementalist in his generation. They couldn't say this claim though, since they haven't seen all the geniuses of this generation. But what they know is that even if he wasn't the best, he wouldn't be far from it. For them to even think of this showed how highly they regarded Klaus. They couldn't help but turn to look at his friends. Only Gray had fought, and he was clearly someone even more special. Having 4 elements, and 2 of said elements were special types, he also had the space element, with terrifying speed as well. Gray was even more monstrous than Klaus, and they didn't even dare to think the other 2 were on their level. If they were, then it meant this group of youngsters would cause chaos in this continent in the future. The man finally announced the winner of the battle. Klaus wore a smile on his face. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something and turned to the man. Sir, can those in the mid and early stages be challenged here? He asked. They couldn't leave without Reynolds and Alice battling. The man looked at him for a while before telling him to give him a minute. He flew to where the old figures were seated. After getting confirmation from them, he nodded at Klaus, telling him that once this round of battles was over, they could step forward. The reason the old figures agreed to his request was simple. They've seen Gray and Klaus show their abilities, and now they wanted to see just how talented the other 2 were. If they were truly on the same level as Klaus and Gray, then they wouldn't even mind trying to convince them to join their factions. That's all on the premise that they've not joined one, though. However, they all knew that was nothing but an impossible thought. If they hadn't joined a faction only meant that they were from powerful families. Those in the early and mid stages were still around. Since watching these battles was beneficial to them, they couldn't afford to miss it. Klaus returned to his seat to give the others the news. Alice and Reynolds were pumped when they heard this. They thought only Gray and Klaus would grab all the fun, but it seems they still had a small chance to show what they were made of. The man announced the next round of things, which came as a shock to those in the arena. Some of them were even about to leave since the competition was over. But something that had never happened before happened, which surprised them. The young lady who was ranked first wanted to leave, but the middle-aged man who was with her stopped her. His attention had been on Gray's group since Gray's last battle. He thought Gray was the only one, but after seeing Klaus's last battle, he had to reevaluate the group. He overheard when Reynolds told Klaus to ask if they could still battle. So when he heard this, he knew this was done only because the old fogies also wanted to see the talent of the other 2. It wouldn't be bad to become friends with such figures, he whispered to the young lady. Them? The young lady turned to look at Gray's group. Yes. I can already see that they will be influential later on. It wouldn't be bad to be acquaintances, don't you think? The middle-aged man said, Whatever you say, uncle. The young lady replied after the man announced that those in the mid and early stages could be challenged. The first person to stand up was Reynolds. He couldn't keep it in any longer. He wanted to see how he would fare against those in the same stage as he is. For this battle, he wasn't going to summon his elemental warrior. He would be fighting on his own. Besides, His elemental warrior was already on the 6th stage of the Overlord plane. His opponent was the person ranked first in the early stages rankings. Chapter 678, Reynolds battling for first rank in the early stages rankings. Reynolds waited patiently on the platform as the person ranked first stepped onto the platform. The person was a young lady who, according to rumors, just took the first position a few days ago. She had been ranked second for a while now, and after a brutal battle, she managed to secure first place for the first time. Now, she hasn't even gotten to relish her new rank for long, and it's already been threatened. Everyone here could feel the tense atmosphere. For some reason, they all felt Reynolds would be victorious. They've seen the battle of his friends, Gray and Klaus to be precise, and given how they could easily fight across stages, they felt he was also the same. So fighting against someone who is in the same stage as he is could already be counted as a victory for him. Some people also stepped forward to challenge those of lower rankings on the other platforms, but all the attention was placed on this platform. Gray and Klaus had already brought all the popularity the group needed. Hello. Reynolds waved to the young lady. The young lady waved back with a calm expression. She was clearly focused on the upcoming battle. Reynolds, on the other hand, seemed very relaxed. The man in charge stepped forward to ask if they were prepared. After getting confirmation from the duo, he called for the battle to start. The young lady didn't hold back and attacked instantly. Boom! A large flaming sword rose into the sky and slashed at Reynolds. She was a fire elementalist. Buzz. Lightning danced around Reynolds' body as a lightning shield appeared in front of him to block the attack of the young lady. After blocking the attack, he unleashed a series of lightning arrows that shot at the young lady with breakneck speed. The young lady didn't panic as she swung her large flaming sword at the arrows, destroying them as they came in contact with the sword. Reynolds saw this and also created a large lightning sword like his opponent. Since she wanted to use the size advantage, then two could play that game, buzz, bam, bang, boom. Their battle quickly picked up pace as attacks flew everywhere. The young lady attacked ferociously. Reynolds wasn't reserved in his attacks as well. The duo were each fighting for something. The young lady didn't want to lose her newly acquired rank, while Reynolds didn't want to be the one looked down on among their group. However, he wasn't too pressured in winning, but he wanted to make sure that even if he lost, he gave the crowd a great show. Besides, he still had the mid-stages rankings to also fight for. Boom, bang, crash. Lightning and fire flew all over the platform, a beautiful yet dangerous sight to behold. Those who had a lower cultivation stage than the duo could feel their spines tingle at the sight of this. The crowd watched in exasperation. They never thought the battle between these two would be to this extent. Of course, it was not on the level of Gray and the person ranked 7th, but it was something special. Those who watched the battle between the young lady and the person previously ranked first knew this battle was miles ahead of that one. They could feel the nervousness in the air. A small mistake and either participant could lose. Ray's amazing. If only he agreed to spar with me more, he would have won already. Alice commented, Heh, other than Gray and Void, who else spars with you? Klaus scoffed when he heard Alice's words. Whenever Alice brought the idea of sparring, he had always rejected it. Of course, there are times he spars with her, but he avoids it whenever he can. She was a relentless attacker, so defending against her was tiring. Gray and Void could keep up with her because of their speed and space element. They, on the other hand, were not that fast. Luckily for him, he had the advantage in cultivation stage, so he could overpower her. Reynolds was the one who got the brunt of it most of the time. Gray and Void chuckled when they heard this, looking at Alice. Gray couldn't help but recall when he was weaker than Alice and had to spar with her frequently back at the Lunar Academy. Although he wasn't really that bad, he was still beaten up by her most of the time. Alice's way of fighting was direct and fierce. One slip up and she'll attack continuously. She isn't the type to give an inch when battling, else you would regret your decision. This, however, doesn't mean she isn't calculative. She just preferred doing things this way. Reynolds' battle with the young lady soon got to its peak. Reynolds had the advantage in speed, so dodging the attacks of the young lady was something he could do quite easily. The young lady was forced to block almost all his attacks since they were fast. Buzz, crash. A large bolt of lightning drew a beautiful arc in the sky before striking the young lady. She was forced to block the attack with a firewall. But the wall exploded, and the impact pushed her back. The chance Reynolds had been waiting for all this while finally presented itself to him. Without even thinking, he unleashed a series of lightning arrows that shot at his target. He also created a lightning ball that he sent out. While doing all this, he leaped into the air, spreading both hands apart. He called out slowly, "Lightning rain." This was a move Gray frequently used when he was still in the arcane plane. When the crowd saw his attacks, their hearts sank for the young lady. Even if she somehow manages to block them miraculously, the advantage was already in Reynolds' hands and he could choose to attack whenever he wanted. The young lady, seeing all these, covered herself with a ball of fire that exploded in all directions. Unfortunately, Reynolds delayed the attack of the lightning rain a little bit. So her attack, which was supposed to block all the attacks, faded just before the lightning rain fell down. Bang! The sound of a figure slamming into the ground resounded out, accompanied by a scream of pain from the young lady. When Reynolds heard it, he immediately stopped his attack. The dust died down on the spot where the young lady landed, and her shaking figure came in full view to all. This was a result of the electrocution from the lightning element. Reynolds rushed over to help her. However, a sly grin appeared on the face of the young lady, and just as Reynolds came within 10 meters of her, a large fireball was sent in his direction, meeting him at a point-blank range. The attack came unexpectedly. Even the crowd didn't expect the young lady would use such a method. Most people found it evil, but in truth, it was all part of a strategy. She realized she wasn't on the same level as Reynolds, so she used the natural sympathy men had towards women to make him drop his guard, and then she attacked. It was a smart plan that was worth praising. After all, it might save her in times of danger, and might just help her retain her first position. Chapter 679, Glimpse of the Light Element. Klaus stood on his feet when he saw this. He could tell that the young lady was only tricking Reynolds when he saw her reaction. There was no way she would have been that hurt from the attack. Yes, she would be injured, but not to the level she was playing it out to be. Even if the attack came unexpectedly, she was still an Overlord plane elementalist who was on the same stage as Reynolds, so she would at least be able to set up a few defensive measures to help limit the danger. Teach. He cursed when he saw her attacking Reynolds at such a close distance. However, what happened next made him laugh in delight. Reynolds had sparred with him too often, and he had done countless tricks like this. All of them naturally made Reynolds lose his guard, but they've naturally molded him for battles with others. Reynolds, who everyone thought had lost due to the sneak attack, had a wide grin on his face. His legs were coated with lightning as he dodged to the left. At the same time he was dodging, a large lightning bolt fell from the sky, crashing into the body of the young lady. This time, she didn't even have a chance to create any defensive measures as she took the full effect of the attack. She shrieked in pain, convulsing a few seconds after the lightning fell on her. What was worth noting was that the lightning attack didn't stop immediately. Rather, it stayed for almost 5 seconds, penetrating her body fully. Ruthless, cunning. This was the view most of the people here had of Reynolds. That attack of his was something that he had been preparing for a while, since it needed time to garner that much power. The lightning rain was a cover. This attack was his main final assault. He knew that the lightning rain wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent, so he made this attack as well. All those above the Overlord plane saw this perfectly. Even some of the people at the peak of the Overlord plane noticed it. Void told Gray about it when he sensed it. The sneak attack happened too fast, hence they were unable to alert Klaus of Reynolds' hidden attack. Alice calmed down when she saw Reynolds dodging the attack and nodded her head. When his lightning bolt rained on the young lady, she felt the young lady deserved it. Not just her, but almost every single person here felt she deserved it as well. If Reynolds didn't have a countermeasure prepared, then he would have ultimately lost because he tried to show care for his opponent. The man in charge of the platform rushed to where the young lady was and covered her with a white light. He was unexpectedly a light elementalist. Gray watched the scene intently. Anything related to the light element was all he focused on. When his teacher was using the light element to heal Klaus's father the last time, he was unable to witness it, but now he was seeing it for the first time. As he watched it, he felt something in him resonate with what was happening, and his eyes glowed with a white light. His body was about to do the same before he noticed, and he quickly suppressed the feeling. In his mind, however, he felt like running out of this place. He was on the verge of comprehending the light element, but because of the possible commotion he would cause in the process, he had to forcibly suppress the feeling. It felt like he was pushing himself into a well. If he missed this chance, it would take him some time to comprehend the light element. But if he went with the flow, Then he would be able to instantly comprehend the light element and create a light space in the chaos space. This was the only thing he was missing in the light element, seeing how it was used to heal. Once he creates the light space in the chaos space, then he could be said to have comprehended the light element. Reynolds' win was a win for him also, so he was extremely happy when Reynolds walked back to where they were seated. He even gave him a high five. This was the last element he was missing, according to his knowledge, so he naturally felt excited after getting a glimpse of it. If he focused on it for now, at most a week he would be able to create a light space. Then everything would be set. Good job, you see. Sparring with me has its advantages. Klaus commented when Reynolds took his seat. Haha, of course. I knew from the start that she was pretending, but I had to make her lower her guard. Reynolds laughed as he looked at the stone plaque in the sky that currently had his name written as the #1 genius in the early stages of the Overlord plane. You did good, but if you sparred with me more, you wouldn't have needed trickery to win, Alice said. Reynolds' smiling face froze when he thought about the hellish sparring session with Alice, and he couldn't help but shiver. Gray laughed before looking at the other platforms. All he wanted right now was for this round of battles to end so Alice could step forward and challenge whoever she wanted to. Since she was in the 4th stage of the Overlord plane, they all knew she wouldn't challenge the person ranked first, but she would definitely aim for the top 10. Reynolds was the one who had the first rank in sight thanks to his elemental warrior. He was about to become the first person to be ranked first in both the early and mid stages of the Geniuses rankings. The thought of it was exhilarating. 10 minutes later, the battles ended and Alice stood up. It was finally time for the last person in this group of freakish friends to show her strength. If Alice was on the same level as the others, then it meant this set of friends were insanely talented. Hence, she walked to the platform calmly. If one looked at it properly, one would realize that all 4 of them had fought on the same platform. All the times Klaus and Reynolds fought, they did it on this particular platform. Those in the stands watched on in excitement as they watched Alice step onto the platform. The man in charge of the platform was already waiting for her. When she stepped forward, he asked her who she would like to battle. When hearing her say the person ranked 5th, he felt a little disappointed for some reason. The truth was, he wanted her to challenge the person ranked 1st, defeat him, and solidify her group status as freakish. Alice smiled when she saw this. Looking at Reynolds, she shook her head before challenging the person ranked 4th. The reason for this was simple. Once Reynolds stepped forward, then the first position was his. She didn't want to overdo it. After all, these people were also geniuses as well. Getting into a tough battle with the person ranked 1st would be difficult for her, and her chances of winning weren't over 50%. Chapter 690, Alice's Battle. The person ranked 4th was a young lady like Alice, only slightly taller than her and chubbier. She walked onto the platform, staring at Alice vigilantly. She has already seen the others in the group fight, so she knew she was up for a tough fight. Winning was her aim, and she wouldn't let herself be distracted. They might be talented, but so am I. She reassured herself, saying. This, however, did not change her mindset. Stepping into a battle with this mindset has already shown a weakness in her character. So even if she were stronger than Alice, her chances of winning have reduced drastically. Alice nodded to her opponent, who did the same. Minutes after, getting confirmation from both fighters, the man in charge of the platform declared the start of the battle. Alice attacked immediately, using the lightning element to boost her speed as she sent out multiple lightning orbs that exploded around her opponent. Her opponent used the water element to fight against the lightning arcs that were rushing toward her. She created an ice wall that sufficiently blocked them. Alice didn't feel bothered by this as she continued her assault. She was known for her relentless attacks, and she displayed it in full here. After her first lightning attack didn't work out, she used the fire element to send a flaming bird at the young lady. The bird spat out bits of flaming balls that exploded as they came in contact with the ice wall. Seeing Alice use a second element, everyone in the arena couldn't help but sigh. Of the 4 friends, 2 had more than one element, while the other 2 had a single element. From the current looks of things, Reynolds was the only one who didn't seem special. Klaus defeated someone of a higher stage, which meant he could fight across stages. Alice's current opponent was in the 6th stage of the Overlord plane, and she was currently having a great battle with her. Gray was even more freakish. Reynolds' opponent, however, was in the same stage as he was. Even though he won convincingly, it still didn't show his dominance like that of his friends. While they were thinking of the group of friends, Alice's battle was slowly heating up. Just like her opponent was also a dual elementalist, having the water and darkness element. She attacked with the darkness element, creating a large shadow beneath Alice that seemed to slow her down. Not only that, but the darkness element started to eat away the essence around her, disrupting her ability to control the elements. The darkness element has multiple uses, but its best ability is none other than corrosiveness. It could corrode anything, even as far as the air they breathe. If a darkness elementalist is fighting someone stronger, the darkness element can come as a trump card. Using it at the best time will give them an advantage. Alice shook her body before lightning started to dance around her. A 10 meters radius around her was covered with lightning. She used it to fight against the corrosive ability of the darkness element. After gaining her proper control of the elements, she started attacking once again. Her opponent was no pushover, so she knew she had to dig deep. Boom, bang. Attacks flew left and right, with the young lady using the water element to both defend and attack. She used the darkness element for sneak attacks, but the lightning surrounding Alice made her sense them and dodge them before they touched her. Since Alice was using the lightning as a type of sensory ability, making it almost impossible to sneak attack her. A large streak of water was sent towards her, but she used the fire element to counter it, before using the lightning element to send out a large bolt, which cut through the streak of water and headed towards her opponent. The young lady she was fighting against blocked the attack with an ice wall, but the wall cracked after successfully blocking it. Crash! Bang! Before the young lady could reinforce the wall, another lightning bolt struck it, blasting it apart and rushing towards her. With no time to think, she threw a dark orb the size of a human head at the lightning bolt. When the lightning came in contact with the orb, it caused a large explosion. The young lady was able to escape before the explosion, surviving a potentially dangerous situation. Alice didn't let her have any time to rest as she flew into the air, and just like Reynolds, a lightning rain was summoned by her. The young lady had already seen Reynolds use this skill before, so when she saw that Alice was also a lightning elementalist, she prepared for it. With a wave of her hand, she formed a water sphere around her. Due to the wide range of the attack, each lightning wasn't powerful enough to breach her defense. Alice didn't feel down when she saw this. Instead, she smiled before reducing the range of the lightning rain, taking it to only a small area. From covering over half of the platform, it covered only about half a meter or so. This increased the strength of the attack dramatically. While doing this, she created walls made of fire around the young lady, and they slowly started to close in. They were sending out attacks at the same time. Her barrage of attacks was on another level, and even Gray and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. Once Alice was given the initiative in a battle, then it was decided. Unless her opponent could overpower her, they would be nothing but sitting ducks. Alice's assault continued, and the young lady knew she messed up when she gave her the chance to attack freely. With a yell, she forced the water sphere wide, trying to use it to push the approaching firewalls. Doing this, however, gave the lightning rain the chance to penetrate it. When she saw this, she covered her skin with ice, forming something like an ice armor to defend against it. Alice had an intrigued look before attacking with a lightning spear. The spear shot past the firewall before slamming into the body of the young lady. It made a ringing sound as it managed to defend against the attack. The young lady was pushed back by the impact of the attack. Seeing this, Alice smiled, and her attacks continued. The lightning rain had stopped instead. Large lightning bolts started crashing down from the sky. The young lady who was on the defensive found it hard to regain any sort of advantage since Alice didn't give her that opportunity. Everyone watching the battle knew that the victor had already been decided. It was only a matter of time before the young lady gave up on her own, or she was hurt from the constant attacks. She's ferocious. This was the appraisal they had of Alice. Unlike the boys, she had a more aggressive battle style, and once she took the initiative in a battle, her victory was within sight. Even with all the plans the young lady made, Alice was able to counter them. 5 minutes later, the young lady finally gave up. She managed to hold out against the previous attack, and even managed to counterattack at one time. Unfortunately, Alice didn't give her too many chances after that. It's Chapter 681, Shameless Reynolds. Alice walked back to her seat after being announced as the winner of the battle. She looked up at the stone plaque, and her name was written in the 4th place. After her battle, the other battles on the platforms lasted for another 5 minutes before they ended. As soon as they ended, the man was about to call for the end of the event when they saw Reynolds getting up once again, walking in the direction of the platform. What's he trying to do? Discussions broke out in the arena. This was the round for those in the mid-stages of the Overlord plane. Reynolds had already defeated the person ranked first in the early stages rankings, so they felt he was done with the competition. Who would have thought he would step up once again? And it was even for the mid-stages rankings. On getting to the platform, Reynolds didn't hide his intentions as he challenged the person ranked first. The man in charge of the platform was a little taken aback. He felt obligated to remind Reynolds that this was the mid-stages and not the early stages. He felt maybe Reynolds had forgotten he fought against the person ranked first and won already. "I know, I'd like to see if I can at least put up a fight against the first person," Reynolds replied with a humble smile. When the crowd overheard him, they felt his pride had gotten to his head. Even the old men who held the group in high esteem felt annoyed by this. The man looked back, and after getting a nod from the old men in charge of the event, he finally called the person ranked first in the mid-stages rankings forward. This person was a young man with a calm demeanor. When he stepped onto the stage, he didn't show the usual proud air geniuses ranked first usually have. Instead, he looked at his opponent with a confident yet friendly smile. "Hello," Reynolds waved at him. "Hello, I'm Kyle." The young man introduced himself with a smile. "It's nice meeting you, Kyle. I'm Reynolds." Reynolds approached Kyle and stretched out his hand. After shaking hands, both fighters distanced themselves. The man in charge of the platform looked at the duo. After getting confirmation from them, he gave the go-ahead for the battle to start. As soon as the battle started, the young man standing opposite Reynolds was covered with blazing green flames. Seeing this, Gray and his friends couldn't help but exchange glances. They rarely saw people with special types of their elements, so seeing this young man, they were somewhat surprised. Reynolds laughed out in delight before a figure made of lightning formed above him. The figure held onto a sword and shield with a bow on its back. It was none other than his elemental warrior. The crowd, who were still marveling at the sight of green flames, were once again astounded by the surprise of seeing an elemental warrior. Even in the Azure Continent, high-level summoners were rare. Reynolds, who most of the people felt was the weakest amongst the group, and thought he was too proud when he stepped forward to challenge someone 3 stages ahead of him, seemed to be as special as his friends. As it stands, Gray and Klaus seemed to be the only ones stronger than him in their group. What was also worth mentioning was that if not for Klaus's special water attack, they would rate him lower than Reynolds. Just where did these freaks come from? This was the only question running through the minds of everyone. Gray and Klaus were already special in their own rights. Alice was stronger than your regular genius, and other than her aggressive fighting style, there was nothing special about her. The rest, however, were freaks. Being in such a group of friends, one would feel intimidated. If they were to find out that Gray and Void, the seemingly useless cat, had awakened their domains, it was unknown what their reactions would be like. Even the old powerhouses here could only tell that Void was special. Other than that, they didn't know anything about him. The only reason they even spared him a look was because he was on Gray's shoulder most of the time. Kyle, who was covered in green fire, was just as surprised as the crowd, but after his initial shock, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha, you didn't disappoint." He charged at the elemental warrior and attacked wildly. The previous calm demeanor was gone. Now, he looked and acted like a warlord. Reynolds fought alongside the elemental warrior, making the pressure on Kyle high. Boom, bang, bam. The battle didn't start off slow like the other battles. It went straight to the peak. Kyle was known around for being a battle maniac, and seeing how he was doing against Reynolds and the elemental warrior showed his strength. Most 7th stage Overlord plane elementalists would not be able to cope under the combined assault of Reynolds and the elemental warrior. Even though Reynolds was weaker, it didn't mean that he could neglect his attacks. Kyle's plan from the get-go was simple: take out Reynolds and he wins. This is what everyone thought of as well. Unfortunately, with the elemental warrior there and Reynolds being a cunning individual, it was impossible to take him out. He hid under the attack range of the elemental warrior. If Kyle tried to attack, he would be sneak attacked by the elemental warrior. At this pace, he risked losing the fight or even ending it as a tie. There's also the chance that he might not even get Reynolds and might just lose altogether. Klaus and Void were laughing at Reynolds' cunning nature. He was using the elemental warrior to full effect. Kyle was unable to get close to him, and the elemental warrior even had the advantage in their battles. Whenever he focused fully on the elemental warrior, Reynolds would attack from behind. It got to the extent that even the calm Kyle was starting to get frustrated by what was happening. Reynolds was out of his reach while he was very much within Reynolds' grasp. This meant that he couldn't attack Reynolds, but Reynolds could attack him whenever he wanted. It's a cruel situation to be in. Even a good person will go nuts whenever they are in such a position. The crowd watched the battle a little taken aback. Reynolds was being shameless to the core, but they couldn't complain since the elemental warrior was his, and this was a viable battle strategy. Many people here would do the same if they were in his place. Haha, yes, be shameless. Klaus laughed loudly, attracting the gaze of those around. Gray shook his head, while Alice glared at him. Their great reputation had been thrown in the mud by these two crazy guys. One was acting shamelessly on the platform, while the other had a proud look. It was like he was a proud teacher. Reynolds continued irritating his opponent, making him make mistakes, which gives the elemental warrior a chance to overwhelm him. The man in charge had a weird smile on his face. It was evident that Reynolds had won this as well. Chapter 682, The Light Element. Swoosh! Bang! The elemental warrior sent Kyle flying. I admit defeat. Kyle didn't fight any longer before giving up. Fighting against Reynolds and his elemental warrior was a pain to fight against Reynolds, made things worse, almost making it impossible for him to concentrate. Haha, thank you for letting me win. Reynolds laughed as he approached Kyle. Kyle didn't feel too downcast after his loss, shaking hands with Reynolds. He even went back with him to where Gray and the others were seated. His easygoing nature made it easy for him and the group to become friends. Making friends with a group like theirs was a bonus to anybody, so he naturally took advantage of it. He was surprisingly not from Dixon region. Just like the group, he was traveling, trying to gain experience. While the group was speaking, the man on the platform called for the end of the competition. The young lady who was ranked first in the late stages Overlord plane rankings and the middle-aged man approached them. Introducing herself, her name was Avril Cassidy. The group introduced themselves to her and Kyle. When Gray introduced himself, a look of realization dawned on the middle-aged man accompanying Avril. So, he's from that Dawson family. To think they've produced another genius of this caliber, he thought to himself. If Gray knew of his thoughts, he would have refuted them since he didn't know any Dawson family from the Aurora continent. Honestly, other than his parents, he knew no other person from the Dawson family. He didn't even know if he had any uncles or aunties. They spoke for a while before Gray and his group decided to leave. Gray in particular was in a hurry since he wanted to try to create the light space as soon as possible. The group left alongside Kyle and Avril. Before they left, a few youngsters approached them, trying to create some ties with them. The group welcomed them. Making more friends was better than making enemies. These friends might be useful later in the future. There was nothing left for the group to do in Dixon region, so they left the city immediately. Gray went straight to the woods, finding a cave. He immediately sat down cross-legged before trying to comprehend what he got from the light element today. The others didn't know what was up with him, but they knew it must be important, so they let him be. They stayed outside the cave, talking about the competition and how the battles were. Each reflected on their battles and where they could improve. In the blink of an eye, 2 days went by in a flash. Gray was still cooked up in the cave, not showing any signs of coming out. The group were bored, even as far as going to the city to get some things, leaving Void to protect Gray. He was the strongest, and anyone he couldn't fight against, they couldn't either. They met a few people who approached them to join their factions, however rejected it. Gray told them not to let others know they were not in any faction since it might put them in danger. Geniuses were coveted everywhere, so it was best to be cautious. People might be scared of their background and not attack them. This is their best protection right now, so they had to use it properly. 5 more days went by before Gray finally made some movements. Opening his eyes, it was covered entirely with a bright white light. Haha, things were better than expected. He laughed lightly to himself. He not only used this opportunity to create the light space, but he also entered the chaos space and started comprehending the light element immediately. Due to his past efforts, things were a little easier for him. He couldn't help but breathe out a sigh of relief. It was like he had finally achieved the first step in becoming the strongest. He presently had every element he knew, 8 elements. That was something that would send the world into chaos if they found out. It's a shame I still wasn't able to break through to the 7th stage of the Overlord plane. He shook his head. He originally thought comprehending a new element would have made him advance to the next stage. But unfortunately, it seems that things were starting to become difficult for him. Now he understood why it was difficult to advance as elementalists grew stronger. His own was even worse due to his multiple elements. This made his requirements even higher. He had been advancing quite quickly before, but now, it seems as if things will be a little slow for now. Hence, he threw everything to the back of his mind and stood up. When Gray stepped out, he saw the tired looks from his friends. "What's with the faces?" he asked with a smile. "You better have a good reason for keeping us waiting," Klaus said. "Of course." Gray smiled before opening his hand as a white ball of light appeared. "You've comprehended the light element?" Reynolds exclaimed. "Yes. Why did you think I came here straight away?" "Means I gained some insights at the competition when I saw people using it. This helped me a lot." Gray grinned as he explained. "Haha, nice. Now you can heal us." Klaus laughed. No, my mastery is still too low, and like usual, the elemental grade is extremely low. Pink to be precise. It will take a while before I can increase it." Gray shook his head, killing Klaus's wishful thinking. "A shame? That means for now it's useless?" Reynolds asked with a sad smile. "Not exactly. It can heal minor injuries, and it will boost my speed. I'm happy with my gains," Gray replied. "Congratulations," Alice congratulated him, unlike the two boys. "Thank you," Gray smiled in response. "Can we get going now?" Void finally spoke up. Staying in one place was not in accordance with his style. He had to be on the move constantly so that he could see new things. Gray looked at the others, and seeing their expressions, he knew they were tired of this place as well. He had no objections with leaving since there was nothing he had to do here. With that, the group finally continued their journey. Other than when Gray and Klaus were trying to understand that heavy water, this was the longest they have stayed in a place. While they were walking, they spoke about their experiences so far when Gray was still in closed doors training. About 8 factions approached them, but they refused all of them. They were even invited to meet an old lady who was quite powerful. She spoke with them in a kind manner. In the end, she also wanted them to join her faction, which they also refused. Some days later, they were getting close to leaving Dixon region. On the way, Gray trained with his light element. He was also very close to breaking through. Even though he didn't break through immediately, it helped him get very close to his target. So he didn't feel too down about it. They opted to travel by foot instead of using the teleportation arrays. This made their journey longer, but they gained considerable experience from it, encountering new things on the way while also facing some life-threatening moments. The strength of the group continued improving as they traveled. Klaus was getting better at his new water. Gray had too many focuses, so his progress with it was a little slower than Klaus. Alice was fighting more, honing her skills with every battle. Reynolds was also pushing to advance to the 4th stage of the Overlord plane. He was very close to it. Doing this would undoubtedly push the stage of his elemental warrior to the 7th stage, making it stronger. Void was the only one who was carefree. He didn't think too much. He didn't train the way the others did. Some days went by, and they finally left the Dixon region, entering the next region. Just like the Dixon region, this was also a mid-level region. So the geniuses here were around the same level as those in Dixon region. They fell into contemplation. Fighting against the geniuses here would be beneficial, but would also take time if they were on the same level as those in Dixon region. Should we skip this place, or? Gray looked at the others. "I want to see how far I've improved," Alice said. She enjoyed fighting, so it was natural that she would agree to them staying and challenging the geniuses here. Klaus and Reynolds had no issues with them staying for a few days, and neither did Gray. They started searching for those in the geniuses' rankings. They weren't as lucky as the last time when they encountered the geniuses' rankings competition, so they had to search for each individual personally. It took them a while, but they managed to locate the person ranked 4th in this region's mid-stages Overlord plane rankings. Chapter 683, Collective Growth. Buzz, bang, boom. The sound of lightning crashing into something strong resonated out. "Wow, she's definitely gotten more powerful," Reynolds commented from the side. Beside him were Gray and Klaus. They were watching Alice's battle with the person ranked 4th in this region's mid-stages Overlord plane geniuses rankings. The person was a young man who was a wind elementalist. They've been fighting for almost 10 minutes now, and even though Alice was 2 stages lower than him, she was able to go toe-to-toe with him. Swoosh! Boom! Bang! A large tornado sprang up from the ground, lifting Alice into the sky. While in the sky, red and silver lights flashed in the tornado. Before long, the tornado was forcefully destroyed. Alice was seen standing midair, covered in lightning and flames. She used the attack lightning rain while midair before throwing multiple fireballs at her opponent. She almost tried to replicate Gray's meteor descent. However, she was unable to get it accurately. The young man created a storm to fight against the attacks coming his way. The battle continued as they exchanged blows in a tight and heated battle. In terms of power, this person was stronger than the one she fought against in the Dixon region, so it was difficult for her to overwhelm him. If she were still on the same power level as when she fought in Dixon region, then she would have lost long ago. But thanks to her slight improvement, she managed to last long. As the battle raged on, the young man slowly started to gain the upper hand. He had a higher cultivation stage than Alice, so it was understandable that he was stronger. They fought for 5 more minutes. Bang! Alice's figure was sent flying, crashing into a rock by the side. At the moment, Alice crashed into the rock. Another loud explosion was heard from the other side. Just like Alice, the young man was sent flying. His condition was slightly better than Alice's, which showed he had the edge in their brawl. Alice stood up before cleaning the dust off her body. You win. She didn't feel sad with this loss. From the start, she knew this person was much stronger than the person ranked 4th in Dixon region. Not just that, but he was also a very experienced fighter. Unlike most youngsters, he didn't make moves carelessly. Alice and the others usually used their experiences to their advantage in battles. Compared to them, most of the geniuses here haven't gone through deadly training. Their battle knowledge was low. They might be powerful, but they didn't know when and how to attack properly. It was a close battle. If you were a stage higher, then I would have lost. The young man replied sincerely. He wasn't trying to make her feel better or anything. It was the truth. Alice was only in the 4th stage of the Overlord plane, while he was in the 6th stage, 2 stages higher, yet he fought her for this long. With a small upgrade in her stage, she would be able to beat him. Thank you for agreeing to spar with me. I'll be leaving now. Alice showed her gratitude before turning to her friends. The young man stared at the group, looking at them strangely. He guessed they were from one of those high-leveled regions, but he couldn't ascertain it. A thought came to his head, but just as he was about to, he stopped himself. If she's already this powerful, how powerful would he be? He looked at Gray. Gray didn't hide his cultivation stage, so he was able to find out that he was in the same stage as himself. Since Alice was already this powerful, and she was 2 stages below him, challenging Gray might come as a humiliation for him, so he stopped himself. Gray and the others left while discussing the battle. They all saw how much Alice had improved. She was the only one who wanted to test out her strength, so they didn't stay any longer. Gray even suggested they use the teleportation array so they could get to the other regions quicker, according to the map they had. He still had to travel through at least 5 regions before they would leave these mid-level regions. Their plan was to get to a high-level region and join a powerful faction. They all didn't want to join the same faction, only the ones beneficial to them. Of course, all factions could help with every element, but most factions focused on improving a single element. This would make training faster and more efficient. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. The group had been in the Azure Continent for a while now, and they were starting to get used to things here. In these 2 months, Gray and Reynolds had made breakthroughs, getting to the 7th and the 4th stage respectively. Reynolds' Elemental Warrior was currently in the 7th stage as well, which meant he couldn't compete in the mid-stages Geniuses rankings any longer. They've gone through 5 regions in this time and battled through all of them. Although they used the teleportation arrays on some occasions, they mostly traveled by foot. They encountered more things this way, increasing their knowledge and experience. On one occasion, Klaus found a strange treasure while he was trying to claim it. They found out that it belonged to a tribe of barbarians who were staying in the forest. The barbarians chased them for days, and after a brutal battle, they finally let them go. They were lucky the tribe leader was not around, according to what the barbarians said. The tribe leader was in the Sage Plain. He would have beaten the hell out of the group if he caught them. This was Gray's first time battling with barbarians, and he took advantage of it. They were the only people who trained their bodies, so he tried to see which was stronger. Unfortunately for him, he lost in that regard. Chapter 684, Latrum Region. Chapter 684, Latrum Region, their encounter with the barbarians taught them a lesson. Of course, it didn't stop Void and Klaus from causing trouble. Void could sense treasures, so whenever they were close to anyone, he would naturally sense them. Going through the forest meant they would encounter treasures, and with treasures came danger. The battles helped the group grow. But they also showed them that the dangers here were not on the same level as the Azure Continent. Had Gray not comprehended the light element, they would have completely used up the remaining vials of healing tonic. The items they've managed to acquire were only raw items, not usable to them. They could only sell them whenever they got to a city or town. Gray's light element, however, could only do so much. He doesn't have a high mastery of it, neither is the elemental grade high. They had to get healing tonics from the cities, since the one they got from the blooming viper was too valuable. Hence, Klaus and Alice were still in the same stage as before, but their strength had seen a significant increase. Klaus in particular had been focusing on his ice ability in his heavy water, making them more powerful. The heaviness of the water has almost doubled. Now, without even a sneak attack, he could use it to break through Gray's earth wall. Alice had been practicing as well. Unlike the others, she didn't really have anything special other than being a dual elementalist. So she trained more than they did. They had challenged the geniuses from the regions they've gone through, and she had lost one, drawn one, and won the other 3. Klaus also fought as well. He only managed to defeat the person ranked 15th. When he tried to challenge someone higher, he lost, quite woefully at that. Gray had been conservative, not challenging those in the late stages, he only watched the others. Reynolds had started challenging those in the mid stages, and without the help of the elemental warrior, he was unable to get into the top 15. In the same stage, Alice was stronger than him. They were currently in Latrum region, the last region before moving to the high-leveled regions in the Western Continent. They've been traveling for a while now, and the group felt it would be best if they joined one of these factions sooner. Gray and the others had heard of people going into secret realms, and without joining a faction or being from a powerful family, then there was no way for him to join them. Gray had a score to settle, so unlike the others, he was short on time. The quicker he improved, the better for him. His opponent wasn't an ordinary person. The humiliation and life-threatening attack he experienced that day, he wanted to return back to the young man. He hasn't told his friends of this, so they had no idea of it. Alive suggested they search for those in the geniuses' rankings like usual and challenge them. Since Klaus and Reynolds agreed, Gray didn't really have much of a choice. It took them almost a week to find who they were searching for. They had to travel through multiple cities. From their numerous travels, Gray's essence stones were already halved, and at this rate it would finish in no time. The plan of making a long-range teleportation array came to his mind. But when he tried it, he realized he couldn't pinpoint the location of the one he made back at the strange forest. The space here was too strong for him, so he gave up on that idea. Although he gave up on the idea, it didn't stop him from making the arrays, though. He would get powerful enough to use it one day. The target of their search was a young lady who went on an expedition, and according to what the group found out, a treasure was forming there. It would form completely, and most of the geniuses in the Overlord Plane had gone there. The treasure was only beneficial to those in the Overlord Plane, so people in the Sage Plane didn't come over. When the group got to the location, they were stunned by the barren land in front of them. Not a single vegetation was in sight, only dried rocks which looked like they would crumble from a single touch. "What the hell is this?" Klaus commented when he saw the state of the place. "This was caused by the darkness element," Void remarked after getting a feel of the place. "The darkness element?" Alice and the others asked, stunned. Gray closed his eyes and tried to feel the darkness element in the area. It took a while, but he was able to sense it later on. He's right. It must have been done a long time ago. But it's still affecting this place. He looked at the place, a little shaken by how powerful the person who did this was. Even after so long, it still had such an effect. It showed the elementalist was by no means weak. Actually, this was caused well over 300 years ago. I'm surprised you sensed it. A voice came from the side. The voice sounded a bit familiar. When the group turned around, they were surprised to see Kyle, the young man Reynolds fought against back at Dixon region. "Kyle, you came as well." Reynolds was the first to speak up. "I heard of a treasure while passing by a small tribe, so I decided to come check it out. Who would have thought I would see you 4 here? Now my chances of getting it are as good as gone." Kyle replied with a shake of his head. "You know what happened to this place?" Gray asked. Rumors had it that around 300 years ago, a powerful darkness elementalist fought against the current ruler of the Western Continent. Their battle lasted over 3 days, and this place was reduced to this state. Kyle gave them a rough description of what he knew. "Oh, and this is just the outer perimeters. The closer you go, the more powerful the effect. There's a miasma in the center," he added. Chapter 685, A Crazy Group of Friends. Chapter 685, A Crazy Group of Friends. Chapter 685, A Crazy Group of Friends. A miasma. Gray's expression changed slightly. He recalled the last time he heard about this was with Ellis's father. Apparently, he was corroded by one, almost losing his life in the process. If he hadn't gone by, then it might have been a different story. Yeah, very dangerous. Kyle nodded, before adding, however, there are times where the miasma retracts, or should I say lessen. This gives people the chance to go deeper into this place. This is one of those times, and the birth of this treasure couldn't come at a better time. Hearing Kyle's words, the others nodded in understanding. This place was probably a deadly place, but since people had explored it for many years, they had found out some secrets about it. Such places are usually filled with treasures, since before people tend to go in it is long, giving it enough time to groom these treasures. This wasn't the first time Klaus and the other two were hearing of miasma, so they knew the dangers of it. There are places that are filled with excessive fire or even wind element, causing them to have a miasma, but as usual, the darkness element tends to be more dangerous thanks to its corroding ability. Are we just going to stand here? Come on, let's go in. Kyle was the first to take a step into the place. Compared to before, the group could tell that he had improved. First of all, his aura was slightly different, and he had broken through to the 7th stage of the Overlord plane. But they could tell it hadn't been long since he did it. With Kyle taking the lead, Gray and his friends followed behind him. Void looked at Kyle curiously. He naturally sensed him when he was approaching the group, but since he found his aura familiar, he didn't really feel too bothered. As they went deeper into the place, the darkness element's aura started to grow stronger. It was even to a stage that those in the origin plane would feel extremely uncomfortable when placed in this place. Every individual in the group was in the Overlord plane, so it was nothing for them to worry about, for now. They soon started to sense the presence of others in this place, which was expected. After all, they heard of this place from the mouth of the public, so the birth of this treasure was pretty much made known to all. What do you think it would be? Klaus asked curiously as they walked further in. A natural treasure, I guess, Reynolds replied. Klaus almost wanted to facepalm when he heard his reply. I know it's a natural treasure. I'm asking what type of treasure it would be. A rock, fruit, weapon, stuff like that? Moron? Gray and Alice initially thought Klaus wasn't going to curse at Reynolds when they heard the starting part of his statement. Given his usual self, he would have started his statement with a curse. He, however, didn't disappoint them in the end. You're the one who asked a stupid question. Creep. Reynolds naturally retorted, and before long the duo started a cursing session. Gray and Alice were already used to it. This has been the highlight of their journey so far, so they were completely cool with it. Kyle, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the first, and felt quite strange. From how seriously the duo were cursing at each other, he almost wanted to step in and play peacemaker, but seeing that Gray and Alice didn't even try to step in, he sensibly stopped himself. Hey, is it all right for them to be like this? Kyle approached Gray and asked with a whisper. Yeah, it's totally fine. I'll be more worried about them if they haven't quarreled in a day, Gray replied nonchalantly. His expression showed this was a normal occurrence. Oh, and a word of advice, don't look at them too much, you'll only draw their attention. Gray wasn't even finished before he noticed both Klaus and Reynolds were staring at them. And, it's too late. Kyle was about to ask why Gray said that, but he found out a few seconds later when the duo, who seemed as if they could kill each other a few seconds ago, started cursing at Gray. He was almost exempted. Well, almost. Gray was forced to join the two-man cursing squad, which came as a huge shock to Kyle, who had always taken him for a serious-minded person who wouldn't indulge in such things. Gray didn't speak much with people, so they rarely got to see this side of him. Kyle was unfortunately the target of the trio, and after a few minutes, he was lost for words. Klaus and Reynolds were frightening opponents when it came to this. It was like they were experienced, well-seasoned fighters, but just at cursing. Gray was that bad as well. He, on the other hand, was woeful when compared to the trio. Don't let it get to you, they've had years of training. Alice comforted him when she saw his downcast expression. Kyle nodded his head but still felt frightened by the trio. They weren't the least bit reserved with their words, if not for the fact that he knew they didn't mean it in that way. He would have fought them with his life on the line even though he knew he would lose. The group continued in this manner, and before long, they got to where the rest of the people were waiting. As soon as they got close, Void started acting strange. I want it! he said to the group. Kyle looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. It was childlike, so he knew it wasn't from any of them. You want whatever's forming? Gray asked curiously while staring at the people around. Presently, there were at least 200 people here, all in the Overlord plane. They were in different stages of the Overlord plane. However, none was in the early stages. What was shocking was that none of them seemed to be over 25 years of age. This showed that most of the people here were geniuses. If such a group went to the Azure Continent, then they might be able to sweep through the entire continent in a matter of days, as long as those in the Sage plane didn't show their faces. One other thing was worth mentioning. There are youngsters in the Sage plane as well. Ellis was an example. He was barely 25 years old, but he had already gotten to the mid-stages of the Overlord plane. In the same stage, he would be more powerful than those old fogies from the Azure Continent. In the entire continent, other than Gray's teacher, there was only one person known to be in the mid-stages, and he was only in the 4th stage of the Sage plane after hundreds of years. The appearance of the group naturally attracted the attention of some of the people around, but after sensing the person with the highest cultivation stage was only in the 7th stage, they retracted their gazes. They naturally couldn't be too worried about such a group. Chapter 686, Advancing Deeper. Chapter 686, Advancing Deeper. Yes, this thing will be very good for me. Void nodded his head vigorously, and you as well. Kyle finally managed to confirm that Void was the one speaking, and was a little lost for words. He originally thought this was a normal cat and had almost asked why Gray kept such a cat on his shoulder. Now he understood that it was his wishful thinking. How could such a group of freaks be accompanied by something ordinary? Then we'll get it, Gray said with confidence. He didn't care who was here, so long as there was no one in the Sage plane. Then he was certain that with him using the fusion state and Void's help, they could overwhelm anyone here. They still had a trump card hidden under their sleeves, their domains. From the time they had spent here, they found out that it was quite abnormal for someone to awaken their domains this early. The earliest was usually in the Sage plane, but these two freaks awakened theirs in the Overlord plane. Klaus, Reynolds, and Alice looked at the duo as if they weren't normal when they realized this. Originally, they also had the thought of awakening theirs this early as well, but it seems as if that might not be possible anytime soon. Maybe after breaking through to the Sage plane, will they be able to do so? Kyle was once again shocked by Gray. The confidence with which he said he would obtain the treasure was not something someone on his stage should have. After all, there were people at the peak of the Overlord plane here. Gray might be powerful, and since he had advanced by a stage, he would be even stronger than the last time he saw him, but he didn't think he would be able to overpower all the peak Overlord plane geniuses here alone. Even though he knew Void was special, he didn't really know how powerful he was, so he couldn't add him to the equation for now. I'll see how things go first. Maybe traveling with them might be fun and dangerous. Kyle thought as he looked at the group. The miasma was slowly receding deeper, but everyone here knew not to rush in now. They had to give the atmosphere time to get rid of most of the corrosiveness in the air. Gray and his group decided to stay put while watching the other groups. Some of the people here were acquainted with each other, so they were speaking as they waited. Fights broke out here and there, but it was nothing serious. They still haven't found the person they came here searching for. This has become their priority while they wait. They also spoke with Kyle and found out that he was from one of the high-leveled regions, which was expected given his strength. If not for Reynolds' elemental warrior, it would have been impossible for even Alice, who was 2 stages lower than him, to fight him. Even at that time, if Reynolds hadn't been shameless with his tactic, Kyle might have gotten a chance against the elemental warrior. He was from one of the big families and came out only to grow stronger. Unlike the young lady who was accompanied by someone, he didn't like such things, opting to move alone. This would make him grow stronger faster. With someone to always protect him, he wouldn't feel any sense of pressure. The others also agreed with this reasoning. Pressure was the only thing that could make them grow stronger at a faster rate. If one was always under protection, one wouldn't feel the need to grow stronger. They might advance in cultivation stage, but they wouldn't really grow strong. In time to come, they would become one of those people who only had high cultivation stages, but insufficient strength. Time went on in the blink of an eye, and a day went by quickly. The miasma had disappeared from their view, and the shape of a building was starting to appear. Void confirmed to them that the treasure was inside this building, and it was not the only treasure inside. he was also able to get a vague feeling of danger inside the place. This sense of danger threatened him, and he warned the others about it. When the group saw how serious his expression was, they knew it was not a matter to joke about, and they might encounter life-threatening dangers inside. Their expressions became solemn. 2 more days went by before the building came into view for everyone to see. It was a large mansion. Well, it was in a large compound, to be precise. Only around half of the compound was accessible to them now, but they all knew that this building in front of them held treasures, and this was what they came here for. Without even delaying, most of the groups rushed into the compound. They knew treasures came with danger, but no one wanted to be the last to step into a potential treasure hoard like this building. Gray and his friends were among the few people who weren't making any moves. Void's warning was still sounding in their heads. Rushing in would only mean putting themselves in the face of danger. They waited to see if there were any traps outside the building. Seeing that a considerable number of people had gone in, Gray told the group to advance. In a place like this, it wasn't wise to go in first, and neither was it wise to go in last. It was best to be among the group in the middle, to be precise. They followed the crowd, giving those in front and behind them a considerable distance to ensure safety. In a place like this, except for the people you came with, no one else should and could be trusted. This was a dog-eat-dog world where the strongest reigned supreme. They soon passed through the gates of the compound, and just like most of this place, it looked like it would be broken with nothing but a touch. But they knew it was very sturdy, and touching it might be dangerous for them. It has accumulated so much miasma that it has become deadly. Chapter 687, Monsters Made from Miasma. Chapter 687, Monsters Made from Miasma. The group cautiously stepped into the compound, staring at the large building. It had 3 parts: the main building, which was located in the middle section, then the east and west wings. Most of the people here picked the main building since naturally it was expected to have more treasures. Void. Gray turned to Void, waiting for his decision on which part they would pick. Void could almost accurately pinpoint where a treasure was located, so they mostly relied on him in instances like this. Wait, let me check. Void closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual senses. A few seconds later, he looked around in confusion. It's vague, I can't pick it up. We'll have to rely on luck, he said. Well, my luck is pretty much shit when it comes to things like this. Gray shook his head before turning his attention to Klaus. Of every single person he had met in his life, he had never seen anyone as lucky as Klaus. His massive growth wasn't a fluke, it was mainly attributed to his insane luck. Klaus could walk into an ordinary town and his chances of finding a treasure were very high. If there were tiers for luck, then Klaus definitely had at least God-tier luck. This was how highly Gray regarded his luck. Gray wasn't the only one, even Alice and Reynolds knew Klaus was the luckiest among them. Making a decision in such a place, he was the obvious person to ask. Why are you all staring at me? Klaus asked when he saw his friend's gaze. Come on, use your gut feeling. Gray said straightforwardly, It doesn't work that way. I can't just pick a time to use it as if it's something I can use whenever I want. Klaus froze before turning to the left wing. Oh, I have a nice feeling about that part. When the group heard this, they turned to the east wing, and it was the one that had fewer people. The reason for this was understandable. They could still sense a bit of miasma in it. For some strange reason, it accumulated more miasma than the other parts. This meant it wasn't ordinary. Other people have noticed this as well, but many of them refrained from going there since it would be dangerous. All right then, let's get going. Gray and the others started walking the moment Klaus picked apart. Kyle was stunned. He literally froze in the same spot, almost unsure of what he just witnessed. Gray first asked Void to find the treasure, and Void said he was unable to locate it. Then he turned to Klaus, asking him to use his gut feeling. Klaus first tried to refute them, then in the process, he said he felt something strange from the east wing. Kyle almost wanted to yell, Of course there's something strange about it. There's still miasma there. You think miasma would remain there if it wasn't strange? He, however, refrained from doing so. This was a group of strange people, and all he could do was to deal with it. With no option, he followed them. When they got close to the door leading to the east wing, they sensed the dangerous miasma around it. Without being told anything. They each used their respective elements to form a translucent coat around them to block out the miasma. The miasma here was something they could still deal with, but if they didn't protect themselves, it would accumulate and cause them harm later in the future. Opening the door to the place, they heard the sounds of fighting. They were taken aback since they never thought people would fight so quickly. The only thing that could make them fight was a treasure. Only after they entered did they see what was happening. People were fighting, yes, but not themselves. This place was bigger than what it seemed. From the outside, it looked only to be around 100 meters or so, but after going in, they realized it was around 400 meters or even higher. "What are those?" Alice asked, alarmed. What these people were fighting were like phantoms, made entirely from darkness. They had never seen anything like this before. It's made from the darkness element. If I'm not mistaken, they are beasts, corrupted by the miasma here. Now they look like spirits. Kyle was the one who explained. He had more knowledge of this world, so it was only natural that he had an idea of what these things were. The group didn't stay idle. Well, they wanted to, but were attacked. These things could move like smoke, forming in front of them. Each of them was around the 5th to the 9th stage of the Overlord plane. They were 5, adding Void. They were 6 in number, while the phantoms that appeared before them were 8. Gray and Void took on 2 each, leaving the rest for the others. Reynolds didn't immediately summon his elemental warrior. After all, their potential rivals were here. It would be bad if they knew all their trump cards. Gray and Void used 2 elements each, the fire and lightning elements respectively. Kyle's green flames and Gray's blue flames were the stars of the show. They attracted too much attention from those here. Gray stood out even more when he used his red lightning. The lightning element seemed to be effective against these miasmatic monsters. Alice used the fire and lightning element as well, while Klaus decided to outright freeze his opponent. As soon as they took out one, another would form before them. At first, they were fighting in the same place, but they finally realized that as long as they remained there, their opponents would not end. They started to advance as they fought. They weren't the only ones who had realized this. The other geniuses here had also figured it out as well. Some had done so even sooner. Boom, buzz bang. Attacks rang out in the hall as they continued moving forward. Chapter 688, Strange Methods. Chapter 688, Strange Methods. Gray's group advanced quickly. The synergy between the group was breathtaking, making them defeat the monsters before them quicker than most. According to what they've noticed, it takes around 10 seconds or so before another monster would form. Gray had tried sensing if this was the work of an array, and to his surprise, he got nothing. This meant that either it was natural, or whoever made it was on a level he didn't dare to imagine. They soon got to a flight of stairs, ascending it as they got there. When they got to the top, there were 3 paths, and on each path there were multiple rooms. It was up to them to choose a path. Klaus. The group turned to Klaus, and he had a lost look on his face. "I've told you guys that it doesn't work that way," he complained when he saw their gazes. It was almost pressurizing on him. "Well, it has worked so far," Gray encouraged. "I was only lucky." Klaus shook his head wryly. "That luck is what we want, to be precise." Alice joined in. Reynolds also joined in after a few seconds, and Klaus could only close his eyes and make an ice sword. The sword floated in front of him with the tip pointing straight. He made it move quickly, and the tip was facing from one path to another. While he was doing this, another set of monsters appeared, and the group was forced to fight against them. Gray brought out his inscriptions, using only the lightning and fire element like before. They soon took out their opponents once again. By the time they were done, the sword had already stopped moving, and it was facing the path on the right. Well, this was the only thing I could think of. If I'm really that lucky, then we shouldn't have any problems with finding treasures here. Well, good treasures. Klaus said with a shrug of his shoulder. Gray and the others didn't even discuss it with him. They immediately took the path the sword pointed to, and Kyle seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. Anyone could do this? He yelled in his heart, but he could only follow them. He had already asked to travel with them here, so he had no choice. As they moved, they soon got to the first door in the hallway, but they were forced to fight against the monsters before going in. After defeating the monsters, they opened the door and entered. Entering the door, they were covered by a bright light, and when they opened their eyes, they were transported to another place. Strange, the darkness element here is very thin. In fact, it's almost non-existent, Void commented when they appeared on the place. Looking around, they seemed to have been transported to an underground cave. They could hear rushing water from the side of the wall. Could we be underwater? Klaus couldn't help but ask. We are underwater, but it's best if we don't spread out our spiritual senses. Gray advised. Why? Reynolds asked. A loud roar came from behind them. followed by heavy footsteps. That's why, Gray replied, before running in the other direction. The aura he could sense from whatever the creature is was at the very peak of rank 5. Its aura was stronger than that of Void's, which meant that it was very close to breaking through to rank 6. There might even be a chance that its current battle power was around early rank 6. This wasn't something they could take on yet. It was best they left it behind and ran away. Luckily for the group, the phantoms they had been fighting against didn't appear here, so they could travel quickly. The sound of the beast chasing after them was slowly getting louder, and they knew at this rate it would catch up to them. They ran for almost a minute before encountering an intersection. I can sense it. It's on the left one, Void said excitedly before rushing towards the left path. Kyle was once again dumbstruck. First of all, Void was unable to sense anything, but after following Klaus's lucky guess, they managed to not only pick the right path, but the first room they opened led them straight to where they wanted. They can't be regarded as normal any longer, he concluded in his mind before rushing after the group. Whenever they made a decision like this, he was always the last one to move because he found their method strange and unbelievable. In fact, it was also insane. The group rushed into the left path, and as they continued deeper, the atmosphere started to emit extreme cold. Even for elementalists of their level, they felt chills. Klaus and Gray were the only ones who didn't seem to have any reactions to this. Klaus in particular had a delighted expression. Alice and Kyle used the fire element to warm themselves while Reynolds was shaking from the cold, which prompted laughter from Klaus. Reynolds almost wanted to fight with him, but he was unable to. He, however, had no problems with summoning his elemental warrior, which sent Klaus flying. Klaus didn't see it coming, so he was taken by surprise. Gray and the others burst out laughing when they saw this. Kyle, for one, was having a good time. Being with the group was fun and odd. They all behaved like psychopaths. Well, Klaus seems to be one. Gray and Void were mysterious. Alice seemed ordinary, but he knew not to look down on her. After all, being with such people meant she had something special about her as well. He had also seen her ferocity when fighting, which was something even most men didn't have. Klaus picked himself up and glared at Reynolds. He almost wanted to attack, but seeing the elemental warrior floating beside him, he stopped himself. Reynolds snorted when he saw this, annoying Klaus in the process. The group was forced to hurry up when they heard the fast-approaching footsteps of the beast chasing after them. Chapter 689, You Gotta Be Kidding Me. Chapter 689, You Gotta Be Kidding Me. They walked for around one more minute or so before reaching what seemed like the entrance to a cave. The front of this cave was sealed with ice. Gray was a little confused. Void didn't have the water element, so there was nothing he had to do with ice or anything related to water. But he decided to believe in him. After all, every time he had said there was something beneficial to him, he was always correct. Void, you and the others should keep whatever's following us busy. Kyle and I will try to burn a hole in this ice for us to go through. Gray said they both tried to use the space element, but there seems to be a restriction inside. Or maybe it was a special feature of the ice that stopped people from getting past it with the space element. Kyle had a special flame just like him, and he had sensed the intensity of the flame. It was just below his own. The group agreed with his plan and went forward to confront the beast. Void was the main attacker. The others were there to distract the beast. Seeing the group leave, Gray turned to Kyle. We should get to work as well. I don't think they'll have a good time with that thing. Gray snickered when said this, which made Kyle chuckle. They increased the heat of their flames to the highest before unleashing it on the ice wall. A few seconds after they started, they overheard the sound of battle. The others had intercepted the beast and had started a battle with it. The duo used the fire element to its peak, however, they were unable to create a hole in the ice wall, even after over 2 minutes of constant burning. Whenever the flame got close to the ice wall, it would seem as if it was about to be frozen by the ice wall. At first, the reaction was minimal, but as time went on, the ice wall actively started to attack the moment it sensed the flames. Our flames are too weak for it, Gray said with a grim expression. I've heard of this ice before. It's a rare treasure. It can counterattack on its own. If I'm not wrong, there's a magical beast inside of the ice attribute. Kyle's expression was the same as Gray's. At this rate, it would almost be impossible for them to break through this ice seal. Gray looked at Kyle. He seems to know a lot, he thought to himself. He knew about magical beasts having only the ice attribute. It was just like the ice dragon they encountered in the trial land. Unlike humans, they couldn't gain the ability of ice from the water element alone. Since if a dragon or any other magical beast can use both ice and water, then it would be regarded as a dual elementalist. Is there a way to counter it? Gray asked. They were running low on time. He could hear from the battle that the beast the others were fighting was by no means an easy foe. The darkness element should do the trick, Kyle replied. Oh, easy then. We'll go over to the battle and switch places with Void, Gray said. He didn't want Kyle to know he had more than the 4 elements he had shown. Even in the Aurora continent, having 4 elements was already something rare. If he displayed 5, then it would send waves throughout the continent. All right. Kyle nodded before heading in the direction the others were. Gray took a look at the ice with an intrigued expression, but he didn't stay for long. When they got there, Klaus's figure was sent flying by the beast. Bang. He crashed into the wall close to the duo. Ouch! That's gonna hurt, Gray said with a mocking smile. Klaus stood up, looking rattled from the attack. He soon caught sight of Gray. Have you opened up a hole? Even if it's small enough just to crawl through, I won't mind. Gray laughed when he saw Klaus's condition. The fact that Klaus didn't even reply him when he mocked him showed how difficult the battle was. Nope, you'll have to continue fighting that beast for now, Gray said with a laugh. What are you doing here then? Klaus almost wanted to punch Gray in the head. They were fighting their butts off against a seemingly impossible opponent, and Gray came to laugh at them. He was incensed. Oh, I came to see how you guys were coping. From the look of things, you don't seem to be doing fine. Gray continued poking fun at Klaus. Kyle stifled a laugh. He wanted to tell Klaus that they were unable to break it, but he didn't want to spoil Gray's fun. You'll get it from us when we leave this place, Klaus threatened. Why are you here bickering with me? You're using this as an excuse not to go back, right? Gray said with a cunning laugh. He made sure his voice was loud enough so the others who were fighting would hear him. Klaus almost felt like crying. The truth was, he truly was using this as an excuse. The beast was too powerful, and for some reason, it seemed to hate ice. It started targeting him the second he used ice. When he saw Gray, he thought he would use the chance to at least catch his breath. For the first time in his life, his ice ability he was so proud of almost wanted to kill him. Kyle was unable to hold in his life when he saw Klaus's wronged expression. Klaus, what are you doing? Reynolds' voice came from the other side. Klaus glared at Gray before rushing back. Gray laughed before following behind him. He was still laughing after getting the better of Klaus for the first time in a while, but on seeing the beast they were fighting against, he froze with his eyes twitching. You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! Gray's eyelids twitched as he looked at the magical beast. It was a gigantic bunny, with blue fluffy fur, cute big round eyes, and long ears. However, all Gray saw was a sadistic bunny, and it creeped him out. He hated to admit it, but he had a fear of bunnies. The bunny he saw in the trial land, made him have an inbuilt fear for them. He felt like behind all those cuteness and fluffiness, there was a sadistic maniac waiting to haunt someone. If people were to find out he thought this way about bunnies, it would be strange how they would react. What are you doing here? Alice asked when she saw Gray. We were unable to break through the ice seal. Gray told them what Kyle told him. And after hearing his explanation, they initially wanted to question him why he didn't break it, but they quickly figured out that he probably didn't want Kyle to know he had other elements. Void, I'll take it from here. We'll leave the opening to you. Gray switched places with Void the second he finished speaking. Kyle was shocked when he saw this. He had seen other space elementalists before, but none has been able to do what Gray just did. It must be a secret technique from his faction or family, Kyle thought to himself. After switching places with Void, Gray didn't dally. He might be scared of bunnies, but it didn't mean he couldn't attack. With a wave of his hand, 2 inscriptions lit up in the air, unleashing powerful attacks at the bunny. The bunny shook its body and its fur stood straight. To the surprise of Gray, his attacks were easily absorbed by the bunny. The bunny attacked while doing this. Gray was caught by surprise, since he thought the bunny would at least take some time to defend against his attack. He exclaimed. Before he could escape with the space element, the paw of the bunny slammed into his body, sending him flying like a kite. He was previously standing midair with the help of the wind element. This made the attack of the bunny even more effective. Bang! Boom! Gray slammed into the wall, causing a large and deep crater to form. The force almost created a hole in the wall. Had that happened, they would have been in trouble since they were underwater. They didn't know how deep it was, so they couldn't take any chances. It was common knowledge that the pressure at the depth of the ocean was terrifying. Klaus laughed at Gray when he saw his situation, but he soon ran for his life when the bunny tried to attack him again. Kyle attacked as well. With Void gone, none of them could possibly keep the bunny in check. Unless Gray used the fusion state, he was no match from Void, much less this bunny. Gray managed to crawl out of the crater, cursing his bad luck for encountering a bunny before he rushed over. Boom, bang, they attacked ferociously but cautiously as well. They couldn't afford to break the walls. Luckily, they were all in the Overlord plane, so they had control over the attacks even though they've already unleashed them. Most of the attacks that missed the bunny were dissolved by the person who used it. Gray and Klaus were the main people who suffered at the hands of the bunny, Klaus especially. Now Gray understood why Klaus said the bunny hated ice. It couldn't use its fur to absorb it like the other elemental attacks, so they deal a good amount of damage to it. Gray was stuck between using his water element or not. In the end, he decided against it, since he didn't use his darkness element to unseal the ice wall. There was no use showing Kyle any other element. They fought with the bunny, trying to defend Klaus as he used his ice to harm the bunny. Gray was the main person distracting the bunny. With his space element, it was difficult for the bunny to catch him, although there have been quite a few times he was unlucky. He mostly escapes from its attacks. Kyle and Reynolds' elemental warrior were behind Gray. Then lastly was Alice. She was sensible with her positioning, so she rarely got in the attack range of the bunny. Reynolds was also trying to attack, but he mostly ran whenever targeted by the bunny after almost 5 minutes. "Haven't Void opened it yet?" Klaus asked. His face was slightly swollen from the attacks, same as Gray. The others were in the same state as when they started the battle. For some reason, the bunny placed its focus on Gray and Klaus. It targeted Klaus because of his ice, and Gray because it felt his space element was a pain to deal with. Void. Gray communicated with Void telepathically. After a few seconds, Void replied, "Almost done. The hole isn't big enough for you guys." "I'll still need a little more time," replied Void. "He said the hole isn't big enough for us, and he'll need more time." Gray reported the news to the others. Bam. Klaus was once again sent flying. This time, he didn't even get the chance to step into the battle before the bunny sent him flying. "Can we crawl through it?" Klaus asked, almost on the verge of tears. "Just wait till it's big enough," Alice said. Boom. Bang. Gray was sent flying, crashing next to Klaus. "Can we crawl through it?" he asked Void the moment he regained himself. He hated the bunny. It was almost as if it was impenetrable. No matter how he attacked, it would shake its body and its fur would stand straight, absorbing the attacks. "Well, yeah, but I can get it to the size you guys can walk through in a few minutes," Void replied strangely. He never expected Gray to ask such a question. The only reason Gray didn't use this option was that if they wanted to crawl through it, it would take some time before each person entered, making the bunny take advantage of that to beat up the others. The last person would suffer the most, and he was certain that he would be the last person if they went with this choice. Gray could only grit his teeth as he jumped back into the battle. Klaus followed behind him as well. Boom, bang, bam. They continued fighting against the bunny, and as usual, Gray and Klaus were beaten brutally by it. 2 minutes later. Thud. Gray and Klaus could barely stand after crashing into the wall once again. They've created so many craters in the wall that it almost looked like they were following a certain pattern. One thing that was worth mentioning was that they never slammed into any position twice. The bunny also knew the dangers of causing a hole in the tunnel, so it made sure not to send them flying in the same direction. Gray and Klaus were on their knees panting for air. They exchanged looks and they could see the frustration and terror in each other's eyes. They've managed to at least cause the bunny some harm, but compared to their current state, it didn't seem worth it. "I hate bunnies," Gray said hatefully in his head. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Void's voice in his head. It felt like he was listening to his savior. "You guys can come now," Void said. "We can finally leave." Gray said with much difficulty. When Klaus heard this, he didn't even think twice before sprinting in that direction. He didn't want to stay here any longer. This was the first time he had been beaten this seriously. What was annoying was that almost all their attacks were useless against the bunny. Gray told the others about the news, and just like Klaus, he ran. He had a greater fear of staying here than Klaus. If not for the fact that he needed to tell the others, he would have run the second he heard the news. The bunny, seeing them trying to run away, ditched the others it was fighting against, and gave chase after the duo. Reynolds, Alice, and Kyle heaved a sigh of relief as they also ran in the same direction. When they got there, Klaus and Gray were nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that they had gone past the hole. "Hurry, it's gradually sealing." Void's voice came from inside the small tunnel he made in the ice. The others exchanged glances before rushing into it. The bunny was preoccupied with defending against the ice wall. When it tried to stop Gray and Klaus, it caused a reaction from the ice wall, and it retaliated. This was also one of the causes that hastened the resealing of the ice. They successfully went into the tunnel, finally escaping from the paws of the hateful bunny. Walking through the ice tunnel, the group were amazed. They could see that on the sides of the ice was water. The ice tunnel surprisingly took them through the water, taking them to another cave. While walking, they saw a large shadow move past the water, even while being in the ice tunnel. The aura they sensed from the shadow sent a chill down their spines. They all froze momentarily from fear. "What was that?" Klaus asked. "Something we shouldn't concern ourselves with. Void, hurry, please." Gray urged Void. The bunny was a small fry compared to the shadow they just saw. One has to know that this ice was extremely thick and tough. Yet the shadow's aura still not only seeped through, but it also terrified them. This showed just how powerful the creature was. From the looks of it, it might just be able to kill them with its aura alone. Void nodded his head aggressively before hurrying with the corrosion. Gray switched places with Klaus, secretly using his darkness element as well. He couldn't take the risk of staying here anymore. What if the shadow saw them and took interest in them? For it to survive at this depth showed it was extremely powerful. It could probably smack the ice into smithereens. After a few more minutes, they managed to step out of another cave. This one had what seemed like an oasis, with a floating dark item in the middle. "That's it!" Void exclaimed when he saw the dark item. He was the first to step out, so the others naturally didn't see it until they stepped out as well. When they caught sight of the floating item, they knew it was definitely something special. Kyle looked at Void, dumbfounded by the fact that he was actually able to accurately locate the treasure after getting close. His attention quickly switched from Void to Klaus. The reason was that, without Klaus, this might not have been possible. Void said he couldn't sense the precise location of the treasure when they entered the compound, and the group forced Klaus to use his gut feeling. He somehow brought them here, relying purely on luck. That was unheard of. Klaus's level of luck was on another level entirely. Kyle didn't think he had seen anyone as lucky as Klaus. If anyone was luckier than Klaus, then that person wouldn't even need to cultivate before they got to the top of the world. "Whatever made this ice should be here, correct?" Gray shifted his gaze from the treasure to Kyle. "Should be. There's a possibility it was made years ago as well. I can't be too certain, but since it can regenerate this quickly, the beast should be here," Kyle replied. He hadn't sensed any living thing here, hence he was a little skeptical. This was why he told Gray there's a chance that the beast wasn't here. "All right," Gray nodded. Collecting the treasure was entirely up to when Void wanted to. He was more interested in this ice. If he could catch the beast that made it, then it would be easier. He could just learn from it. Klaus would benefit from it as well. Void didn't rush in approaching the treasure. He knew it wouldn't be that easy to take the treasure. There would definitely be an obstacle. If he rushed, then he might harm himself needlessly. Void examined the place a little longer. Only after he was sure there was no danger did he finally step forward. Klaus, on the other hand, went towards the water. There might be something special in it. After all, a treasure formed here. He wasn't too optimistic about finding any, though. When he got close to the water, he unfortunately found nothing good. With no choice, he went to the side to watch the others. He didn't have the energy to explore the place. The beating he received from the bunny made him depressed. His face was back to normal thanks to Gray's light element, but the light element couldn't heal his emotions, which were almost destroyed by the bunny. Hateful creature, he thought spitefully. Unknown to Gray, he was gaining a new bunny hater. Well, it can't really be called hate, more like fear. This encounter made Gray's fear of bunnies increase to a new height. Presently, he felt all bunnies were psychotic things that should be avoided at all costs. Void was about to cross the small lake before hastily retreating. Boom. The water exploded out from below, causing a large amount of water to spray in all directions. Seeing the water, Klaus's expression changed drastically. "Don't allow the water to touch you," he yelled while covering himself within an ice dome. Gray teleported out of the range of the attack, same as Void. Kyle and Alice used the fire element to create a firewall to protect themselves. Reynolds' elemental warrior was still by his side, so he didn't have any problems with blocking the water. When the water landed on the ground, it gave off a black gas before fading. It's contaminated, Klaus said with a grim expression. The darkness element truly is something else. Reynolds commented, I'm afraid this isn't a result of the darkness element alone. Look at the lake, and you'll know it's either set to attack once someone wants to pass over it, or there's something inside or around controlling it, Kyle stated. Void looked at the lake, and with a snort, he blinked and appeared beside the object floating in the air. The moment he appeared close to it, a powerful repulsion force pushed him away, and when he got to the top of the lake, the force stopped and the water below him shot up. This time it was different from the first time. It shot at only Void, minimizing the area to increase speed. Klaus was the closest to the lake, and he reacted accordingly. With Void caught off guard, it was up to him to protect him. He created a thin ice veil that stopped the water from touching Void. Void hurriedly left the place, appearing beside Gray. He was clearly shaken from his close encounter. There's something here, Gray said with squinted eyes. What Void just experienced was caused by the wind element. This place must have been created a long time ago to train people, but now it was no longer what it was. Different types of creatures have occupied the place, and with the aid of the trials set here, they were incredibly dangerous. The attack from the lake seemed natural, but the repulsion Void felt when he appeared close to the treasure wasn't natural. Even though it was faint, Gray sensed elemental particles. This could only be possible when someone or something was using elemental attacks. What now? Klaus asked. They couldn't advance since there was an unknown enemy, but they couldn't stay here either. His greatest worry was leaving this place altogether. There was no way to return the way they came, which meant there was another way to leave this place, and it should be connected to this place. We should find our opponent first, then we'll think of what action to take next, Gray said while looking around. He still hadn't been able to sense what was attacking, but whatever it is was protecting the treasure. Void, try approaching it again. You already know of its attack, so you wouldn't be caught off guard again. Gray said to Void, this was the quickest way to find what was attacking. All he had to do was track where the elemental particles were coming from. Only extremely sensitive elementalists could attempt what he wanted to do. This is the reason the others didn't know it was an elemental attack, but he did. Having multiple elements gave him extra sensitivity to elemental particles. He concentrated fully on the area where the treasure was floating. After Void disappeared, he appeared there within a second. Like the first time, a powerful repulsion force pushed him to the top of the lake. Void wouldn't fall for this the second time, so he vanished before his figure got to the lake. Gray traced the elemental particles and realized it was coming from the ground, around a place that had flowers around. After tracking it, he went over to where it was coming from, and without warning, he sliced a large lump from the ground, taking out at least a meter worth of soil. Looking at the ground, he found nothing. Huh? Strange. I could have sworn it was coming from here, he muttered to himself. While he was looking at the ground, the lump of soil he sliced out started to move. Something small was wiggling around in it. The others who were standing around Gray noticed this and retreated back subconsciously. A few seconds later, a creature popped out of the lump of soil. It was around 6 inches tall and had a face of a child, with eyes and a mouth but no nose or ears. It was translucent with a mixture of blue and green colors. It had arms but no legs. The group stared at the somewhat cute yet strange creature with interest. Gray had been alerted to this, so he saw the creature when it was leaving the lump of soil. His gaze was fixated on the creature before looking at Kyle, who looked like someone who had seen a ghost. A Seelie, but how? He muttered in shock. Gray had read about a Seelie before, so hearing Kyle say the name, he was a little taken aback. From what he knew, they were almost extinct in the world. He never thought they'd encounter one here. Chapter 693, The Perfect Bait. A Seelie? I thought they were extinct? Alice asked, surprised. Apparently not, there's one right here, Klaus replied, while looking at the Seelie with interest. This little guy was behind that troublesome ice. Seelies form from a place of concentrated elemental essence. It usually takes years for them to form and gain intelligence. From the looks of it, it hasn't been long since this one formed, hence its somewhat low intelligence. A smarter Seelie would know not to come out in the presence of people. These magical creatures were highly coveted by people because if absorbed, they could help improve one's elemental grade and mastery of their element. This Seelie was special in the sense that it had 2 elements. A dual elemental Seelie was rare to see, even when they weren't almost extinct. The Seelie looked at the group with interest. It hadn't left this place since it formed, so this was the first time it was encountering something different from magical beasts or phantoms. It couldn't speak, so other than staring at the group, it did nothing else. Alice was drawn to it immediately, and she thought of capturing it as a partner. It's extremely difficult to gain the trust of a Seelie. Kyle saw through her intentions and said, "Whoever manages to acquire its trust will be its partner. Deal?" Klaus asked. There was only one Seelie, and there were 5 people here. Void was excluded, since, well, he was already a partner to Gray, and magical beasts don't usually have other magical creatures as partners. Gray nodded, having no issues with Klaus's suggestion. The same goes for the others. Kyle never thought they'd use such a method. This was Seelie, something that even relatives would fight over to get, yet these people said whoever could gain its trust would acquire it. What if the first person who stepped forward gained its trust immediately? What would happen to the others? While Kyle was thinking of how carefree the group were, Klaus was the first to step forward. The moment he approached the Seelie, it attacked instinctively. With the aid of the wind element, it pushed him back, while ice spikes sprang out from the ground, almost impaling Klaus. Klaus reacted quickly and evaded the attack. What's wrong with the world? Now cute things only have murderous intentions towards me? He complained while cleaning the sweat off his forehead. If he didn't react fast, he would have been injured. In the space of 30 minutes, 2 cute creatures had threatened his life. This was unacceptable. Next, he said grumpily. He couldn't try again for now. Reynolds was the next to step forward. He raised his hand above his head as if to show he didn't have any dangerous intentions toward the Seelie. He managed to get close to the Seelie, unlike Klaus, but it attacked as well. His elemental warrior blocked the attack, but its appearance frightened the Seelie, and it continued attacking. Reynolds was forced to retreat. "Wanna try?" Gray looked at Kyle, who shook his head. As tempting as this looked, it was also very dangerous. This Seelie hasn't used its full strength yet. From what he could tell, it should be at the first stage of the Sage Plane. Once it's frightened to a certain stage, it would attack with its full strength, and the group would be in danger at that time. Gray turned to Alice, and she was already walking toward the Seelie with a calm smile. She didn't make any movements after getting to within 10 meters of the Seelie. A smile broke out on her face as she whipped out her secret weapon. It was none other than a piece of meat she kept from Gray's last cooking. She used her fire element to warm it up, and its rich aroma wafted through the entire place. The Seelie wanted to attack, but the second it perceived the aroma of the meat, it froze. Its previous noseless face saw a change, and a nose magically appeared on it as it took in a deep breath. The others saw it drooling as it stared at the piece of meat in Alice's hand. Gray and the others were stumped. They never thought Alice would use a method like this. She was obviously baiting the Seelie. Once the Seelie got a taste of this, it would definitely want more, and the only way to get it is by following the person who gave the food to it first. My chance is gone. A shame. I would have liked to have one of these. I read that they form a bond with their partners, and once it's formed, even if people tried to steal the Seelie, it would be useless. And they can also merge with their partners during battles, aiding their partners with their elements. Gray communicated with Void telepathically. Once a Seelie creates this bond with their partners, they transfer their essence to them. This would have no effect whatsoever on the Seelie, but if people were to steal it later in the future for its essence, it would be worthless. Then the aspect of merging would give the elementalist an added element. Unfortunately, this can only be possible when merged. Alice, for instance, already has 2 elements. If she manages to form a bond with this Seelie, she would gain 2 more if they merge. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult for people to create these bonds, since only the Seelie can initiate them. "You don't need this thing. I'm more than enough," Void replied proudly. Hee hee. Gray laughed without making any comments. Void was annoyed by the laugh, but let him be and focus his attention on the Seelie. Since Alice had been able to get within 3 meters of the Seelie, and the closer she got to it, the more it drooled, fixing its gaze on the piece of meat throughout. Before long, Alice was standing in front of it. She still had her amiable smile. Squatting down, she took the meat closer to the Seelie. At first, the Seelie didn't make any movements, but after a while it was unable to hold itself back anymore and pounced on the meat, devouring it. Alice didn't let go of the meat throughout the time. Only when it got to the last part of it did she give it to the Seelie chapter 694, creating a bond with the Seelie. The Seelie finished the entire piece of meat while looking at Alice. Although there wasn't any sort of intimacy in its eyes, it didn't seem to feel threatened by her any longer. Since Alice was still in the same squatting position, bringing out another piece of meat, she saw a delighted expression on the face of the Seelie, which made her smile. She used the fire element to heat up the meal, but made sure it was not too hot. This time, she gave the entire piece to the Seelie before it started eating. It seemed to gain a small amount of trust in her since it let her touch it. But after a while, it retreated. Alice didn't feel down by this. She knew it wasn't going to happen so easily, but at least this was a start. "Can I get the treasure now?" Void asked Gray. "No, only after she's managed to at least become friends with it. If not, it might think she's only trying to deceive it." Gray shook his head. With nothing left to do, the group could only sit by the side and watch. It would take a while before Alice would be able to form a relationship with the Seelie, and they weren't really in a hurry. According to what they know, it would take at least 1 week before the miasma will cover the parts it has exposed. So they still had some time. In the blink of an eye, 2 days went by. During these 2 days, Alice was constantly with the Seelie, trying to communicate with it. At first, it had difficulties understanding her, but as time went on, it started to show it could understand some of the words she was saying. "When do you think we'll be able to leave this place?" Klaus asked, bored. "Very soon." "I think she's made considerable progress with the Seelie," Reynolds was the one who replied. "How lucky," Klaus shook his head wryly. When he brought up the suggestion, he felt he had a chance in creating a relationship with the Seelie, who would have thought that Alice would be the one to benefit from it in the end. Had he known, he would have said they should fight for it. Thinking about it, he knew that it would have been worse since Gray would beat them up. It's better if Alice gets it. Gray already has so much. Adding this to his power would just be unfair to the world. Klaus thought while looking at Gray. Gray noticed his gaze and smiled as if he could hear what he was saying in his head. Klaus shook his head to dispel those thoughts before hoping that things would move quicker between Alice and the Seelie. Luckily for them, Alice told them they could take the treasure later that day. Void was excited when he heard this, and before Alice completed her statement, he had already appeared there. "Wait, if you take the treasure, a portal will open, transporting us back to the mansion. It will only stay open for 5 seconds. Alice stopped Void just before he managed to take the treasure. The others felt a cold chill run down their spines. Without becoming acquainted with the Seelie, they would have been trapped here for who knows how long. Mintz, Klaus, and Reynolds glared at Void, who gave them an embarrassed smile as he returned to his original position. "You can communicate with it?" Gray pointed at the Seelie. "Yes, it can transmit its voice to my head. It took a while, but I finally managed to learn how to speak with me." Alice nodded while caressing the head of the Seelie, which laughed in return. "Since you can, have you asked if it wants to come with you?" Kyle asked curiously. This was the most vital part. If Alice could create a bond with the Seelie, it would ward off lurking eyes. It would be impossible for them to keep the Seelie a secret since people would see it. The only way it can hide is if it merges with whoever it forms a bond with. If people see that it's already formed a bond with Alice, they would lose interest in it. But if they noticed it hadn't, they would immediately try to capture it. Yes, she agreed to leave with me. I've already told her the dangers, and she agreed to form a bond with me. Alice replied with a smile. So easily, Kyle was taken aback. It usually takes people years before they can make a Seelie trust them. Yet, in the space of 2 days, Alice not only got the Seelie to trust her, but she even convinced it to form a bond with her. It was unbelievable. If Kyle wasn't present here, he would never have believed something like this. "Great, now do your thing." "I want to leave here as soon as possible," Klaus urged. Alice laughed before communicating with the Seelie. A few seconds later, a light thread came out from the head of the Seelie and shot at Alice's forehead. After connecting with her forehead, the thread tightened. Before both parties were covered with a bright light. Alice had 2 elements, the fire and lightning element, so she gave off red and silver lights. The Seelie had 2 elements, ice and wind, so it gave off light blue and green colors respectively. The lights increased before becoming a cocoon that covered both Alice and the Seelie. The group waited for almost 10 hours before the cocoon showed signs of breaking. When it broke, Alice was the only one inside. Her aura had changed slightly. She broke through to the 5th stage of the Overlord plane after forming a bond with the Seelie. She was already very close to the 5th stage, so after getting the essence of the Seelie, she advanced to the 5th stage. This was just the beginning. With the aid of the Seelie's essence, she would advance quicker until she catches up with it. The group congratulated her when she came out. "It's time to head out." Void rushed towards the treasure once again. Chapter 695, Strip Her If She Disagrees. In the West Wing, at one of the halls, a portal opened, and 5 humans and a cat rushed out of it. When they stepped out, there were 4 people in that hall, and all of them were either in the 8th stage of the Overlord plane or the 9th stage. After Void took the treasure, everyone in the place sensed it. It was what brought people here, so the second it was acquired, its aura disappeared completely. There are a few people who have ways of searching for these sorts of things. These 4 were part of those people. Seeing Gray and his friends come out from a portal meant that they got something powerful, and the aura of the treasure disappeared almost at the same time the portal appeared. Hand it over, a young lady who looked to be around 20 years old asked coldly. She was wearing purple clothes, with long gold hair. Hand what over? Klaus asked haughtily. He had always hated people like this. They didn't even know them yet, they were asking them to hand something over. The treasure. If you still enjoy living, I'd suggest you do so quietly. The young lady spoke again. What treasure? Klaus decided the best choice of action was to feign ignorance. No matter what, he would deny this till the end. The young lady was starting to lose her patience when they heard the footsteps of others. Hearing the footsteps, a grin formed on Gray's face, and he threw something in their direction. He waited for the time the new arrivals would step in. That way they would see the item being given to them, but they wouldn't know what it was. The most annoying part was that he was going to use the space element to keep the item back in his storage ring. Besides, the treasure wasn't with him. He only threw a shabby black plaque at the group. The young lady stretched out her hand trying to catch the item, but it disappeared soon after. However, to the group that just arrived, she hid it in her storage ring the second it touched her hand. We've given it to you, and let us pass. Klaus quickly caught what Gray was trying to do and said, making sure the people who came in just now heard of it. What are you talking about? The young lady asked, annoyed. Gray threw something in her direction, and just as she was about to catch it, it vanished. She was still trying to understand the reason behind that before Klaus spoke. The group that just arrived had 8 people in it, and 3 of them were in the 9th stage of the Overlord plane. Please, let us pass. We've already given the treasure to you. Reynolds joined in on the act as well. The leader of the new group walked over, standing behind the group of 4. What are you people talking about? He asked with a raised brow. This is none of your business, the young lady snorted coldly. From how she responded, it was obvious that she was acquainted with this young man, and their relationship was by no means good. Care to explain? The young man didn't bother with her and turned to Gray's group. Klaus told them what happened. According to him, they accidentally entered a room that took them to another space. They saw an item lying on the ground. After picking it up, they were transported here. These people saw them when they came out and took it from them. The young lady looked at Klaus with bulging eyes. Shut up, you liar, she scolded angrily. You see, she's trying to silence us so she could take the treasure for herself. Klaus pointed out, even the 3 people with the young lady had confused expressions. They didn't know what Gray threw at her, but they knew she caught something and hid it immediately. There was no way they were going to know if Gray's group was lying or not, and the young lady had no way to justify herself since they saw her catching the item. Is she trying to trick us as well? This was the only question in the heads of the young lady's companions. A treasure of this caliber was something that would make friends betray each other, so it was not unexpected that they started to doubt the young lady. When she saw the looks from the others, she felt irritated. Can't you see they're trying to frame me? She questioned in anger. Bullshit. You're obviously trying to keep the treasure for yourself, Klaus retorted before anyone could even speak up. I'll kill you, the young lady was finding it difficult to keep her cool. Search her and you'll know that we're not lying. Klaus suggested, irritating the young lady even further. She was from a major family in a high-leveled region. She was traveling when she heard about this treasure, hence she came. She would obviously have some rare treasures with her, so it was unwise for her to allow others to search her storage ring. Come on, just let us have a look at the treasure, the young man from the new group said with a smile. What treasure? I don't have any treasure, the young lady said angrily. That's exactly what we said. But what happened when you threatened us? We handed what we saw over to you. Threaten her. I'm sure she'll confess if you do so, Klaus interjected. The young lady looked at Klaus with hateful eyes. But for some reason, the person she hated the most was Gray. If he hadn't thrown that strange item at her, no one would have been able to pressure her. Camille just hand it over and move on. There are other treasures here. With your strength, you'll get something good, the young man said. I don't have any treasure, the young lady referred to as Camille replied. She was still trying to calm herself down when she heard Klaus's next statement. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Strip her if she doesn't agree, Klaus said with a menacing smile. Camille looked at Klaus, and she was sure she would never hate anyone as much as she presently hated him. Mints, Chapter 696. What have I gotten myself into? Gray looked at Klaus with an odd expression, while Reynolds held in his laugh. Alice, on the other hand, looked like she wanted to beat him up. Kyle looked at the group, terrified of their evil ways. He knew Gray had the space element, and the treasure was not with him to start with, so whatever he threw at the young lady was crap. He took it back with the space element, but most people would think it was the young lady hiding it in her spatial ring. Minsan, ingenious plan, with Klaus there to escalate things. It was nothing short of brilliant. The fact that they didn't even need to speak to each other to understand their plans made them even more frightening. He crossed his heart never to offend them. If he knew anyone that tried to offend them, he would caution the person against it while apologizing in their stead. Klaus was an evil maniac. Gray was silent and deadly. Camille flew into rage and attacked Klaus when she heard his statement. More evidence, Klaus yelled as he dodged the attack. Even though Camille was in the 9th stage and was stronger, it didn't mean that she could beat him up with him being unable to retaliate. He was in the 7th stage of the Overlord plane, after all. However, when they felt the power of her attack, they knew the difference in strength between geniuses in the mid and high-leveled regions. Gray could fight against a genius in mid-level regions that were in the 9th stage of the Overlord plane without much difficulty. But those in high-leveled regions were a different story. Although they didn't know she was from a high-leveled region, they were able to guess when they noticed her cultivation stage. Most of the people her age in mid-level regions were still in the early or mid stages of the Overlord plane, but she was already very close to the peak of the Overlord plane. Boom! Her attack slammed into the wall, destroying it. Klaus breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the state of the wall. I can't believe I irritated such a demon, he thought internally. The young man stopped Camille from attacking. They were here for this treasure, and if he had to cross blows with Camille to get it, he would. They were from the same region, and both families didn't take each other as allies, so they could fight against each other. Hand it over. He motioned to the rest of his companions, and 4 of them came forward to surround Camille and her group. The other 3 went to block off the escape route of Gray and his friends. The people who came were in the 7th stage, all 3 of them. Gray knew this young man wouldn't believe them completely, but this was all they needed. Once he shifts all his focus to Camille, they could easily deal with these guys. With him, Klaus, and Reynolds' elemental warrior, they would be able to deal with these guys. Then there's also Void and Kyle as well. This meant that before the young man and Camille could figure out what was happening, they would be able to escape with ease. All they had to do was to wait till the battle between Camille and the young man became heated. Just wait here. Once he's confirmed that the treasure is with her, then you can leave. Since we're here, why don't you people hand over your treasures? You can't tell me that was the only treasure you found. One of the 3 young men who surrounded the group said with a smirk. Oh, doesn't that mean you guys have also gotten treasures along the way as well? Gray asked curiously. Why are you asking? You want to take them from us? One of the young men mocked. They felt Gray and his group wouldn't fare to attack since they had a 9th stage Overlord plane genius with them. And not only one for that matter. You know what? That's exactly what we want to do. Gray looked at his friends before flashing a bright smile at the 3 young men. Camille had already started to fight with the young man and his group. She was irritated by Klaus, so she could barely keep herself in check. Their fight was already getting to a heated state. This was enough time for Gray and his friends to take out these 3. They didn't plan on killing them. Robbing them was enough. With Void with him, he didn't need to be scared of not being able to access the storage rings since their owners are still alive. Void could easily go in and out of his storage ring. These ones would be no different. When the others heard Gray's words, they smiled and attacked simultaneously. The trio never expected that Gray and his friends would truly attack them. Hence, they were caught off guard even after Gray told them they wanted to rob them. Kyle was once again dumbfounded by how the head of these 4 worked. He wasn't sure there would be anyone who would have the guts to attack in a situation like this, but Gray and his friends obviously didn't care about being hunted down by Camille and the young man. What have I gotten myself into? He asked himself. But there was one thing he couldn't deny. Moving around with them was exciting. He hadn't felt this agitated in a long time. His blood was pumping, and he joined the group in their attack. Before Camille and the young man's groups figured out what was wrong, Gray and his friends were gone. The three young men who were supposed to block them were on the floor with only their underwear. The rest of their clothes were stripped from their bodies. Without even asking, everyone knew who the culprit behind that particular act was. If not Klaus, who else? In another hallway. Klaus was laughing like a psychopath as he threw the clothes of the young men outside the building. Kyle looked at the laughing Klaus. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The speed at which Klaus was able to strip the men was shocking. From how he did it so quickly, he knew this was not Klaus's first rodeo. Why would someone derive joy in something like this? He thought to himself. The group rushed out of the hallway and entered another one. This place was massive, so as long as they ran, it would be impossible for these people to find them. Well, unless they were unlucky and met them again. You're a psycho. Alice looked at Klaus with disgust. They deserved it. Klaus laughed menacingly. Reynolds laughed as well. Gray shook his head when he saw their proud expressions. They obviously had no shame in what they did. Alice scoffed and continued walking down the hallway, even though they had gotten the main treasure they came here for, and even got a bonus in the Sealy. They couldn't leave the place without searching for any other thing. They didn't stay in that section of the mansion, opting to head to the main building. Even though it was populated, they would be able to find some things there. 30 minutes later, Gray and the group appeared in one of the rooms, and there were people there fighting for something. Klaus suggested that they waited till they finished fighting. If the treasure was something valuable, then they would snatch it. Unfortunately, the people who were fighting there didn't let them. Seeing them entering the place, the two groups stopped fighting and looked at them. No one wanted to be taken advantage of. Leave, the two groups said simultaneously. What are you fighting for? Klaus asked with a playful smile. It's none of your business, leave. A young man in the 8th stage of the Overlord plane stepped forward. He was the one with the highest cultivation stage in the room, so he felt he had the right to speak to the group. Sorry? What did you say? Klaus made a face. I can't hear you, because I don't listen to bullshit. In fact, leave now, and you'll keep the things you've already acquired. Klaus interrupted the young man when he was about to speak again. Klaus's words annoyed him, and he attacked. Since he was stronger, so he felt Klaus had no right to speak to him as he wanted. Unfortunately for him, this was the worst decision he could make. Klaus didn't even think twice and retaliated. With a wave of his hand, a stream of water appeared and rushed towards the young man's attack. He also made his special heavy water, hiding it inside the attack. Due to the effect of the water, his attack easily destroyed the attack of the young man and rushed toward him. The young man was taken aback, but he prepared himself to defend against the attack. He was in for the surprise of his life. The 7th stage Overlord plane elementalist he was looking down on trounced him brutally. Klaus didn't even hold his hand, attacking viciously. After his first attack caught the young man off guard, he continued his assault. The rest of the people in the young man's group were in the 7th and 6th stage. When they tried to join in on the battle, Reynolds summoned his elemental warrior, while Gray stepped in as well. Kyle couldn't stay still as well and attacked. Alice tried her new strength. She broke through to the 5th stage of the Overlord plane recently, and she hadn't tested her strength yet. She picked the person in the 7th stage and attacked. The other group that was previously fighting against the young man's group decided to watch from the side. Now, instead of Gray's group to be the spectators, they were now the ones fighting. They might be strong after their battle with these people. They would be tired. We can get them then. One of the 7th stage Overlord plane elementalists in the group said. Of the two groups, the one with an Overlord plane in the 8th stage had 6 people, while the other group had 7 people. Their battle was in a stalemate, hence the reason they couldn't afford to allow Gray's group to watch from the side. Even though Gray and his friends were 5, they had no issues with fighting against these 6 people. Void didn't even join in. He was waiting till these people were defeated before he snatched their spatial rings. That was his task. He would only fight when the opponent is in the 9th stage or at the peak of the Overlord plane. Boom, bang, bam. After almost 5 minutes, Gray and his friends defeated their opponents. I'm still raring to go. Klaus cracked his knuckles and turned to the other group. They've already robbed this group and chased them out. Now it was the turn of the other group. We'll leave on our own, the leader of this group said. He already knew they were no match from these psychos, and they not only beat their opponents, but they robbed them as well. Hand over your spatial rings and get lost. Klaus demanded. What? One of the ladies in the group asked with an annoyed face. Why are you looking at me? If you were stronger, wouldn't you do the same? Klaus mocked. This was the truth, though. It was just like the time they encountered Camille. Had she not felt she was stronger than them, she wouldn't have tried to force them to hand over the treasure. It was the rule of the world. The powerful had the right to rob others. With an annoyed expression, the group handed over their storage rings and left. All their savings were in there, and even the treasures they were given by their families were taken as well. What a bargain. We should do this often. Klaus laughed. You do know this will bring in a lot of enemies your way, right? Kyle couldn't help but ask. Of course, but how can your life be fun without enemies? Who would feel sad when they see you make it? Klaus said. Learn to create enemies. They spice up your life. Klaus went on to advise. Gray shook his head before looking at what the group were originally fighting for. It was surprisingly a small orb, but he could feel a powerful force residing in it. If this thing is destroyed, it would definitely cause a large explosion. Good stuff. Klaus nodded while caressing his chin. When they left the room, they started to move from room to room. The next few rooms didn't produce anything, but they met a few people. Klaus was disappointed when they didn't try to engage them. He didn't want to be the one who initiates the battles. All he wanted was for someone to make an error, and he'll use it as an excuse to fight and rob them. Robbing people was fun. Void certainly agreed with him. They soon got to an intersection, and they decided to split up to maximize the treasures they would find. Reynolds and Klaus took one path, and to Gray's surprise, Void voted to go with them. Gray couldn't stop him, so he let him go with them. Alice and Kyle took another path while Gray picked the last path. He wanted to be alone. Moving this way would be more efficient for him. Within a day, news of 2 people and a cat robbing people started to circulate in the mansion. They managed to attract so many haters in the place in the space of a day. If these people had the chance, they would have killed them already. Gray heard of it and knew who it was. If not Klaus, Reynolds, and Void, who else could it be? These people will attract so many enemies that I would have to avoid them when leaving this place. If not, they might kill me, Gray thought. Kyle and Alice also had this thought. If they grouped up with Klaus and Reynolds now, they would be in trouble. What is wrong with those friends of yours? Kyle asked. I honestly think you're abnormal, but this is why I enjoy staying with them. They make life interesting, Alice said with a smile. She honestly didn't feel strange after hearing the news. She had heard far worse. When they were in the trial land, Klaus and Reynolds robbed people of their pants. What the hell were they going to do with it? She told Kyle of this, and he finally didn't bother with this issue. Since Klaus and Reynolds were crazy from the get-go, so trying to comprehend what they did or why they did whatever they did is impossible. I'll just take them as they are. The truth is, they're not bad company. Other than causing too much trouble, they're fun to be with, Kyle remarked. The group stayed their separate ways for almost 3 days. Even when Gray accidentally encountered them, he pretended as if he didn't see them and went the other way. Klaus and Reynolds wanted to go after him. But since people were there, he attacked the duo, which came as a surprise for them, before telling them via the communication device that they've made too many enemies and he was still too young to die. Klaus and Reynolds naturally didn't take it lying, but when they were ambushed by almost 20 people, they realized maybe they had gone too far. They anonymously decided it was high time they left the mansion. Most people would be trying to recover what they've lost, and since there were possible treasures in some rooms, it was safe to assume that there would be people still inside the mansion. Gray was surprised when he heard their decision since he didn't expect this to happen. At most, he thought maybe they would hide inside the building for a while. Who would have known they would outright leave? This is for the better, he thought to himself. He wanted to recall Void, but then he remembered that everyone who had been robbed knew about this mysterious black cat, so he decided against it. However, leaving the mansion wouldn't be enough. They would have to leave this region as soon as possible. Most of the people they robbed were from this region, so it would be dangerous if they were caught by them after leaving this place. Alice laughed when she heard Klaus and Reynolds' decision. Meant to think they still know when to use their brains. She chuckled. Kyle felt this was the best decision for the group as well. Most of the people they robbed will stay here for a few more days, so as long as they weren't heard from for the next few days, it would at least help lessen their current fame. The duo left the moment they agreed on the decision. Gray continued exploring this place. There wasn't really much he wanted here. All he found were strange fruits or elemental weapons that were too old. He still hadn't found an elemental weapon on the same level as the multi-elemental weapon he got from that hidden underground in the trial land. Even with his current cultivation stage, the consumption was still too high for him. There had been times when he tried using it, but the amount of essence it uses was too terrifying. While walking in one of the hallways, Gray encountered a familiar face. "You!" A spiteful voice came from ahead of him. It was that of a young lady, and looking at the face, he tried recalling where he had seen her. Camille, who had hated the group since encountering them, could never forget their faces. Well, Gray and Klaus were especially handsome, so it was quite difficult to forget about them so quickly. When she saw Gray's expression, she knew he didn't recognize her, which irritated her even further. "I'll kill you," she yelled, and attacked. "Oh, now I know you. You're that girl who tried to rob us." Gray smacked his lips as he finally recollected who Camille was. Boom! Camille was a lightning elementalist, so her attacks were not something to joke with. Luckily for Gray, she was alone. Let's see how powerful those in high-leveled regions really are. Please don't disappoint me, he thought to himself. He had faced a few geniuses from high-leveled regions when he was traveling to the southern continent, but that was then. Besides, there was a difference in strength between most geniuses. Swoosh, bang. He gathered energy in his legs, and with the aid of the lightning and wind element, he exploded with frightening speed as he dodged the attack. After dodging, he retaliated with an attack of his own. Camille was 2 stages ahead of him, and to his surprise fighting against her, he felt a slight pressure from her. Boom, bang, bam. They continued exchanging blows, and Camille was obviously on top when it came to strength level. She was on a different level when compared to the geniuses from those mid-level regions. Gray couldn't help but wonder just how different the strengths of geniuses from the high-leveled regions and those in the mid-level regions are. This was exactly why he refused the idea of them joining a faction here. If not in the high-leveled region, then they wouldn't join any faction. Boom, bang. Their battle was intense, but even with Camille's advantage in strength, she still couldn't defeat Gray. Now she understood how Gray played that trick on her. He's not only a multi-elementalist, but he also has the space element, and 2 of his elements are special. Where did such a freak come from? She was internally shocked, but it didn't mean she had a good impression of Gray. They were already enemies, so there was no use in thinking about his talent or not. Bang! Gray was struck by one of her attacks, and it sent him crashing into one of the rooms, bursting through the door. Wow! Gray was impressed by her strength. If he could use all his elements, he naturally wouldn't be at a disadvantage even with the stage difference. But presently, even with 4 elements and one of them being the space element, he still couldn't keep up with Camille. He decided it was time he brought out his inscriptions. They would be beneficial in distracting her. To his surprise, more inscriptions lit up, and he realized 3 of the 5 in the sky had silver colors. He only created 2, one for his fire and the other for his lightning. Both were blue and red respectively. He was still wondering where the other 3 inscriptions came from until they attacked him. An inscriber. I never thought she was also like me. Gray was once again amazed by Camille. Oh, you're also an inscriber? This would be fun. Camille's eyes glittered. Boom, bang, bam. Both inscribers attacked continuously without giving the other party any chance to breathe. Gray had only 2 inscriptions up, but he was able to keep up with Camille, who had 3 inscriptions set up thanks to his added advantage of having multiple elements. Camille was stronger, and being born in the Azure Continent meant that she was used to fighting against space elementalists. She could defend against them. Space elementalists were troublesome to deal with, but they were not omnipotent. With sufficient experience, people could deal with them. Boom! Bang! Camille attacked with a lightning bolt, which Gray was able to deflect easily. Gray countered her attack with the fire element. They continued exchanging blows for a few more minutes with no one being able to gain the upper hand. Camille was shocked by Gray's strength. She was 2 stages ahead of him, yet he was able to fight against her on equal footing. If this was a life-and-death battle, it was unknown who would win. Well, she still had confidence since she had a few trump cards that she didn't want to show against someone weaker. It's a shame you're in a lower stage, else I would have loved beating you up. Playtime is over. Hand over the treasure, and I'll consider letting you go peacefully, Camille said. What treasure? We don't have anything. The only reason I did what I did was to put you in trouble for annoying us. Nothing else. Gray replied nonchalantly. When Camille heard Gray saying that he purposely did what he did, her facial expression turned distorted. She knew that he purposely did it, but the fact that he was saying it in front of her meant that he didn't fear her. It was like a kid playing a prank against their elder and laughing about it to their face. "I don't believe you, hand it over peacefully," Camille said. The duo had stopped fighting, just watching each other. "I can't continue explaining myself. This is something that I don't have. Do you expect me to give you something I don't have?" Gray asked. Camille looked at Gray for a few seconds, contemplating about the possibility of using any of her trump cards. After thinking thoroughly, she decided against it. It was a waste of time. "We'll meet again. Hopefully you'll be more entertaining," Camille said. With that, she left Gray alone. Gray didn't try to stop her. Fighting against another inscriber was fun, but he had other things to do. With no one to block him, he continued his journey. There was one thing he was sure of. He would encounter Camille or her companions here again. They still had a few days left to stay in the mansion, so he had to make the best of it. Klaus and Reynolds were already outside waiting for the others. Kyle and Alice were still inside, hoping to find another fortuitous encounter. Alice didn't really have too many expectations. The Seelie she managed to get was enough for her. It not only increased her fighting power, but it also gave her 2 added options in fighting. It was like a double bonus. 3 days went by in a flash, and everyone in the mansion started to rush out of the building. Gray's friends included the miasma would be returning in a few days' time, and only a few people who still wanted to risk it were inside the mansion. There are a few people who were unable to get anything good while the place was open, so now they felt that with lesser people, they would have a better chance of getting something amazing. "Where's Gray?" Alice asked Klaus and Reynolds when they came out. "He's still inside," Klaus replied. Void was standing on his shoulder, looking at the mansion with interest. They could already see the miasma slowly returning to the mansion. "Don't tell me he got greedy," Kyle asked. Although he hadn't been with the group for long, he knew they weren't greedy people, well other than Klaus, Reynolds, and the surprisingly talking cat. He was at least 50% sure that Gray wasn't the greedy type. "He's not that type. For one thing, he's the most cautious person among us. If he's still in there, either he found something really good or he's trapped," Alice explained. Adjustments when they were in the trial land, Gray was the one who urged them to start heading back to the portal even before the time was up. "Hopefully he found something good," Reynolds commented. Alice was still worried, so she tried contacting him. However, he did not respond. "Let's wait for a while," Klaus suggested. It wasn't like there was anything they could do anyway. The group nodded and went to a hidden place. Since Klaus and Reynolds had too many enemies, so staying here where people could see them was too dangerous. Inside the mansion, Gray was rushing through one hallway. Behind him was a large beast. The beast was at the peak of the Overlord plane, and no matter how he tried to attack it, it seemed almost insurmountable. He even tried using the Chaos Orb, but it was inefficient. That was his strongest attack even when in the fusion state. If even that was not effective, then he didn't know what to do. While he was running, he recalled he could still use his fire domain. Without wasting any time, he tried using his domain in a split second. The hallway was shrouded with hot, blazing flames. However, the beast continued chasing him. It was as if it was oblivious to it. "What the hell is this?" Gray looked at the orb in his hand. This was the reason this beast had been chasing him relentlessly. He had tried everything in his power to lose it, even pushing his space element to the limit, but it was still not enough. On the way, he saw a figure rushing in his direction. It was none other than the young man who fought with Camille. "I knew I'd see you again, hand it over," the young man said. "I knew I'd see you again, hand it over," the young man said, while blocking Gray's path. Gray, who was still thinking of ways to avoid the beast chasing after him, was a little taken aback when he saw the young man. "Oh, sure, here." He didn't even think about it twice before tossing the orb in his hand to the young man. At first, he originally didn't want to give up the item since it was difficult to obtain, but he wasn't going to get himself killed because of it. Since this young man showed up, it was best to hand it over to him. He had already stayed here for too long, and it was time to leave. The young man was stunned, but he still took the item. When he tried to keep it in his storage ring, he was astounded when he realized he couldn't. "Bye," Gray said as he ran past him. The young man was still thinking about why the orb didn't enter his storage ring when he sensed a powerful aura rushing toward him. He raised his head only to see a large beast that stood around 2.5 meters galloping at him. Could this thing be chasing that guy? This was his initial thought, so he tried to move to the side to give the beast a chance to chase Gray. However, he realized the beast moved as well, aiming at him. Feek off! He unleashed a powerful attack on the beast. His eyes nearly bulged out when the beast didn't even flinch. What's this? He couldn't sit still any longer. The beast roared and attacked when it got close. Bang! Its large claws slashed at the young man who dodged hastily. The attack hit the wall, creating a large claw mark on the wall. What the? Damn it! I've been scammed! The young man looked in the direction Gray went with hatred. Whatever Gray gave to him was obviously the reason this beast was attacking him. However, for the beast to attack meant that it was something special. He gritted his teeth and contemplated if he should use his trump cards or not. Just like Klaus, he had a talisman that had the attack power of a Sage Plane expert, even an elemental sovereign talisman as well. He was from a powerful family, so it was natural for him to have these for protection. Bang! Boom! The beast didn't think unlike the young man. It attacked continuously without rest. The young man evaded and blocked the attacks. But as time went on, the pressure started to increase. Damn it, I'll take the risk. It better be worth it, he said with gritted teeth while taking out a red talisman. Crushing it, he tossed it at the beast. Boom! A powerful energy exploded out of it, followed by a raging fire. The strength of the attack was on a different level. Even this powerful beast was left almost helpless against the attack of a Sage Plane elementalist. From the second it felt the strength of the attack, it quickly started to prepare its defenses. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to protect it. With a painful roar, the beast was sent flying, slamming into the wall before being hit by the leftover attack. Its previously impenetrable body was filled with wounds and its blood was flowing from them. The young man took advantage of the opportunity and attacked. Bang! Boom! With the beast's injuries, it was only a matter of time before it gave up. When the beast realized that staying here would be its end, it gave up on the orb and ran away. The young man tried to stop it from running, but unless he used one of his talismans, there was no way he could keep it here. What is that beast? The young man looked in the direction the beast ran towards. He couldn't help but think about it. Its defense was on another level completely. He looked at the orb and his expression softened a little. This was the reason he sacrificed one of his precious talismans. Making them wasn't easy, so naturally they couldn't use them wantonly unless absolutely necessary. Heh, better be worth it, he thought to himself. He tossed it up, however, to his greatest surprise, the orb didn't come down. Hello again, thanks for helping me hold on to this. I'll take it now if you don't mind. Gray's voice came from behind the young man before he could even react. Gray's head bolted out of the place. Wait, what? The young man exclaimed. He was too shocked to react immediately. Only after Gray's figure disappeared into the hallway did he finally react. Without wasting any time, he rushed after him. How could he let Gray go with the orb like that? He had expended a lot of effort just to ward off the beast. Now Gray appeared again and took it so casually. He even had the guts to say thanks. I'll kill you, the young man's enraged voice could be heard across the hallway. Unfortunately, no matter how much he screamed, Gray was not going to stop and wait for him. If the space element was left out, Gray still had a large array of elements to help with his speed. If he added his physical speed as well, then it was basically impossible for anyone in the Overlord plane to catch up with him if he wanted to escape. On hearing the young man's scream, Gray chuckled as he ran away. When he passed the item to the young man, he originally ran away, but after hearing the sounds of fighting, he came back. He was about to give up on it when the young man brought out the talisman. Only after seeing it did he start to plan on how to recollect the orb. Taking it from the hands of the young man would have been difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Who knew the young man would throw the orb into the air, presenting him with a heavenly opportunity? He didn't think twice before swiping the orb away.